Hello everyone, I know you are going to use this video for falling asleep, so before that, like this video, subscribe to the channel and let me know where you are from, also what time is it. You will want to listen closely because everything that follows, every disappearance, every whisper that skims along the ceiling, every grin carved where no mouth should ever be, begins with the wrong body being lowered into the wrong grave. Before the end of this story, you will hear why the soil in Blackridge Cemetery curdled, why the dead kept knocking after midnight, and why the house on Weaver Road should never have been sold to anyone, least of all to someone like Mara Vance, who refused to fear anything she could touch. But for now, keep that single mistake in your thoughts: the wrong body, the wrong grave, and the horror that crawled toward her life because of it. The first warning did not come as thunder, nor as blood spattered across a wall. It came as a slow, steady tapping from behind a locked door, soft enough to question, steady enough to unsettle, and patient enough to wait for someone to listen. And unfortunately, Mara listened. The night before it started, the house seemed almost warm. She had just moved in, boxes still stacked like crooked teeth along the hallway. The faint scent of lemon cleaner lingering, as though the woman who had owned the place before her had tried too hard to hide something. Mara sat cross-legged on the living room floor, huddled near the one lamp she had plugged in, reading the brittle set of documents she found tucked inside a kitchen drawer. She didn't buy the house because she loved it. She bought it because she needed somewhere cheap and fast, somewhere quiet, somewhere that did not remind her of the hospital, where her sister had died. Yet something about the shape of the hallways, the hush of the rooms, the way echoes clung to the walls, all of it struck her as too familiar. She ignored it. She was good at ignoring anything she couldn't explain. It was just past 2 in the morning when she first heard the tapping. A dull, slow rhythm, like someone knocking with fingertips softened by soil. It came from the basement door. Not the front, not the back, not the windows, just that door. The one door in the house she did not have a key for. Tap, tap, tap. At first she thought it was the house settling. Old houses did that, she told herself. They shifted, sighed, and popped with changes in temperature. But this sound was too sharp to be settling wood, too steady to be random. And it wasn't coming from the frame. It came from behind the door, from inside the basement. Tap, tap, tap. She froze on the living room floor, papers resting against her knee. Something inside her chest tightened. She didn't like the basement. She had never seen it. Realtor never found the key. Only shrugged and promised to mail it later. Mara should have insisted. She should have asked more questions. But she didn't, because she needed a home and didn't have the patience for obscure locked rooms. Another tap. Her breath left her in a slow shiver. She stood up, lamp in hand, the cord dragging behind her like a limp tail. The light flickered once, as if frightened to shine into the dark hallway. But she kept walking, each step measured, each inhale thinner than the last. When she reached the basement door, everything in her body urged her to step back, yet she leaned closer. There was no knob, just a keyhole with metal scratched around it as though someone had tried to force their way inside. Or outside. She swallowed. Is someone down there? She muttered before she could rethink the foolish question. Silence. Then, tap, one, just one, slow, almost playful. Her pulse thudded hard. Mice, she whispered to herself. Mice, not ghosts. But mice didn't knock, and certainly not with that steady patience. Still, she turned from the door, walked back to the living room, unplugged her lamp, and forced her thoughts toward sleep. She didn't sleep well, but she slept. In the morning, sunlight cut through the curtains, making everything look safer than it felt. She inspected the basement door again. No scratches she hadn't seen yesterday. No sign something waited behind it. She listened. No tapping. Good. She finished unpacking, nearly convincing herself it had been nothing more than late, night nerves exaggerated by an empty house. But when the mail arrived, everything shifted again. A letter addressed not to her, but to Mrs. Delilah Crane, the house's previous owner. The return address belonged to Blackridge Funeral Home. Mara's thoughts flickered back to the documents she'd found yesterday. Papers detailing the mortgage, the final utility bill, and a single death certificate belonging to someone named Alastair Crane. She hadn't thought much of it then. People died. Houses changed hands. But why would Delilah be receiving new mail from a funeral home? Curiosity gnawed at her, tugging like a small creature refusing to let go. She opened the envelope. Inside was a short message handwritten in shaky cursive. "We are deeply sorry for the error. Please contact us immediately. This concerns the burial. We must locate you urgently. No details, no explanation. Just that." Mara frowned. Burial error? Meaning what? The wrong headstone, wrong lot, wrong coffin. But why the urgency? She stuffed the note back inside the envelope. None of this was her problem. She had enough weight in her life already. New job next week, bills due soon. The pain of losing her sister gnawing at the edges of her thoughts, whenever silence stretched too long. She didn't need someone else's funeral mistake hovering over her. That night, the tapping returned. Louder. Tap, 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 tap. No rhythm this time. No patience. A frantic, demanding thudding that rattled the wood in its frame. Mara bolted upright in bed. She held her breath, listening as her heart slammed against her ribs. Tap, 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 tap. She shot out of bed, grabbed her phone, flicked on the flashlight, and padded down the hallway in bare feet, the floor cold enough to bite. As she neared the basement door, the tapping stopped, dead still. She stood there for several seconds, gripping her phone until her hand ached. She wanted to open the door, but she didn't have the key. And even if she did, something deep inside her whispered that opening it would be the worst mistake of her life. Then she noticed something, a thin black line at the bottom of the door. She crouched slowly, angling the light. Her throat tightened as she realized it wasn't a shadow, it was soil. Loose, damp soil scattered across the floor as if something had been dragged across it. Or as if something beneath the door had pushed it through the crack. She swallowed hard. "Nope," she whispered, stepping back, refusing to stare long enough to let her mind shape nightmares out of that damp, black dust. She returned to her room, locked the door, and slept with the lamp on. The third night was worse. Much worse. It began not with tapping, but with footsteps. Slow. Heavy. Dragging. They moved through the walls as though the house itself carried echoes of something pacing behind the plaster. Mara sat up, breath sharp. The clock read 3:12 a.m. The footsteps stopped. Silence. Then a whisper, soft, sliding through the hall outside her door. Maera, her blood iced. She did not move. She didn't even blink. Maera opened the door. Her eyes darted to the doorknob. It turned. Just slightly, but enough to see the metal twitch. Someone, or something, stood on the other side. She couldn't breathe. The knob stilled. The whisper returned, lower this time, almost teasing. "You hear them too, then?" She mouthed, panic clawing at her throat. Who was them? The knob twisted again, harder this time, rattling once, twice. Something pressed against the door. She saw the wood bulge inward, as though pushed by a shoulder, or a head. That snapped her out of her frozen terror. She grabbed her nightstand, shoved it toward the door with shaking hands, and held it there as the pressure on the other side grew stronger. Whatever stood out there wasn't big. She could tell by the height of the push, but its strength, God, its strength, felt wrong for anything small. Then it stopped, complete stillness. Then a soft scratch traced down the door, like a nail dragging through skin. Mara squeezed her eyes shut. "Go away," she whispered. The whisper outside giggled, a small hiccuping giggle that did not belong to any living thing. Then she heard it, another sound, from the basement. Tap, a single tap answering the giggle, or mocking it. Tap. Mara gasped as the whisper spoke again. He wants out, and he's hungry. She shoved harder against the door, shaking. The whisper on the other side sighed. A long, disappointed breath, then faded into silence. The footsteps returned, slow, dragging away from her room, heading down the hall toward the basement door. Mara waited until the sounds vanished, her heart pounding so hard her ribs ached. She didn't sleep again. By morning, she had made a decision. She needed answers. Not from the realtor, not from the police, who would dismiss everything as stress or dreams. She needed answers from the source, the one person still connected to this house. Delilah Crane. She drove into town, straight to the address printed on one of the old envelopes she'd found in the drawer. A tiny yellow house sat at the end of the street, porch sagging under the weight of years. She parked out front, nerves twisting her stomach, and approached the door. She knocked once. Nothing. She knocked again, shuffling inside, slow, hesitant. The door cracked open. An elderly woman peered out with sunken eyes rimmed red, as though she hadn't slept in weeks. When she saw Mara, her face drained to paper white. "No," Delilah whispered. "Not you, not again." Mara blinked. "I'm sorry. My name is—" "I know who you are," the old woman rasped. "You're the one who bought it." "Bought what?" Mara wanted to ask, but her mouth stayed shut as something cold dripped down her spine. Delilah opened the door wider. "I warned them not to sell it," she said in a trembling voice. "They don't listen. They never listen. They think the dead stay where they're put." A gust of wind lifted the edges of Delilah's gown. Her thin hands quivered as she pointed toward the street. "He followed me," she whispered. "He followed me for months. Tapping, scratching, asking for the name of the next one so he could go back home." Mara's heart jerked. "The basement, something's in there." Delilah covered her mouth, eyes filling. "You heard him." "Oh God, you heard him already." "What is he?" Mara demanded. "Is he a person? An animal?" "What?" Delilah shuddered. "He is neither. He is the wrong one." Her words crashed over Mara like cold water. "Wrong one? What does that mean?" Delilah stepped close, grip like frail claws wrapping around Mara's arm. "They put him in the wrong grave," the woman said, voice breaking. "And when he woke, he was angry. He clawed his way out, but he wasn't whole. Death twisted him, and he came home. Back to me. Back to the house." Mara stared, struggling to breathe. "You're saying someone buried him alive." "No," Delilah whispered. "I'm saying someone buried him dead. And he came back wrong." A chill unlike anything she had ever felt slithered beneath Mara's skin. Delilah pulled away, shaking her head. "You shouldn't have come here. If he's talking to you already, it means you're next." "Next for what?" Mara cried. Delilah didn't answer. Instead, she slammed the door shut. Mara stood there, frozen, heartbeat ringing in her ears. She turned toward her car, but paused when she noticed something on the ground near her feet. A line of damp soil. Her breath stopped. The line trailed from the street, right up to Delilah's porch in tiny, uneven mounds, like footprints too small for a grown person, too strange to belong to any child. She backed away slowly, heart hammering, and that's when she heard it. Across the street, from the inside of her own car. Tap, 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 soft, playful. From the back seat, Mara staggered backward, terror clawing up her throat. The car windows were fogged from the inside. A handprint smeared across the glass. Small, black with soil. She didn't move. Couldn't. She stood there until the fogging faded, until the handprint seemed to melt into streaks, until the tapping ceased. Only then did she run, but as she reached her door, she felt it, a breath, on her neck, not warm, cold. It whispered two words that would haunt her long after the sun fell and the tapping returned. Basement key. She spun, swinging her hand through empty air. Nothing stood there, but on her doorstep lay a small, rusted key covered in dirt. The basement key. She never picked it up, not then. But she never left it behind, either. Because when she reached down to pull her hand away, The key stuck to her palm as if held by invisible fingers, and she could not let go. Not that night, not ever. And the door at home would not stay silent much longer. Mara drove home with the key glued unnervingly to her palm, the rusted metal biting deeper every time she tried to pry it loose, as though it had burrowed into her skin and found comfort there. She kept her hand on the wheel awkwardly, refusing to glance down, terrified that if she stared too long, she'd see tiny movements in the grooves of the key, as if it breathed. Her car hummed weakly under her, yet every passing streetlight seemed to flicker, almost bowing toward her, as though acknowledging she was returning to something that had already claimed her. By the time she pulled into the driveway, dusk was pooling over the neighborhood, stretching shadows across her house in long, thin shapes that looked too much like fingers reaching toward the porch. She sat for a moment, gripping the wheel until her knuckles went pale, staring at the front door, wondering if stepping back into that place meant signing herself over to something she didn't understand. The key pulsed once, a faint throb in her palm, as though urging her forward. She swallowed the metallic taste of fear rising in her throat and stepped out of the car. The house met her with silence. Too much silence. Not the peaceful kind, but the kind that feels like listening ears pressed against walls, waiting. She stepped inside, closing the door behind her carefully, trying not to make a sound, though she knew whatever waited within the house already sensed her return. The hallway felt colder than the night outside. Her breath left her mouth in visible strands that curled softly toward the ceiling. The key twitched again, and she flinched, almost dropping her purse. She made her way to the kitchen, flicked on the light, but the bulb buzzed and dimmed, smothered by something unseen. Only half the room lit up, leaving the far corner in a murky gray where she could swear she saw movement. Soft, shuffling, as though something dragged itself toward the cabinets. She blinked once, twice, and the movement disappeared, leaving empty tile. She exhaled shakily and leaned against the counter. Her throat tightened with the urge to call someone, anyone, even a stranger, yet who would believe her? That an old basement key had fused itself to her hand. That soil seemed to sprinkle itself across her floors. That a whisper knew her name, followed her down hallways, knocked at her bedroom door with childish laughter. No one would believe a word of it, and she didn't have the luxury of being dismissed. She was alone with something that didn't care whether she understood it or not. It only cared that she was here. The tapping began again, soft at first, like rainfall on a window, coming from beneath the floorboards. Mara froze. The tapping grew more defined, direct, purposeful, rising from under the floor and climbing upward, searching for access. She backed away, heart pounding so violently she felt it shake her ribs. The sound traveled across the boards, as though fingers traced the underside, moving along the beams toward the hallway, then toward the basement door. Then silence, sharp and sudden, like breath sucked away. She stared at the darkened hall leading to the basement door, the one she hadn't opened, the one she feared opening more than anything. The key pulsed again, this time harder, almost a tug. She lifted her hand reluctantly, watching the key cling to her skin as though grown from it. The rust edge had already stained her palm, spreading in faint reddish streaks that looked disturbingly like veins rooting outward. Her breath hitched as she rubbed her thumb over the key's bow, and the metal vibrated faintly, humming toward the hallway, toward the basement. "No," she whispered, shaking her head violently. "Not yet. I'm not doing this yet." But the house seemed to disagree. A loud thud pounded from behind the basement door. Then another. Each strike made the frame tremble. Dust floated from the ceiling like disturbed ash. Mara stumbled back, hand clamped over her mouth to muffle a cry. Something on the other side slammed again, harder, hungry to escape. The sound ricocheted down the hall, bouncing between the walls until it felt like the whole house shook. Then a giggle, a familiar, small, wet-sounding giggle that scraped along her spine. The same voice that whispered outside her bedroom. The same voice that smeared the back seat window with a soil, black handprint. It spoke through the door now, faint but unmistakable. "You came back." Her pulse hammered at her temples. "I'm waiting." She stumbled away, running into the living room, slamming the door behind her, even though it did nothing to protect her. She fell onto the couch, chest heaving, hands trembling. The key in her palm warmed, as though responding to the voice, as though the thing behind the door knew she held it. She lifted her hand, staring at the metal again. It now looked slightly different, edges sharper, ridges deeper, and for the first time, she noticed faint scratches along the shaft. Not random scratches, letters. She held her hand closer to the lamp. A word carved in uneven strokes. Thin grooves as if etched by nails rather than a blade. Her stomach twisted violently. A sudden crash exploded from the hallway, the sound of something small but forceful throwing itself against a wall. Mara jerked upright, heart racing, listening as the sound continued. Not just banging now. Skittering. Crawling. Something dragging itself, nails scraping against the floor. Moving far too fast for a human child, but too strange for any animal. She clamped a hand over her mouth to silence her breathing. The footsteps scurried up the hall, sharp, frantic taps, and then stopped at the living room door. Silence. Long, terrible silence. She stared at the door, every muscle rigid. She waited for the knob to twist, for the whisper to return, for the scratching to begin again. But nothing came. The silence thickened until she could hear her own blood rushing in her ears. Then she noticed something. A shadow beneath the door. Small. Wrongly shaped, it didn't move. Then, it slowly rose, higher and higher, until it stretched across the door's lower panel, as if something on the other side stood up, lifting itself on trembling limbs. A breath rolled beneath the door, cold air brushing her ankles. "Mara," she choked on a gasp and pressed her back against the couch, eyes wide. "I know you have it." The doorknob trembled. "Let me in." Her mind screamed to run, but her body refused to move. She was paralyzed, stuck in the chilling knowledge that if she made any sound, any sudden shift, the thing outside would know exactly where she was. The knob twisted slowly, once, twice. And then, another sound interrupted, a new one. A heavy, dragging scrape rising from below the floor. Deeper, older, slower than the small, frantic voice outside the door. The sound grew louder, vibrating through the wooden planks. It traveled toward the basement, toward the hallway, toward the thing outside the living room. The childlike whisper froze. Silence. Then the little voice hissed, fearfully, "He's coming," and it ran, fast. Skittering down the hall, so abruptly the house groaned from the sudden movement. Mara braced herself as everything fell still again. Then she heard it. Steps, not tapping, not scurrying. Steps slow, heavy, uneven, as though dragging a limb behind. Floorboards creaked under its weight, growing more strained with every step. It approached from the basement, moving up the stairs, one step at a time, each creak sounding like the wood begging not to break under the burden. The steps reached the landing, paused. The house went cold, colder than the night outside, colder than any winter she remembered. Her breath fogged the air as she stayed frozen on the couch. Then, 3 slow knocks on the living room door. Not frantic, not playful, commanding. The kind that belonged not to a child, but something far worse. She pressed both hands over her mouth, refusing to breathe loud enough for anything to hear. Knock, knock, then silence, her heart jackhammered. Sweat beaded across her skin despite the cold. The doorknob twisted again, but this time not frantically. This time, whoever, whatever, gripped it had steady hands, strong hands. The knob rattled once, twice, then stopped. A deep inhale sounded from the other side. Slow, laborious, as though dead lungs were trying to remember their purpose. Mara felt tears gather in her eyes. Then the voice. Nothing like the child. slithered through the crack beneath the door. "You brought the key home." Mara, she shook her head violently even though it couldn't see her. "It belongs to me." Her vision blurred with panic. "Give it back." The key burned, scorching hot, branding her palm. She screamed and slapped her hand against the couch, trying to shake it loose, but the metal clung tight, the pulsing like a living thing. The creature on the other side growled, low and furious. "You opened the way. Now open the door." She scrambled off the couch and ran to the opposite corner of the room, hand throbbing, mind spiraling. The house trembled as the thing outside dragged itself back down the hall toward the basement, thudding loudly on each step, as though retreating for now, but not leaving, never leaving. Mara slid down the wall, sobbing into her knees. The key cooled again, settling back into its unnatural calm. She stared at it chest tight. She realized something horrifying then. The key didn't want her to open the door. It wanted her to let him out. But something else lived in the house. Something small, scared, whispering warnings through the walls. Two things trapped in a house with her. One hungry, one terrified, and she held the key to both. Night crept deeper, and the tapping began again. Not from the basement this time, but from inside the walls, as though something crawled through the wooden bones of the house, searching for cracks, hunting for exits. Mara curled into herself, whispering trembled prayers she never believed in before tonight. She didn't sleep. She didn't dare. At 4:37 a.m., just before dawn, she heard the childlike voice again, this time far closer, whispering right behind the wall she leaned against. "He's getting stronger." Mara pressed a shaking hand over her mouth, eyes wide. "He knows you're trapped." To a pause. Then a soft, chilling giggle. "He likes when they're trapped." Morning came, but the light did nothing to soften the house's grip on her nerves. Dawn barely scraped through the windows, a dull, weak glow that reminded Mara of a dying flashlight, more symbolic than useful. She hadn't slept at all, and her body trembled from exhaustion and fear. Still, she forced herself off the floor, muscles stiff, breath shaky. She needed to think, but thinking felt dangerous, like stepping barefoot across broken glass. Every idea pointed her toward the same truth: she couldn't stay in the house. Yet the moment that thought settled, the key twitched in her hand as though amused. It wasn't letting her go. She rubbed at it again, desperate, nails digging under the metal ridges. But the thing clung stubbornly, refusing to budge. The skin beneath it had reddened, swelling slightly, but no blood leaked. It looked less like metal pressing into skin, and more like skin growing around metal. The more she stared at it, the more her stomach twisted. She grabbed her phone with her free hand, fingers trembling as she opened her contacts. No family to call. No friends close enough to drive over this early. No one she trusted enough to confess that something in her house whispered in her sleep and crawled in her walls. She hovered her thumb over the emergency call button, considering police, but what would she say? That she heard voices. That a creature dragged steps up her stairs. She would be labeled unstable before the sentence even ended, and if the police came and found nothing, which seemed likely, she'd be alone again afterward. Except now the thing in the basement would know she asked for help. A faint scratching sound drifted from the vents above her. Soft, unsteady, like something testing its own limbs. Her breath caught. It was awake. Mara stepped away from the vent, pulse roaring in her ears. She backed toward the kitchen, eyes scanning the ceiling. The sound followed, traveling from vent to vent, crawling across the ductwork like a small body dragging itself through metal tunnels. She nearly tripped over a box still left unpacked. Steadying herself against the counter, her reflection in the microwave caught her eye. Wild hair, sunken eyes, skin pale with terror. She barely recognized herself. Another scratch, this one closer. Then a voice, thin, wavering, like a tremor inside a child's throat, echoed faintly down the vents. "He's awake again." Her chest tightened. "You should hurry." Hurry where? She whispered before thinking, her voice cracking. Where am I supposed to go? Silence. Then, almost regretful, it doesn't matter. He always finds us. Us. That single word made her knees buckle. She gripped the counter to stop from sinking to the floor entirely. Us meant whoever whispered wasn't just a hallucination. Something else lived here. Something frightened. Something hunted. And she was grouped with it. Before she could react, her phone buzzed violently in her grasp, the sudden vibration making her jump. An unknown number flashed on the screen. Her stomach twisted. She didn't want to answer, but letting it ring somehow felt worse. She dragged her thumb across the screen. Hello. A man's voice filled her ear, low, strained, tired in a way that sounded bone deep. Is this Mara Vance? She froze. Yes, you need to leave that house. Right now. Pack nothing. Take nothing. Just get out. If you stay until nightfall, he'll be strong enough to break through. Her mouth went dry. Who is this? The man sucked in a rattled breath. My name is Dr. Rowan Holloway. I handled the body. The body that wasn't supposed to be in that cemetery plot. Listen carefully. I don't have long. I know you didn't know them. But the Cranes, they weren't wrong. Something was buried alive that never should have been put in the ground. Her grip on the phone tightened. Delilah said he clawed his way out. Holloway paused. When he spoke again, his voice thinned with dread. He didn't claw his way out. He tore his way out. And he wasn't alone. Mara's breath stuttered. What do you mean, he wasn't alone? There was a second coffin in the vault. One we didn't authorize. Smaller. Unmarked. It was empty when we found it. Soil all over the inside. As if whatever was in it left first. A cold wave rolled through her, chilling her bones. You're saying there were two bodies. I'm saying there were two things buried, Holloway corrected softly. And one was waiting for the other to wake up. The scraping above her grew louder, more frantic. Something shifted inside the vent, rattling the metal. Holloway gasped on the line. You're still inside the house, aren't you? Yes, she whispered. You need to leave now. Neither one of them is whole without the key. And if they get it. The phone crackled suddenly, sharp static filling her ear. She winced. Then she heard it, a deep, slow inhale from the other side of the line. Holloway, she whispered. Silence. Then a voice she recognized. A voice far too close. You brought it home. Her skin crawled. That wasn't Holloway. The whisper continued, taunting, sliding like oil across her thoughts. I'm coming up now. The call ended with a wet, dragging sound. Like something crawling across a floor. Mara's knees nearly gave out. The phone slipped from her shaking fingers and clattered to the tile. She clamped her hand over her mouth to stop her sobbing, but the sound scraped out anyway. A broken, trembling gasp. The vents above her groaned. Something dropped inside them. Heavy, too heavy for the smaller creature. Then, metal buckled. A dent formed outward right above her head. Another. And another. Something large was forcing its way through the ventilation system, bending the metal like soft clay, inching closer with slow, brutal determination. Mara stumbled backward, slamming into the fridge. Her breath shook violently as the creature's steps echoed through the ducts. Closer, closer, clop. The vent burst downward in a shower of screws and dust. Mara screamed and ran, sprinting out of the kitchen as the metal grate slammed onto the floor behind her. She didn't dare look back. She heard something shifting in the fallen vent, something dragging itself free. Her mind raced wildly. She needed a hiding place, a weapon, a plan. But the house stretched around her like a maze she no longer recognized, every doorway too dark, every hallway humming with something breathing inside the walls. She dashed into the living room and slammed the door shut, chest heaving. She shoved the couch against it again, just as she had the night before. Her hand throbbed around the key, the swelling growing worse. She opened her palm. The key had changed again. It wasn't rusted anymore. It gleamed with a sickly dark shine, pulsing faintly like a heartbeat, and the groove's spelling hum were deeper, unmistakably carved. "What do you want from me?" she sobbed. A faint giggle answered, this time from beneath the floor. "He wants you to open the door, but I want you to run." "Run where?" she cried. "To the woods," the whisper said urgently. "They can't follow you into the woods. Not yet. The ground isn't theirs there. Not until night." She pressed her hand against her forehead. "I don't understand any of this." "You don't have to," the whisper said. "Just go." The living room door jolted violently, stopping her breath mid-sob. The couch legs scraped across the floor as something shoved with terrifying force from the other side. A deep grunt rumbled through the wood, a sound drenched in rage and hunger. Plaster cracked around the frame. The entire door bowed inward. Mara backed away slowly, hands shaking uncontrollably. Another blow. The couch slid several inches. Another. Then she heard nails groaning into wood as something braced against the door, ready to tear it off the hinges. She turned and ran. The back door of the house was her only chance. She sprinted through the kitchen, stepped over the fallen vent, and reached the door just as the living room exploded behind her, wood splintering, couch crashing aside. She didn't look. She burst through the back door and into the yard, cold morning air slapping her face. She bolted down the dirt path behind her house, barefoot, gravel biting into her feet. Trees loomed ahead, thick and shadowed even under the rising sun. Her breath tore through her chest. Behind her, something stepped onto the porch. Slow, heavy, powerful. Then it snarled. The sound wasn't human. The sound wasn't animal. It was the sound of something that should have stayed in the ground. Mara sprinted harder, crashing into the tree line just as a small shape darted beside her. A hunched, trembling thing that moved with jerky limbs, like a child learning to walk. The small creature looked up at her with dark, soil-rimmed eyes. "He knows about the woods now," it whispered urgently. "You have to keep running. Don't stop for anything. Not until I say." Her lungs burned. Her legs nearly gave out beneath her. Branches whipped her arms and face as she pushed deeper into the trees. Behind her, a roar shook the forest. Leaves trembled. Soil shifted. Bark cracked. He was coming. He was coming for the key. He was coming for her. The small creature seized her wrist and yanked her deeper into the woods, whispering fast, panicked words that barely formed sentences. "He can't stand the roots. He can't break them yet. Don't look back." But Mara made one mistake. She looked back. Through the trees, she saw him, for the first time. Tall, twisted, skin hanging wrong, eyes sunken into pits that glowed faintly with something older than death. A jaw too wide, swinging loosely as he dragged a broken leg behind him. Soil poured off him with each step, staining the ground black, and he smiled, a long, unnatural grin stretching ear to ear. Her heart stopped. He whispered through the trees, "Bring me home." She screamed and ran until her body threatened to collapse, ran until the forest thickened into a wall of tangled roots and ancient trunks, ran until the small creature beside her pulled her toward a hollow in the earth. "Hide here," it whispered urgently. "He's close, too close." Mara stumbled into the hollow, chest heaving, vision spinning. The creature crawled in beside her and pressed a soil-covered finger to her lips. "Don't breathe loud." She clamped her mouth shut. The woods held still, no birds, no wind, no insects. Then a shadow passed between the trees. Tall, bent, dripping soil. Slow footsteps approached the hollow, each one shaking loose dust from the roots above. Her heart lodged in her throat. The creature leaned into her ear and whispered, "He can smell the key." Mara trembled violently, unable to silence her breaths any longer. The steps stopped right outside the hollow. The creature grabbed her hand, shaking with fear, and she realized the worst thing yet. The key had begun to glow. The glow from the key wasn't bright, but in the suffocating darkness of the hollow it felt blinding. A pulse of sickly light that throbbed through the dirt walls like a heartbeat swallowed by the earth. Mara pressed her palm against her chest, trying to smother the glow, but the heat only spread deeper into her skin. Her breath hitched as she stared at the faint shimmer leaking between her fingers. Outside the hollow, the tall, twisted shape loomed between the trees. His frame hunched, his limbs drawn taut like something strung together in the wrong order. Soil dripped from him in clumps, pattering softly against the forest floor. She could see one of his legs dragging, bent at an awful angle, yet it didn't slow him. If anything, that dragging step made him more terrifying, less human, more like a corpse refusing to accept death's limits. The smaller creature beside her trembled so violently that clumps of dirt fell from its body. It pressed its face close to the ground, as if pleading with the earth itself to swallow them. Mara wanted to scream, but she bit her lip hard enough to taste blood. Any sound would bring him right to the entrance. A low sniffing sound echoed through the trees. Slow, wet, curious. Mara's pulse hammered wildly. He was smelling the air, searching for her scent, or worse, for the key burning in her palm. The sniffing grew louder as he stepped closer, his twisted silhouette moving like smoke across the forest floor. She tightened her grip over the key until pain shot up her wrist, but the glow slipped through her fingers like living embers. The small creature hissed a warning through clenched teeth, and for the first time it sounded afraid, not just of the tall figure outside, but of her, of what she carried. He stopped 3 steps from the hollow. Mara's lungs locked. Roots throbbed above them as if reacting to his presence. The ground vibrated, soft and trembling, not from the weight of his steps, but from the tremor of the forest recoiling at whatever he had once been. He crouched, long arms hanging sickeningly low, his head tilted, twitching in small, unnatural jerks, as if he were listening to a distant voice only he could hear. Mara squeezed her eyes shut, terrified that if she looked at him for too long her sanity would snap. She tried to keep her breathing shallow, slow, invisible. Too late. A sharp shift came from outside. He sniffed again, louder now, aggressive, pulling in air as though devouring it. The creature beside her whimpered. He had found them. The twisted figure stepped forward, and Mara could hear soil grinding beneath his palms as he braced to crawl toward the hollow. She dug her fingers into the dirt behind her, desperate for an escape, even though the hollow allowed only one direction out. And he blocked it. She felt the cold rush of panic swell up her throat, threatening to burst out in a scream. But then, something strange happened. The roots trembled again, but not in fear. They pulled tighter, shifting, groaning under the earth like ancient ropes being drawn. The sound grew deeper, layered, echoing through the hollow with an eerie, rhythmic pattern. The tall creature froze mid-motion. His head snapped back and forth in sharp, twitchy movements, the glow from Mara's palm reflecting in the empty pits of his eyes. "He can't take them," the small creature whispered, voice trembling. "Not the roots, not these ones, they remember him." Before she could ask what that meant, the largest root above them creaked violently, shedding dirt in thin streams that pattered down on her head and shoulders. It twisted, not by wind, not by weight, but by intention. It moved as if the forest itself reached down to block his path. A growl tore from the tall creature's throat. It was not a sound meant for living ears. Raw, cracked, furious, soaked with something older than rage. He struck the root with his hand, and the impact shook the entire hollow. Mara shielded her face as dirt rained down. The root didn't break, but it recoiled slightly as though bracing for another blow. "He's stronger now," the small creature said with dread. "Stronger than last night. He'll break them soon." "No," Mara whispered, barely audible through her terror. "No, he won't." But even she didn't believe herself. The tall creature struck again, harder. The root splintered slightly, letting out a deep groan that echoed like pain. Mara hugged herself tighter as the dirt around her shuddered. He struck again, and cracks spread through the hollow ceiling like veins spidering through aging bone. The small creature yanked her sleeve. We have to run. There's nowhere to go. We can dig. Mara stared at it. Dig where? It pointed to the back of the hollow, where the earth dipped ever so slightly, forming a soft slope. The forest made this for a reason. They don't protect anyone unless they want something in return. She didn't have time to ask what the forest wanted. The root above them split fully with a loud crack, and the tall creature shoved his arm through the opening. The limb stretched unnaturally long, joints bending the wrong way as fingers clawed at the earth, searching for her. Mara screamed and scrambled backward on hands and knees. The small creature already clawing at the dirt wall behind them, tossing soil aside in frantic scoops. "Hurry!" it cried. The arm lunged deeper into the hollow, missing her face by inches. Dirt flew as the creature's nails dug closer. Mara joined the small creature, digging with her free hand, the key hand clutched tight against her chest. The soil was damp and heavy, clinging to her fingers, clogging beneath her nails, but she ripped and clawed at it with every ounce of strength she had left. The wall gave way faster than she imagined, as though the forest softened the earth for her. Behind them, the tall creature roared in frustration. His arms smashed against the hollow's inner walls, shaking dust loose like a storm. Dirt poured over her shoulders. She gasped, digging harder. Then her hand broke through. Air, open space. A tunnel, narrow but just big enough. "Go!" the small creature urged. She crawled in first, dragging herself forward. The earth scraped her arms, her legs, her ribs. Roots brushed her hair like thin fingers, urging her onward. The small creature scrambled behind her, its breath quick and panicked. When it entered, the soil collapsed slightly behind them, sealing the gap with a muffled thud. Darkness swallowed them. The tunnel was cramped, barely allowing enough space to breathe without pressing her nose into the dirt. She kept moving, pushing through tight turns and suffocating stretches, with only the faint glow of the cursed key illuminating the soil around her. "How long does it go?" she whispered. "As long as you need it to." "That doesn't make sense." "It will." The further they crawled, the hotter the key burned. Sweat soaked her hairline. Her breath grew shallow, fast, desperate. But she pushed on until the tunnel widened enough for her to sit up, coughing as dirt flaked from her clothes and hair. The air here was cold, colder than above ground, so cold her breath fogged again. The small creature slid forward beside her, its trembling finally easing. In the faint glow she could see parts of it clearly now, limbs thin to bone beneath dry soil, skin cracked and peeling like old tree bark, hair sparse and tangled with leaves. But the eyes were startlingly human, sad, childlike, lost. "Why are you helping me?" she whispered. It didn't answer right away. Instead, it looked at her hand, at the key embedded in her skin, and its expression twisted into something between longing and dread. "He needs it to go back underground," the creature said finally. "That's why he's becoming stronger. Because he can feel it again." "What is he?" she asked. "What happened to him?" The creature lowered its head. "He was buried wrong, and I was buried with him." Mara's breath caught. We were supposed to rest. But something called him back. Something woke him. The key. "No," it said. "The grave." Her body froze. The grave. The wrong one. The ground rejected him. It spat him out. He kept pieces of the earth inside him. That's why he moves like that. Why he smells soil. Why he leaves it everywhere he goes. He's part of the grave now, and the grave wants him back. Mara shook her head. Then why does he want to come home? Because the house is where he died. She stared at the small creature, heart sinking. "And you? You died there too." Its lips curled into a broken smile. "I didn't die. Not really. But he tried to take me with him." Mara felt nausea bubble in her stomach. "He wants to finish it," the creature added softly. "And the key, you're the only thing standing between him and what he was." He said the key belongs to him. "It doesn't," the creature said. It belongs to the one he hurt. It belongs to me. The key pulsed painfully in her palm, reacting to the confession. Mara jerked back, eyes wide. You're saying the key is yours? The creature nodded once, and he'll rip you apart to get it. A distant roar echoed through the tunnel system, making the earth tremble around them. The small creature crawled closer to her, eyes widening. He's in the forest, it whispered. He's searching. The roots slowed him, but the woods won't hold him long. He's growing stronger. How? She gasped. How is he growing stronger? It isn't even night yet. The small creature's next words chilled her deeper than any cold air. He's stronger because you brought the key above ground. The more it burns, the more of him wakes up. Mara looked at her hand, horrified. The glow throbbed even brighter now, searing. What do I do? She whispered. Tell me how to stop him. The creature leaned forward, voice trembling. There's only one way. You have to go back to the house. Mara's eyes widened in disbelief. No, I can't go back there. You have to, it insisted. That's where he died. That's where the key must be returned. To the basement. No, it said, shaking its head slowly. Below the basement. Her breath froze. There's nothing below the basement. The creature stared at her with hollow, soil, dark eyes. There is now. And as the tunnel trembled again, with thunderous footsteps echoing above, Mara realized the forest roots had only bought her moments. Moments before the creature in the woods found a way underground. Moments before he tore through the soil to reclaim the key. Moments before she would be forced to return to the house that no longer felt like a house at all. A house that breathed. A house that remembered him. A house that wanted her. The tunnel quivered with a low tremor that made Mara brace both hands against the dirt walls, afraid the ground might collapse and swallow them whole. The air stiffened, thick with the scent of damp soil and something else. Something older, like the smell of untouched earth far beneath burial grounds. Somewhere overhead, trees creaked violently, and she could hear branches snapping under a heavy body. The tall creature was forcing its way deeper into the forest. Searching, sniffing, hunting. Her heart hammered, so hard she feared it might echo through the tunnels. The small creature beside her turned its head toward the sound, its thin shoulders shrinking as though bracing for a blow. He's closer than before, it whispered, breath trembling. He's learning the smells of the roots. Soon they won't slow him. Soon the forest won't scare him. Mara swallowed hard. You said I have to go back. Back to the house. Back beneath the basement. The creature nodded. It's the only place the key remembers. She stared at her palm, at the metal embedded in her skin. The glow had cooled to a faint pulse, like a heartbeat deep under the earth. Steady, slow, waiting. How am I supposed to even get back there without him catching me? He's right above us. You won't be going above ground, the small creature replied softly. Not until you're ready. Her stomach dropped. Ready for what? To meet the one who died there. That's him, she said sharply. He's the one who died in the house. The creature's voice shook. No, that's the one who lived. Mara's skin prickled with cold. She opened her mouth to ask more, but the ground above them cracked sharply. Dirt rained from the ceiling of the tunnel, peppering her shoulders. Her breath hitched as she stared upward, expecting claws or a crushed skull or a hand bursting through the roof of the tunnel at any moment. But the crack sealed itself. Roots pulled tight, shifting the soil back into place like a wound closing over fresh blood. He's trying to dig down, the small creature whispered, but the forest won't let him. Not yet. Why is the forest helping us? Mara asked, wiping dirt from her forehead. It isn't helping us, the creature answered simply. It's stopping him. And me. What about me? Its hollow eyes lowered. You're just caught between. A sorrowful chill passed over her. She didn't ask more. She couldn't. Her brain thrummed with too many unanswered terrors already. The creature turned and crawled deeper down the tunnel, motioning for her to follow. Mara hesitated only long enough to take a shaky breath before crawling after it, keeping one hand pressed to the dirt. The other curled tightly around her glowing palm. The tunnel stretched farther than she expected, curving, dropping, tightening, and several times she had to squeeze. Through narrow gaps where she feared she'd get stuck. The air thickened with the weight of countless years pressed into the soil. Roots brushed her hair and arms in passing, thin as fingers, warm as breath. "How much farther?" she whispered, voice trembling. "Not far," it said, but its voice cracked in a way she didn't like. Minutes felt like hours before the tunnel finally widened into an upright chamber carved from the earth. Mara rose shakily to her feet, brushing soil from her knees and chest. The chamber was larger than she expected. 20 feet across, domed overhead, woven thick with roots that spiraled downward like twisted ribs. Mara turned in slow disbelief. She knew this place. Or rather, she felt she did. A memory flickered in her mind, the smell of old wood, the hospital quiet after her sister's final breath, the echo of footsteps in hallways that weren't supposed to echo. The chamber felt like that, like a place where life had already left, and something else waited to fill the emptiness. The small creature sank into a crouch. "You need to listen carefully. When we reach the house again, he'll feel you in the walls. He'll know you're approaching even if he doesn't see you. So how do I pass him?" "You don't," it said. "You go through him." Her breath froze. "Through. He isn't whole," the creature explained. "He's more soil than flesh. When he tries to grab you, he might pass through you, if the key protects you. And if it doesn't," it didn't answer. Mara rubbed her face with her free hand. What's actually beneath the basement? A crawl space, a room, a grave. The small creature's voice lowered to a trembling whisper. A door, a door. A door that wasn't built by the house. A door that wasn't there, until he broke the ground open from the wrong grave. Mara's breath hitched as memories clicked into place. The damp soil under the basement door, the tapping, the strange cold, the muttering voice saying, "Bring me home." "You mean he wants to get back to that door?" "Yes," it whispered, "because whatever waits behind it wants him back." Mara stepped backward. "And you want me to take the key there?" The creature looked at the dirt beneath her feet. "The key is the only thing that can open it, or close it. And if you choose wrong, both of us, maybe the whole town, will be buried the way he should have been." A chill washed over her as she imagined something rising from the wrong grave, something ancient enough for the earth to want it back. Her fingers tightened around the cursed metal in her hand. "What do you want me to do?" she whispered. The creature's eyes glistened with something like grief. "I want you to bury me." Mara froze. "What?" "When the door opens, I won't be able to stay. I was supposed to go into the grave with him. I was supposed to rest, but he dragged me back out because he didn't want to leave alone. That's why I'm like this. That's why I crawl. That's why I hide." Its voice cracked. "He wouldn't let me die." Tears rose to Mara's eyes without warning. "You're a child," she whispered. "You're still." "I'm not anything," it answered. "Not anymore. And you can't free him without freeing me. But I don't even know how to bury someone." "You don't need to know," it said. "The key remembers." The thought made her stomach churn. "You have to put us both where we belong," the child whispered. "Or he'll tear the whole forest to pieces trying to get back to the house." The ground above them shook again. This time so violently dirt sifted down like powdery rain. Far off, something groaned deep beneath the earth. Mara pressed a hand over her ears. The sound wasn't from the woods. It was coming from beneath the chamber floor. A hollow, distant pounding, as though something was knocking from below. Mara felt her throat close. "What is that?" The child hung its head. "The door." Then the dirt floor cracked in a thin, jagged line. A cold draft seeped from the gap, smelling of damp stone and death long forgotten. The pounding grew louder, more insistent, like fists hitting wood swollen by centuries of rot. Mara stumbled backward until her back hit the tunnel wall. "He's not the only one who wants the key," the child whispered. A long, low groan echoed beneath their feet. "Someone else is waking up." Mara felt her mind fray. "We need to get out of here." "Yes," the creature said urgently. "Before the forest roots decide we belong down here, too." It grabbed her sleeve and yanked her toward another, narrow tunnel branching off the chamber. Mara crawled after it, heart slamming so hard she nearly gagged on panic. Behind them, the cracking grew louder, and the chamber groaned as if pulled open from below. They scrambled into the tunnel just as the chamber floor beneath them split wide with a roar, releasing a wave of freezing air powerful enough to snuff breath itself. The child pushed her onward. "Go! The house is the only safe place now." "Safe," Mara cried.
Nothing in that house is safe!
But the tunnel shook again, and a howl, long, ancient, furious, ripped through the earth behind them.
Betar han hadasam ekayupidaduanar,
The child screamed. Their crawl became a desperate scramble. Roots reached for them, brushing, urging, guiding, until a faint crack of daylight broke ahead. Mara lunged for it, breaking through a thin layer of soil into the open forest. She rolled onto her back, gasping, blinking against the bright sky. She didn't even have time to celebrate. A towering shape tore through the trees only yards away. He had found them. His bent frame heaved with each breath, jaw hanging open in a grotesque smile. Soil poured from the holes in his skin like leaking sand. The child cried out, tugging her upright. "Run! Before he reaches the house first!" Mara froze with horror. "He's going back to the house too."
He never left!
The creature lunged toward them. Branches snapped under his weight. The child grabbed her hand, pulling harder. And Mara realized the thing running toward her, was faster than it had been last night. Much faster. Because the key in her hand wasn't just waking him up. It was feeding him. Mara didn't feel her legs as she ran. She only felt terror stretching her body forward like something invisible dragging her along. Branches whipped across her arms, slicing thin lines into her skin. But she didn't slow. The child scrambled beside her, half crawling, half running. Its limbs jerking in unnatural stutters, but even it couldn't match the speed behind them. The tall creature barreled after them through the forest, each step a heavy crack of bone and soil mixed with a wet crunch that echoed through the trees. Every time she dared glance over her shoulder, she saw more of him, saw his jaw unhinge a little farther, saw his hands stretch into long, grasping shapes. The earth beneath his feet darkened with each step, as if the ground rotted under his presence. He wasn't chasing them. He was reclaiming them.
He's faster!
Mara cried breathlessly. The child wheezed, scrambling harder. "Because you're running toward the house, toward where he died. The closer he gets to it, the more of himself he remembers." Mara nearly stumbled at the words. She wasn't running away from death. She was dragging it home. The trees thinned abruptly. The forest spat them out onto the edge of her backyard, the house looming ahead like a dark, open wound. Its windows were dull and hollow, reflecting nothing but gray sky. The back door she'd burst through earlier hung crooked on one hinge. Shuddering in the wind like a warning she chose to ignore, she skidded to a halt in the dirt, choking on panic. "We can't go in there."
He'll trap us! He'll trap you out here faster!
The child yelled, pushing at her leg. "The woods won't protect you again. They're done with you. They only move for him now." A deep groan rolled across the clearing. The tall creature stepped out from the tree line, and he wasn't alone. Behind him, the ground rippled. Dirt heaved upward as though something massive crawled just under the surface, chasing his feet like a loyal beast. Soil cracked open around him in wide, branching lines. The grave beneath him followed his steps, dragged along like a mouth waiting to swallow whatever he left behind. Mara nearly collapsed at the sight. "He's bringing it with him," she stammered. "The grave, he's dragging it." He is the grave, the child rasped. Now run. She didn't need another push. She sprinted toward the back door, the child on her heels. Behind them, the tall creature broke into a horrifying half-run, half-lunge, body jerking in painful angles as he chased. The ground tore open under him, roots snapping like bones. Mara reached the back steps. The house shivered at her touch, wood vibrating under her fingers as though bracing for something ancient and unwanted to come home. She shoved the crooked door wider and stumbled inside, but the moment her foot crossed the threshold, the key in her hand burned with violent force, bright enough to paint the dim kitchen walls with a sickly red glow. The tall creature roared behind her. The sound cracked across her spine like a physical blow.
Hurry!
The child cried. Mara slammed the back door shut, just as the creature's arm crashed into it from the outside. The wood split instantly, cracks racing across its surface. She threw herself against the door, pressing her shoulder into it with all her strength. The child pressed its tiny frame beside hers, hands shaking against the broken wood. He can't break the walls yet, it panted. But he can break the door. Get to the basement. Mara shoved away from the collapsing door and darted toward the hall. The basement door sat at the far end, dark, ominous, still slightly swollen from the pounding it had endured the nights before. This time, though, she noticed something new. The cracks around the frame had widened, and a sliver of darkness seeped through them. Not the darkness of a room with no lights. A deeper kind of darkness, like looking through a hole in the world. Her stomach twisted into knots. The child grabbed her hand. Quickly! He can smell the opening! What's behind it? She asked, voice cracking. We don't have time. What's behind it? She demanded, tears welling in her eyes. The child lowered its head, where he was supposed to stay. Another blow shook the back door, wood splintering further. The tall creature forced its face through a growing crack, his smile stretching impossibly wide as he inhaled. Soil poured into the kitchen like water from a broken pipe. Mara screamed and bolted for the basement door. The key pulsed brighter, hotter, almost eager. When she reached the door, she stopped short. Her hand trembled uncontrollably. She lifted the key toward the lock, but her fingers wouldn't move closer. Her body resisted with a primal fear she'd never felt before. It won't let me, she gasped. The child grasped her elbow. It will. But only if you stop fighting it. I'm terrified, she whispered. That's why it chose you, the child answered. The key remembers fear. Fear means you still belong to the living. Another blow from the back door sent a thunderous crack through the hall. He was nearly inside. Mara forced her shaking hand toward the lock. The key dragged itself forward, metal grinding against her palm, as if guiding her instead of waiting for her permission. The moment the tip touched the lock, the entire door groaned. Deep, long, like something waking from centuries of rest. The key turned on its own. The lock snapped open, and the door swung inward. Cold air poured out of the basement, not the cold of winter, but the cold of untouched ground, the kind found 6 feet below the surface where sunlight never reaches. It crawled up her legs, sucked the breath from her lungs. She stepped inside. The basement was not a basement anymore. It was a stairway into the earth. The narrow wooden stairs she expected were gone, replaced by a steep decline of stone steps carved unevenly into the soil. The walls around her pulsed with moisture. Roots dripped with dark beads of water. The air hummed with a low, rhythmic throb, like something enormous breathing deep underground. The child entered behind her, closing the door with a trembling hand. Above them, the tall creature's roar shook the entire house. He's found the threshold, the child whispered. Once he crosses it, he'll be whole again. Mara stumbled backward. What does that mean? It means he won't need the key anymore. Her heart dropped. He'll need you. The pounding above grew louder. Heavy footsteps crashed through the kitchen. Wood snapped under his weight as he dragged his way toward the basement door. He's coming down, Mara whispered. Then we must go deeper, the child said, grabbing her sleeve. No, this is insane. Before she could finish, the basement door behind them exploded inward. Splinters scattered across the stone steps. Soil and rot spilled in clumps. Mara shrieked as the tall creature twisted its enormous frame through the doorway, one arm reaching farther than any human limb should stretch. He reached for her. The child shoved her down the steps, and Mara tumbled. She fell hard, rolling down stone edges, bruises exploding across her limbs. Her breath tore from her lungs. She tried to grab something, anything, but her fingers only scraped against wet stone. Above her, the creature roared, shaking the walls. He began descending after her, slow, deliberate, hunting. When she finally stopped rolling, the child landed beside her, panting. He's going to reach us, Mara cried. Yes, the child said, staring down the long stairway leading deeper into the earth. Unless the house closes him in. The house, Mara whispered. The house is alive. No, the child answered. Worse. The one under it is. Mara's breath froze in her throat. What's under the house? The child touched her hand. The one who wants the key back. Above them, the tall creature stepped onto the stone stairs, and the stairway groaned, as though welcoming its child home. The first thing Mara felt as the tall creature stepped onto the stone stairs was the shift in the air. An instant pressure. A thickening of the cold that pressed against her throat as though unseen hands tightened around it. The stone beneath her vibrated with a slow, dreadful rhythm. Each step he took sent a shiver crawling through the walls, through the roots, through her bones. The child crouched beside her, its trembling so intense it looked like it was being shaken by invisible strings. Mara tried to stand, but her legs buckled beneath her. The fall had left her scraped, bruised, disoriented, and the sight of the creature halfway down the stairs stole whatever strength she had left. He moved with agonizing slowness, every limb cracking, bending, dragging, and yet his approach felt unstoppable, like gravity itself had chosen him. The stone steps stretched endlessly downward, beyond where she had tumbled, vanishing into a pitch, black throat of earth. They weren't built by hands. They were carved by something burrowing, tearing, forcing its way upward from below long before her house ever stood on the land. The walls pulsed faintly, as if something deep inside them throbbed with a heartbeat far older than the soil. The air felt thick enough to swallow. Mara pressed a shaking hand against the wall to steady herself. The rock felt warm, alive almost. The warmth crawled up her arm, and she jerked away, wiping her palm on her jeans. Panic flared again. He's coming faster, she whispered. The child nodded, its cracked lips trembling. He knows the way. How? Mara gasped, voice raw. Because he walked it once, long ago, when he first came up. She swallowed hard. Up from where? The child pointed downward, toward the yawning dark stretching below them. From the other grave, Mara felt her blood ice. Her heart hammered so violently, she feared the creature might hear it. But the tall figure didn't need to hear her heartbeat. He could smell the key. The glow in her palm pulsed, casting faint reddish light over the stone. The creature jerked its head toward the glow. His hollow eye sockets locked onto her. A deep, rattling groan escaped his open jaw, a sound thick with longing hate, hunger, and something else she couldn't name. He reached out. His fingers stretched toward her, long enough to scrape the stone, just a few feet above her head. Go, the child hissed. Now. Before he gathers his full shape. Mara forced her unsteady legs to move, leaning against the wall as she started backward, staring upward in horror as the creature shifted his weight, lowering his towering frame down the steps with sickening grace. Each step brought him closer. Each drag of his foot echoed like a shovel breaking soil. The child tugged at her shirt, urging her deeper into the stairwell. He wants the key, but he'll take you too if he can. You carry the last piece he needs. What last piece? She cried. The child's voice dropped to a whisper filled with dread. Your breath, Cold washed over her spine. Why mine? Because he never finished taking mine. Her breath caught. She looked at the child fully, really seeing it, the soil-caked face, the two thin limbs, the way it hunched as though exhausted after years of running, hiding, clinging to walls of earth. It didn't have breath. Not truly. Its chest didn't rise or fall. Its voice never warmed the air. It wasn't alive, yet it wasn't gone either. He had stolen something from it, left it unfinished, and now he wanted to finish the job with her. She backed down another step. Another. The stone whispered beneath her feet, the walls tightening as though the stairway itself shifted in response to their fear. "We have to hurry," the child said. Before he remembers how to bend the stairs. Bend the...
What?
The child didn't answer. A loud crack sounded above them. Mara looked up just as the tall creature pressed one hand against the wall, fingers sinking into the warm stone like it was soft clay. He pushed, and the wall bent. It moved like flesh, like living flesh. The rock curved inward, closing around his arm, pulling him closer to them. He tore it back with ease, leaving a warped handprint behind. Mara gagged in terror. The stairway moved with him, molded to him, answered to him like a beast to its master. "Run!" the child shrieked. Mara turned and bolted down the steps, ignoring the pain shooting through her ankles with each uneven drop. The air grew colder with every descent, pressing against her lungs until each breath burned. She gripped the wall when she stumbled, ignoring the writhing warmth beneath her fingers. The key pulsed wildly, lighting the steps just enough to prevent her from falling again. Above her, the creature roared, a deep, impossibly loud wail that shook dust loose from the ceiling and sent small stones tumbling past her feet. "He's remembering!" the child cried. "He's remembering all of it!" Mara didn't dare look back. The steps wound deeper into the earth, the stairs warping in strange, unnatural ways, angles shifting without warning, stone steps bending sideways or dipping sharply as if carved by hands that didn't understand straight lines. The deeper they went, the more wrong everything felt. The air tasted metallic. The stone smelled like old breath. Whispers echoed from cracks in the walls, soft, distant, layering over one another like memories of voices pressed together. Mara stumbled to a halt as the stairway suddenly widened into a large chamber carved into the earth, much larger than the one above. Her breath hitched. At the center of the chamber lay a stone slab, rough, old, stained dark with soil and something thicker. Roots had grown around it, wrapping the slab in tangled coils as though trying, and failing, to restrain it. Mara stepped backward. "What is this?" The child swallowed. "Where he was first placed. You mean where he was buried?" Mara asked weakly. "No," the child whispered. "Where he was made." Mara felt her pulse drop into her stomach. "What do you mean made?" she whispered. The child closed its eyes as if trying to shut out a memory. He wasn't dead when they put him on that stone. They wanted to save him. They wanted to keep him alive. But the earth didn't want him. Mara's breath froze. They tried to heal him, the child continued. But the ground pulled him down anyway. And when they dug him out, he wasn't the same. They called it a miracle, until the miracle started to ask for more. "More?" she repeated. The child raised its hollow gaze to Mara. He wanted someone to go with him. The meaning sank into her like a blade. "You," she whispered. "You were the one he chose." The child nodded once. "And now he's choosing again." A thunderous crash exploded above them. Dust fell from the high ceiling. Roots snapped like whips. He was close, too close. Mara felt the stairs quake under his advancing weight. "He's almost here," she cried. "What do we do?" The child pointed to the far end of the chamber, where another tunnel sloped downward, much darker, far narrower, and filled with cold air that reeked of deep earth untouched by light. "That tunnel leads to the final place," the child said. "The true one. The place the key remembers. The place he wants to return to. What do I do when we get there?" The child's voice faltered. "You must put the key back where it came from. Mara looked at her palm. The metal pulsed faster now, almost frantic, like a heart sensing its home. Her hand felt heavier by the second, as though the key had grown roots inside her skin. "I don't know how to get it out," Mara said. "It won't let go." "It will," the child whispered, "when it sees the grave again." Before she could respond, a deafening roar split the chamber. Mara spun around. The tall creature had reached the mouth of the stairway, and now she saw him entirely. His body had grown thicker, taller, more solid, layers of wet soil clinging to him like armor. His jaw had cracked open wider, splitting the skin along his cheeks. His eyes glowed faint red, mirroring the key. He stepped into the chamber. The slab at the center trembled. The walls shook, roots writhed. The entire chamber reacted to his presence. Mara fell to her knees. He reached out, clawed fingers stretching toward her chest. "Hum," he growled, voice scraping the walls. The child darted in front of her.
You can't take her!
The creature didn't slow. His hand swung down, sending the child flying across the chamber. The small body hit the stone slab with a sickening crack and slumped over it. Mara screamed. The creature stepped toward her again, towering over her, dripping soil in thick streams. The slab pulsed beneath the fallen child. The roots tightened around it. And Mara realized the slab wasn't meant to hold bodies. It was meant to feed on them. The creature's shadow enveloped her. His massive hand lowered toward her face, soil raining onto her shoulders. The key in her palm ignited. A blinding surge of red light. The creature froze, trembled, growled. The child lifted its head weakly, voice barely a whisper. "Run now, before he gathers his breath." Mara bolted toward the dark tunnel at the far end of the chamber, sprinting on unsteady legs while the creature roared behind her, the sound splitting the stone like thunder. The tunnel swallowed her. The darkness welcomed her, and the key burned brighter than ever, because the grave she ran toward was awake. The tunnel swallowed Mara with a cold so sharp it felt like the air itself sliced her skin. She stumbled forward blindly, one hand brushing the rough, pulsing stone, the other clenched around the burning key embedded in her palm. Behind her, the creature's roar thundered through the underground chamber, a sound so powerful the tunnel walls quivered as though the earth itself trembled in fear. She didn't dare look back. She didn't need to. She felt him, his breath, his hunger, his rage, rolling after her like a wave of darkness. Her steps faltered only when the floor dipped suddenly, steep enough to make her slide. The ground beneath her feet slicked with a thin layer of cold moisture. She skidded down the slope, hands clawing at the walls for balance. But there was nothing to hold. The stone felt smooth here, too smooth, as though something had worn it down by crawling up and down for years. The tunnel twisted left, then right, then sharply downward again. Each turn felt deliberate, like walking into the throat of something alive. The air thickened further, heavy with the scent of earth that had not seen daylight since long before she was born. She gasped for breath, but the air refused to fill her lungs fully, tightening her chest with each inhale. The glow from the key cast shaky, red streaks across the walls, revealing faint carvings, scratches made not by tools but by nails. Dozens of them, hundreds. Long marks, short marks, some carved with frantic force, others etched slowly, as though someone had spent days tracing the same line again and again. Mara gagged, stumbling forward as the tunnel widened suddenly into a low cavern. The ceiling was so low it brushed the top of her head, and the walls curved inward as though leaning closer to listen to her breathing. She pressed forward, her breath echoing back at her. Warped by the shape of the space, it sounded like someone, or something, was mimicking her. The cavern narrowed again ahead, forming a tall archway of stone. Something about it made her back arch with instinctive dread. She didn't want to cross it, didn't want to see what lay beyond. But the roar behind her grew louder, closer. He was coming. His footsteps pounded through the earth. shaking loose dust that rained from the ceiling. The tunnel behind her flickered with a faint glow. The glow of his eyes, reflecting the red pulse of the key. She had no choice. She stepped through the arch. Instantly, the tunnel opened into a massive underground hall carved from the earth, a hollow big enough to swallow her house whole. Her breath caught. The chamber felt ancient. Not old, ancient. Older than the house, the town, maybe older than the graveyard itself. She raised the glowing key, and the chamber answered with a low groan that vibrated through her bones. The floor of the chamber was uneven, sunken in places, rising in others, like the ground had shifted under pressure again and again. Roots dangled from the ceiling in thick webs, twisting together and heavy. Interlocked knots that dripped with cold moisture. At the far end of the chamber lay something so enormous she could not fully make sense of it at first. She had to take several unsteady steps closer, lifting the key higher despite the burn in her hand. The object was a coffin, but not like any coffin she had ever seen. It was half buried in the earth, half risen, its wood warped beyond recognition, swollen with centuries of damp rot. Thick roots wrapped around it like strangling fingers, clutching its corners and sides, holding it down or holding it closed. She couldn't tell which. Soil covered most of its lid except for a long, deep split running down the center, forming a dark gash in the wood. Mara's breath turned to ice in her chest. The coffin was empty. Not recently emptied. Long emptied. Claw marks scored the inside walls, desperate, violent, impossibly deep for human nails. The wood was shredded, splintered, torn away from within. The coffin had not been opened. It had been escaped, and not by one body, by two. Before her mind could even process that, she heard a soft sound behind her, a weak cough. She spun around in panic and saw a small figure crawling out of the tunnel, dragging itself forward with shaking limbs. The child. Its body was even more frail than before, limbs trembling under the weight of its existence. It slumped onto the floor of the chamber, breath rattling. Mara rushed to it, dropping to her knees. "You're hurt," she said, reaching to help. It flinched from her touch. "I always am." Mara swallowed hard. "Is this where he came from?" "No." The child lifted a thin arm toward the coffin. "This is where we came from." Her heart froze. "Both of you?" "Yes," the child whispered. "I was placed here with him. They thought he needed me. They thought I would keep him alive. But the earth didn't want him. It wanted me." Tears blurred Mara's vision. "I'm so sorry." The child shook its head. "Don't be. You didn't open the grave. You didn't pull us out." Mara felt the weight of every breath pulsating inside her chest. Why was the coffin split open? The child's face twisted with grief, because he didn't want to stay alone. He couldn't break the coffin himself. Not fully. He was dying, fading, and he reached for me. He took my breath, my life, my warmth, and when I screamed, the earth heard. The ground trembled under them as if remembering, and it opened. The child whispered, "Not to let us out, to let him feed." Mara pressed a hand to her mouth, trembling uncontrollably. The key in her palm glowed brighter, reacting to the chamber, the coffin, the truth. "That's why he wants me," Mara whispered. "He wants my breath, to finish what he started." The child nodded weakly. "He wants what he stole from me. And he wants you because you still have breath left to take." A heavy thud echoed from the tunnel behind them. Mara froze. Another thud. Louder. A third. The child looked up, terror twisting its thin features. "He's here." The red glow in Mara's palm flared violently. The tall creature emerged from the tunnel, his frame barely fitting through the opening now. His body towered, thickened by layers of soil and damp rot, his face twisted in a grotesque grin, jaw hanging open so wide she could see deep into the darkness of his throat. Soil poured off him in rivers. His arms stretched impossibly far, fingers contorted and claw-like, reaching toward her. "Hum," he croaked, voice rattling the chamber. The coffin behind her groaned, responding to his voice. Mara stumbled backward, until she nearly collided with its rotten edge. The creature stepped closer, lowering himself toward her. The child dragged itself between them, not with strength, but with desperation. "You can't have her," it cried. The creature didn't even stop. His arm swung. The child flew across the chamber and slammed into the stone wall. Mara screamed. The creature reached for her. The key in her palm burned so bright it illuminated the entire chamber, casting long red shadows across the roots and walls. The creature flinched, recoiling as though struck. His eyes glowed brighter in answer. He lunged. Mara pressed her back to the coffin. The lid groaned beneath her weight. The wood split wider. The earth below the coffin stirred. Something ancient, older than the tall creature, shifted beneath the soil. The child lifted its head weakly, put the key back. Mara stared at the coffin, terror erupting inside her. The creature lunged again. The coffin lid snapped open, and a cold wind blasted upward from the darkness within. Not air. Breath. A single, powerful exhale from the grave below. Mara screamed, as the grave breathed her name. The breath that erupted from the coffin wasn't like wind or air or anything that belonged to the world she knew. It carried the cold of untouched soil buried so deep that even roots refused to grow there. It slammed into Mara's chest with such force that she gasped involuntarily, her lungs seizing, as if the grave itself had reached through her ribs to claim the first piece of her. The cold rushed through her blood, up her spine, into her skull, and for a moment her sight blurred into darkness, so thick she thought she had fallen straight into the earth. She staggered backward, palms scraping along the coffin's rotten edge, and something inside it seemed to groan. A sound of wood shifting, soil parting, and years of silence cracking open all at once. The tall creature froze mid-lunge. His twisted frame jerked as if held by invisible chains. His head snapped toward the open coffin with a violent twitch, jaw hanging slack. His eyes, glowing faintly, widened with something that almost resembled fear, and then hunger, layered together in a way that made Mara's stomach knot. He stepped forward, but not toward her now. He stepped toward the coffin, toward the breath. The ground beneath them trembled again, not from his weight this time, but from something beneath the coffin, pushing upward, something that had waited too long for the lid to break open. The child dragged itself upright against a stone outcrop, its tiny chest heaving even though no air passed through it. Its hollow eyes widened in panic. "He woke it," the child whispered. "He woke what sleeps below." Mara backed away, unable to look away from the coffin. What is it?" The child didn't answer immediately. It stared at the tall creature as he leaned closer to the coffin's opening, shoulders hunched, body trembling with anticipation. Soil cascaded off him in waves. His long fingertips hovered above the split wood, shaking like he stood before something holy. He wasn't the one the earth wanted, the child finally said. He never was. The ground spat him out because he didn't fit its hunger. It took what it could from him, and then it waited. Mara's breath grew thin. Waited for what? For the right one, the child whispered. The coffin groaned again, but this time it didn't sound empty. Something inside shifted. A slow scrape echoed through the wood, like a hand dragging across the inner surface. Mara felt her pulse slam against her ribs. "No," she whispered. "No. No, nothing should be in there. You said it was empty. You said he escaped." "He did," the child murmured. But something else was placed beneath him. Something older. Something buried before either of us ever lived. Mara took another step back. Her spine met the cold stone wall. The tall creature leaned into the coffin, trembling with a strange reverence, as if drawn by a magnetic pull he couldn't resist. The closer he leaned, the more violently his body shook. The scrape inside the coffin grew louder. A second breath rose from the depth, far colder than the first, almost sharp enough to slice. It hit him full force, and his entire frame jolted. His head snapped backward, jaw cracking. Soil flying from his throat in a dark spray. The breath rolled outward, brushing against Mara's face once more, and she felt her skin tighten, as though frost had settled beneath it. She cried out and clutched her burning hand. The key pulsed with frantic heat, the red glow shifting to something brighter, lighter, almost white for a split second before sinking back into its red hue. The child gasped. It recognized you. Mara looked down, horrified. Recognized me. The key. No, the child rasped. The grave. The scrape in the coffin stopped. Silence pressed down on them, thick as packed earth. The tall creature trembled violently now, bent over the coffin. His long fingers dug into the rotten wood, squeezing until the wood cracked under his grip. Then he whimpered. A low, pitiful sound. The child shuddered. It doesn't want him. It calls for the one holding the key. Mara's body iced over with dread. No, she whispered. No, no, no. The coffin lid jerked upward. Not fully. Just enough for something beneath it to shift, rise, and release the faintest outline of a shape. Dark, formless, swaying like a shadow underwater. A hand slid up from inside. Not a real hand. Not flesh. Something shaped like a hand but made of soil, darkness, and pressure. It touched the tall creature's chest lightly. He shrieked. The sound ripped through the chamber like a crack of thunder. His body convulsed as if the touch burned him, soil exploding from his torso in thick clumps. He tried to pull away, but the shadowy hand curled its fingers, sinking into him. The tall creature's frame bent inward at grotesque angles, spine cracking loudly enough for Mara to feel it vibrate in her teeth. Stop, she screamed, unable to bear the sight. But the grave didn't listen. It pulled him closer. The creature clawed at the floor, dragging furrows through the dirt as he tried to resist. But the grave dragged him forward, inch by inch, until his chest pressed flush against the coffin's edge. Then, he folded. He didn't fall. He folded, like his body collapsed inward, sucked into an impossible shape as the grave swallowed him. Soil surged upward, covering him like a maw closing shut. His arms thrashed once, twice, reaching for Mara with desperate tension. And then he was gone, completely gone. The coffin snapped closed with a violent slam that echoed through the chamber and up the stone stairway. Silence followed. Real silence. Thick, suffocating, unnatural. Mara sank to her knees, hands shaking uncontrollably. Her heart pounded so hard she felt it in her throat. Her breath came in broken sobs. Her vision blurred with panic and disbelief. He was gone. Dragged back into the grave he never belonged to. The child crawled toward her, trembling. The grave doesn't forgive mistakes, it whispered. He was living in its place. Now it wants the right one back. Mara blinked through tears. I don't understand. Why did it take him now? Why not before? Because you brought the key close enough, the child said. Close enough for the grave to wake. It smelled you. It wants you to finish what he interrupted. Mara's skin crawled. Finish what? The child pointed to her hand. To return the key to its rightful place, and to bury whoever carries it. Mara reeled backward. No, no, I'm not dying here. I'm not part of this. The child looked at her with trembling sorrow. You always were. Before she could respond, the coffin lid began to crack again. Slowly, deliberately, as though the grave had swallowed one offering, and now demanded the next. The splintering of the coffin lid grew like a heartbeat, slow at first, almost hesitant, then deeper, harder, cracking through the chamber, as though something beneath the wood had tested its strength and decided it was time to rise. Mara staggered backward on trembling legs, her palms digging into the cold dirt floor. Every instinct in her body screamed to run, but there was nowhere to run to. The tunnel behind her led back to stairs, where the creature had once stood. Now gone, swallowed whole, and the path ahead was blocked by the coffin itself. She clasped her burning hand to her chest. The key pulsed violently, as though excited by whatever stirred below. Each pulse shot up her arm, spreading heat through her veins until her entire body felt wrapped in fire and frost both. The child crawled toward her with jerky, anxious motions. its hollow eyes locked onto the cracking lid. "He shouldn't open it," the child whispered. "It wakes too fast. It should have stayed sleeping." Mara's voice shook. "What wakes too fast? What's inside?" The child swallowed, or tried to, its throat making a dry, rasping sound. Not him. Something older. Something that was never given rest. Another crack snapped across the coffin lid. This time the wood bowed upward, as if pressed from below by something patient, but immensely strong. Dirt trickled down its sides. The roots tightening around it strained and twisted, struggling to hold it closed. The dry fibers of those roots snapped like old ropes, one by one. Mara pressed her back against the chamber wall. "We need to leave. We have to get out before." "There is no out," the child whispered. "Not until it decides." "Not until what decides?" The child looked at her with a sorrow that ran deeper than fear. The one buried without a name. The coffin lid buckled upward another inch. A low groan, like the long, aching sound of earth shifting under tremendous weight, rolled through the chamber. The entire floor trembled beneath Mara's palms. She clamped her hand over her mouth to stifle a scream as the lid shuddered again, cracking open enough for a thin trail of air to slither out. This breath was different from the ones before. Not cold this time. Warm, heavy, it drifted upward like steam rising from damp ground. "Mara," a voice whispered from within. Her heart stopped. She knew that voice. Not from the house, not from the forest, not from the stairway. She knew it from somewhere deeper inside her memory, a place she had sealed shut long ago. Her sister's voice. A faint, worn memory of hospital sheets. Soft words in the dark, a promise she couldn't keep. "Mara, help me," her throat closed. She shook her head violently, tears blurring her vision. "No," she choked. "No, that's not her. You're not her." The child hissed sharply. "Don't listen." "It speaks with any voice you know. It searches your memories. It searches your grief." The voice in the coffin changed. "Mara, it hurts. I'm cold." Her breath fractured into broken sobs. She pressed both hands to her ears, shaking.
Stop! Stop! You're not real!
The cracking lid opened wider, the gap now large enough for darkness to spill upward like living smoke. The roots shuddered violently, tightening one last time before snapping completely. The coffin jerked as though something inside gave a powerful push. The child grabbed Mara's arm. "You have to fight it. The grave knows what you lost. It knows what you want to hear." But Mara couldn't breathe, couldn't think, couldn't separate memory from nightmare. The voice grew clearer, fuller, so heartbreakingly familiar her soul curled inward. "Mara, why didn't you come sooner?" She let out a ragged cry. And then a hand, thin, pale, trembling, reached up from the darkness inside the coffin. Mara's scream died in her throat. The hand looked human. Small, delicate. Her sister's hand. Mara stumbled forward, not by choice, but by instinct, her heart ripping open with equal parts hope and dread. The key in her palm burned so fiercely she nearly dropped to her knees. But she kept going, unable to tear her sight from the impossibly familiar hand reaching for her. The child scrambled after her, voice cracking with panic.
Mara! That isn't her! That is the grave! It wants your breath. It wants you. Stop!
But she didn't stop. Not until the pale hand twisted. It bent backward, then sideways, then snapped grotesquely as a second hand emerged behind it. Broken bones, jutting at wrong angles, fingers bending in spirals. The skin stretched thin, translucent, revealing rot beneath, and the voice inside the coffin dropped its disguise. Mayara. The breath that followed was not her sister's. It smelled of grave rot, damp soil, and a hunger that had waited far too long. Mara stumbled backward, her heel striking the uneven ground. She fell hard, choking on a cry just as something began pulling itself upward from the coffin. It wasn't the tall creature. It wasn't the child. It wasn't anything that should have walked on the land of the living or the dead. It was the leftover piece. The one never given rest. The burial that didn't belong to any name. A shape unfolded from the coffin. slow, heavy, dragging wet soil with it. Its limbs didn't match, bending at odd angles, bones shifting underneath flesh like they weren't meant for the shapes they made. Its face was hidden behind a sheet of long, tangled hair soaked with dirt, and every breath it released came out like wind dragging across an open tomb. The child collapsed beside Mara, shaking uncontrollably. It's awake, it shouldn't be awake. Mara's hand throbbed violently. The key glowed so bright she had to squint through the radiance. The shape in the coffin lifted its head slightly, sniffing the air. And then, it found her. Its face turned, hair parted, and the eyes beneath were empty sockets filled with shifting soil. Mara, it whispered. Bring it back. The key burned hotter, responding to its call. Mara screamed and staggered backward as the creature dragged one twisted leg over the coffin's edge, pulling its warped body out. The child grabbed her arm with desperate force. You must finish it before it reaches you. Put the key back before it takes your breath.
How?
She sobbed.
Place it in the grave. Put it where he should have left it.
The creature pulled itself free, dragging a long smear of wet soil across the floor. It rose slowly, awkwardly, until its full, horrific height loomed before them. Its chest expanded with a deep inhale. The lights from the key reflected in the hollow soil filled sockets of its eyes. It never wanted him, the child whispered. It wanted the one who would listen. The creature stepped forward. Mara had seconds left. She lifted her trembling hand. But the key did not want to leave. It pulsed harder, burning her skin. The grave creature extended a hand toward her, fingers trembling with longing. Home, it whispered.
Mara! No!
The child cried. And with the last strength she had left, Mara thrust her burning hand forward and slammed the key into the open coffin. The grave inhaled, and everything went dark. Darkness didn't fall like a curtain. It collapsed like a world shutting its eyes for the first time in centuries. The instant Mara forced the key into the coffin, the chamber inhaled with a depth that seemed to drag the entire underground hollow into its lungs. Sound vanished first. Every roar, every scrape, every trembling echo silenced in an instant, as though the grave decided that noise no longer belonged in its presence. Then came the pressure. Immense, crushing weight pressing against Mara's chest, folding her forward until her forehead nearly touched the cold earth. She couldn't breathe, couldn't move, couldn't even blink. The darkness wasn't the absence of light, it was a living thing, thick and absolute, pulling her into a place where bodies and names and memories didn't matter. Her pulse slowed against her will, as if her heart feared to draw attention to itself. Just when her lungs screamed for air, something struck her, hard and cold and ancient, forcing her breath out in a violent exhale. The coffin pulsed beneath her hand, once, twice, like the slowed heartbeat of a buried creature unwilling to die. She tried to pull her hand away, but the coffin held it down, its rotten wood gripping her palm with impossible strength, splinters digging into her skin, as if trying to fuse with her bones. A faint groan rose from the earth, not loud, not sharp, but deep, like a whisper through stone. Slowly, the darkness cracked open, not with light, but with movement. Soil shifted under her cheek, brushing past her like fingers pushing her hair aside. She forced her eyes open and found that she wasn't lying on stone anymore. She was lying on soil, soft, freshly turned, as though something beneath her had stirred moments ago. The chamber glowed faintly now, colored not by the key, because the key was no longer in her hand, but by something rising from the coffin. She froze. The creature she had seen climbing out before, the thing that had mimicked her sister's voice, now lay half inside the coffin again, its limbs spasming, bending, twisting as though pulled by invisible hooks. Its soil-filled eyes stared at nothing. Its cracked lips stretched open in a silent scream. Slowly, its body sank downward, grain by grain, fragment by fragment, as if the coffin were swallowing it the way mud swallows rainwater. With each piece consumed, The air grew colder, the chamber heavier, until finally only its hand remained, fingers curled upward like the last gesture of something begging for release. Then it vanished. The coffin sealed shut with a sound like stone pressing into mud. Mara gasped and clutched her chest until she felt her pulse stutter into motion again. Air rushed into her lungs, thin, metallic, cold, but real. She looked down at her palm. The key was gone, not broken, not fallen, gone. The skin where the key had once burned her was smooth, except for a faint outline of its shape, like the memory of a scar rather than the wound itself. Her chest tightened. She wanted to be relieved, but instead she felt hollow, emptied, as if the key had taken something from her when it left. A soft scraping sound pulled her attention to the far side of the chamber. The child, it was dragging itself upright, arms shaking, head bowed low. Soil crumbled from its shoulders as it rose to its knees. When it finally lifted its face, its hollow eyes glistened, not with tears, but with something like peace and grief tangled into one. "It took him," the child whispered. "It took the one who hurt me." Mara's voice came out hoarse. "And you? Are you free now?" The child looked down at its trembling hands. "I don't know. I feel lighter, but I don't feel gone." "You shouldn't be gone," Mara said softly, her throat tightening. "You didn't deserve what he did." The child tilted its head in a slow, brittle motion. "He wanted to take my last breath. He wanted to end alone, but the grave didn't want him. It wanted the one who belonged. The key was never his." Its gaze shifted to Mara's hand. "And now it isn't yours either." Mara's stomach tightened. "Where did it go?" The child slowly turned toward the coffin. "Back where it belongs." It returned to the grave. It was waiting for the right one to bring it home. "But why me?" she whispered. "Why did it choose me?" The child blinked slowly, as though searching for an answer buried deep inside its broken memories. "You heard him. You heard me. You heard the house breathe. Most people don't hear anything until the grave comes for them. But you hear everything." Mara shook her head. "I wish I didn't." The child reached out, placing a cold hand on her wrist. "That's exactly why the grave trusted you. Not because you are strong, not because you are brave." Its voice softened. "But because you care too much. You cared for me without knowing my name." Mara swallowed hard as tears burned her eyes. "I didn't want to lose you. Not the way I lost her." The child looked at her with something like understanding. "Your sister." Her breath caught. The grave used her voice to trick me. "It wants breath," the child whispered. "It always wants breath. It doesn't know names. It knows longing." Mara wiped her face, trying to steady herself. "Is it over? Is the house safe now?" The child's expression changed. Not fear, not relief, something else. A truth it had hoped not to say. "Part of it is over." The child murmured. "But not all." A chill threaded through Mara's spine. "What do you mean?" "The grave took back the one who didn't belong," the child said. But something else woke. Something older. Something that should have stayed beneath the second coffin. The second. Mara's voice shook. "You mean, there were two?" The child nodded. "One was mine." And then, with a trembling breath, it added, "And one was yours." Mara's heart slammed so hard she choked. "What?" she whispered. "I never. There's no reason." "Why would?" "The ground remembers blood," the child said. "And your family has been tied to it longer than you know." Everything in Mara's world tilted. The chamber spun. Her breath thinned again. "No," she whispered. "No, you're wrong." The child did not blink. "The grave knows you. The house was never random. You didn't move into danger. It leaned closer. You moved home." Before Mara could speak, the coffin behind them groaned. Not cracking, not opening, not breathing, calling. The child flinched violently, clutching its head as though the sound stabbed through its skull. Mara staggered back.
What is that?
The child forced itself upright with trembling arms. "It wants you to listen." "To what?" "To the one who was buried under your name." The chamber trembled. The coffin twitched. Something beneath it whispered her name. Not like a warning, not like a threat, but like a greeting. Mara, the child's voice broke. It's awake. No, Mara whispered. No, please. It knows you, the child said. It has always known you. The coffin groaned again, deeper this time. Mara backed toward the tunnel. We need to go. We have to go now. But the child did not follow. It stared at the coffin with an expression that chilled her worse than anything in the basement or woods. I can't leave, the child whispered. I was buried with someone who was never let down, and now that you opened the grave, he knows I'm still here. Still where? Mara cried. The child looked at her with hollow, resigned eyes. Still above him. The chamber shook violently. The coffin split open, and something far larger than the creature she'd seen earlier began to rise. The crack splitting the coffin was not a sudden snap. It was a slow, grinding separation, as though the earth itself had grown tired of holding something down and finally loosened its grip. The lid bowed upward in the middle, wood straining, roots writhing as if desperately trying to keep whatever lay inside from rising. But the roots were old, tired, stretched thin after years of fighting. One snapped with a sharp twang, then another. The chamber lights, those faint pulses of reddish glow from the soil, dimmed as if bracing for something they could not stop. Mara stumbled backward until her spine hit the far wall, the cold stone biting through her shirt, her breath catching in her throat. A heavy dread pressed against her chest, so suffocating she could hardly draw air. The child, still kneeling near the coffin, shivered violently as though freezing from the inside. He was never meant to stay down there, the child whispered, voice cracking with something close to terror. They buried him wrong. They gave him the wrong ground. They tried to make a grave out of a place that wasn't his. Mara shook her head, her voice trembling. Who? Who are you talking about? The child closed its eyes, as if bracing itself for punishment from something beneath. Your family knew him. Long before mine did. Long before I was even born. Its thin voice grew smaller, shaking. They promised they'd lay him to rest. But he was never let down. Not fully. Not the way the ground asked. A deep groan rolled through the chamber, vibrating the dirt beneath Mara's feet. The coffin lid split another inch. A gust of warm, stale air pushed upward through the opening. It carried a smell that didn't belong in human lungs. Old earth, rotting cloth. Something burnt, something drowned. Mara gagged, folding over, coughing violently as her eyes watered from the stench. The child whimpered. He remembers everything. He remembers who touched him last. He remembers who failed to finish his rest. And that name goes down your line, all the way to you. Mara's heart slammed against her ribs. My line. No, that can't be true. My family, our graves, our history, none of this. The coffin jerked sharply. A hand emerged, not thin like the last creature's. This one was large, thick, dark with soil. The fingers clenched into a fist that punched through the weakened wood. Dirt sprayed across the chamber. The hand opened slowly, cracking at the knuckles with a brittle, awful sound. The fingers were wrong. They were too straight, too stiff, like bones wrapped in skin that had dried long ago. They stretched outward, grasping the air as though testing it, hungry for something familiar. Mara pressed back against the wall so hard she thought she might fuse with it. This can't be happening. Who is that? What is that? The child pushed itself to its feet, trembling, the one who never got his last breath. Before Mara could understand, the creature in the coffin pushed harder, the lid flipping open violently, slamming against the chamber floor with a loud, echoing thud. Roots tore free and whipped across the ground like snakes fleeing danger. Then he rose. Slowly, excruciatingly slowly. At first Mara thought he was simply tall. Just another twisted, unnatural corpse shaped like the creature before. But the more he rose, the more she realized she was wrong. He wasn't tall because he stood upright. He was tall because he was pulled upward by something beneath him, stretched like an old puppet whose strings hadn't been cut properly. His limbs dangled too long. His knees bent outward at angles that reminded her of broken branches. His torso, broad and heavy, looked carved out of shadow and damp wood, as though part of him had been replaced by the grave itself. But the worst part was his face. He didn't have one. Not fully. His features were half, formed, smeared, as if someone had shaped him from wet soil, and then forgotten to finish the job. Only his eyes stood out, two deep hollows filled not with glowing soil like the other creature, but with absolute blackness, a blackness that swallowed the faint red lights of the chamber. Mara's voice cracked into a whisper. "What is he?" The child backed away, nearly tripping over the uneven ground. The first one buried, the one the grave claimed, the one it waited for. The faceless creature tilted its head toward the child. The movement was terrible, too slow, too deliberate, like someone remembering the motion, rather than performing it naturally. He took one step out of the coffin. The entire chamber dipped with the force of it. Soil cracked under his foot, stone moaned. Mara pressed a trembling hand to her mouth, trying not to scream. "He feels me," the child whispered. "He feels I'm still above him." "He lived under you?" Mara asked, voice strangled. The child nodded, tears of soil dripping down its cheeks.
Yes.
"When they buried us, they put him under me. They thought placing me on top would calm him. They thought a child's breath might soothe his anger. But it didn't. It made him restless, hungry, and he waited. For decades. For someone to lift the ground off him. The faceless creature took another step. This time, he stopped, turned, and faced Mara directly. Even without eyes, she felt his gaze pierce her, felt him searching for something inside her chest, something deeper than fear, something older, her lineage. She clutched her chest, gasping as a sharp pain stabbed her ribs. It felt like something inside her lunged toward him, answering a call she didn't understand. "No," she whispered. "No, you can't have me. I'm not yours." But the faceless creature stepped toward her. The child leapt between them.
No, she didn't bury you.
She didn't do it. The faceless creature didn't even pause. He lifted a massive hand and struck the child with the back of it. The small body flew across the chamber, hitting the far wall so hard Mara heard something crack, something inside the child, not the stone.
"Still,"
Mara screamed. The faceless creature turned back to her. He reached out. His fingers brushed the air inches from her chest, and the chamber responded. The soil pushed upward beneath her feet, rising like a mound forming under her, lifting her toward his hand. She screamed and tried to jump down, but the earth held her ankles in place. He reached closer. "Mara," he whispered, not with a voice, but with a pressure inside her skull. Her breath strangled. This thing knew her name before she spoke it, before she was born, before her family left whatever history tied them to this grave, and he had waited for her. "Mara," the whisper echoed again, this time softer, almost pleading. She choked on her own breath. The chamber trembled harder, soil rising under her feet, dragging her upward like a sacrifice being lifted toward a deity made of earth. The child crawled toward her, one arm broken, voice shaking. "He wants your breath. He wants the breath my body never got to keep." Mara felt herself being lifted closer to the faceless creature's hand. His fingers spread wider, ready to take. The child screamed with the last of its voice. "Run!" But the earth didn't let her run. It lifted her higher, closer, until his hand finally closed around her chest, and everything inside her turned to static. When the faceless creature's hand closed around Mara's chest, the world didn't explode in pain the way she expected. It collapsed inward, silent and crushing, like someone had pressed their palm into the very center of her soul. Her lungs seized instantly. Her ribs felt as if they were bending inward, folding like damp cardboard. A coldness poured through her sternum, spreading through her bloodstream like black ice, numbing everything it touched. She couldn't scream. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't even form a thought beyond the single, primal terror that she was being emptied, drained, hollowed out for something older than memory to fill. The faceless creature leaned closer. No features, no lips, no mouth, yet she felt his breath against her face, warm and heavy like the exhale of a grave just opened. It vibrated through her bones, through her teeth, rattling her skull as though he were trying to shake loose the part of her he wanted most. Mara's vision flickered, darkening around the edges. Her legs dangled helplessly above the rising soil mound that had lifted her. She tried to claw at the creature's wrist, but her hands passed through clumps of shifting dirt that made up most of his form. He wasn't made of flesh. He was made of earth. Old earth. Undisturbed earth, the kind that closed over bodies and kept them. His fingers tightened, and the air squeezed from her throat so violently she saw a flash of white, then black, then a blur of distant hospital lights from years ago, her sister's pale face, tubes, her own trembling hand holding one that would soon go cold. Her mind screamed not again, but no sound left her mouth. Behind the faceless creature, the child dragged itself forward, one arm limp, one leg barely moving, but its determination burned with a desperate, trembling fire. "Let her go," it cried, voice cracking like splitting earth.
She's not yours.
The creature didn't even turn. He didn't loosen his grip. Mara felt the pressure building in her chest, sharp, inward, pulling. Not crushing, drawing, extracting, as though he wasn't trying to kill her, but take something from her. Her breath trembled in her throat, the last bit of air inside her body trembling on the edge of being stolen. The child forced itself upright, leaning on the chamber wall.
You're reaching too far.
It shouted at the creature.
You're taking from the wrong place. I'm the one buried above you. I'm the one you want.
The faceless figure paused. His grip tightened. Mara's heartbeat stuttered violently. The child screamed with a raw, broken sound.
Take me!
The creature finally turned his head slightly, not toward Mara, not toward the child, but toward the space between them, as if listening to something neither of them could hear. His fingers twitched around Mara's chest. The soil under him shifted. A deep tremor pulsed through the chamber floor, rippling outward like a heartbeat carried through stone. And then, he let go. Mara collapsed with a violent heave, falling to her knees as the soil below her dropped suddenly. Air rushed into her lungs so forcefully she gagged on it. She curled forward, coughing, gasping, choking on the sudden return of breath. Her vision swam. Her ribs burned with sharp pain. She pressed both hands to the ground, trembling, terrified to look up again. But she had to, because the faceless creature was no longer focused on her. He was turning toward the child. The child, still slumped near the chamber wall, stared up at him with wide, hollow eyes. Not pleading, not fighting anymore, but resigned, as though it had always known this moment would come. He stepped toward the child, not fast, slow, deliberate. The earth shifted under every step, bowing beneath him like a servant lowering itself before a king. "No," Mara whispered hoarsely, crawling forward on shaking hands. Don't touch him. He's been through enough." The child lifted a trembling hand toward her and shook its head. "Mara, stop. You can't interfere. He needs breath. Mine was stolen. Yours is wrong for him. But I'm the one he's supposed to finish." "No," she cried, dragging herself closer. The child smiled, the smallest, saddest, most human smile it had ever shown. "This was always my grave, not yours." The faceless creature reached down. He didn't grab the child. He hovered his hand over the child's chest, and the air around them tightened again. The same crushing pressure that had strangled Mara moments before now concentrated above the small, fragile form. Dust rose from the ground. The walls tightened. Even the roots hanging from the ceiling sagged inward, as though the entire chamber bowed to the ritual unfolding. The child closed its eyes. A sound rose, not from the creature, not from the coffin, but from the earth itself. A hum, low, ancient, vibrating deep inside the soil. Mara staggered to her feet, moving despite the pain stabbing her ribs.
Stop!
She screamed, voice cracking with desperation.
He's a child!
The faceless creature ignored her. The child's chest rose for the first time since she'd met it. Air, not stolen this time, entered its lungs with a trembling gasp. The child opened its eyes in shock, staring at its own chest, as though it couldn't believe the sensation. It exhaled, a small, thin breath, the first real breath it had taken in decades, and the faceless creature inhaled that breath into himself. Mara watched in horror as the creature's chest expanded, as though absorbing the child's stolen last breath, completing something long unfinished. The child collapsed, not violently, softly, like falling asleep. Its eyes closed peacefully, without pain, without fear. Mara fell to her knees beside it. No, please. No, the child didn't move, didn't shiver, didn't breathe, because its final breath had been taken. The breath it never got to finish. The faceless creature straightened slowly, the chamber trembling beneath him. Mara stared up at him through blurred, tear-filled vision, hate and grief swirling inside her like a storm. "What do you want now?" she whispered, voice cracking. "You took what you needed. What else is left?" The creature turned its faceless head fully toward her. The darkness in its eye sockets deepened, swirling like shifting soil receding into endless pits. He stepped toward her. The earth raised her from her knees again, lifting her to meet him. She screamed, powerless as the soil cupped her ankles, pushing her upward. He leaned so close she felt his warmth again, the warmth of ground that had swallowed too many bodies. And then he spoke, but this time not with a stolen voice, not with memory, not with mimicry, with his own. "Mara," her heart stopped. "Take your place." The chamber split open beneath them. The earth began to sink, and the grave that had waited generations finally reached for her. The moment the ground cracked open beneath Mara, the sound was unlike anything she had heard in the woods, the house, or even the chamber above. It wasn't the sharp break of stone or the crumble of dirt. It was a deep groan, long, exhausted, ancient, like the earth had held its breath for generations and finally allowed itself to sigh. The soil gave way beneath her feet in slow, deliberate motion, almost gentle in the way it dipped, but she knew there was nothing gentle behind it. The faceless creature stood before her as the ground lowered her, his enormous form looming like a monument carved from old sorrow and older hunger. His presence wasn't violent. It was inevitable. Every inch of the earth around them felt compelled to move in accordance with him, as if gravity bent around his will. Mara's stomach lurched as the ground under her began sinking deeper, the ring of soil holding her drifting downward like an elevator built from mud. She clawed at the air, at the walls of dirt rising around her, but her nails scraped uselessly through loose soil that simply slipped through her fingers. She kicked, but the earth pushed back, holding her ankles like hands molded from clay. Her ribcage throbbed with every breath, still aching from where the creature had almost crushed her moments before. Above her, the faceless thing leaned slightly forward, its head tilting with unnatural slowness, as if studying her expression. His silence was worse than any roar. The blankness where his face should have been, smooth soil and stretched darkness, reflected nothing, offered nothing, understood everything. He wasn't seeing her with eyes. He was sensing her with memory, with lineage, with something that ran through her blood, even if she didn't understand it yet. A bond she had never agreed to, never asked for, never known about. "Why me?" she whispered as she sank, her voice trembling like a loose thread about to break. "Why did you wait for me?" The creature raised one long hand and pressed it against his own chest, right where a heart should have been. Dirt shifted beneath his touch. His body wasn't whole. It felt like a shape he had been forced into, not one he belonged to. He lowered his hand slowly, extending it toward her, not to grab her this time, but to indicate the earth at her feet. as if telling her the reason is beneath you. Mara's breath stuttered. The sinking earth shuddered beneath her, and she felt something solid, slide past her ankle. She jerked her foot up instinctively, heart leaping into her throat. The soil around her kept lowering, revealing a layer beneath that wasn't loose dirt at all, but something flatter, smoother, almost shaped, a lid. Not wood this time. Stone. Cold stone. A second coffin. Her vision blurred. "No," she whispered, shaking her head violently. "No, that can't be for me. I'm not part of this. I've never buried anyone."
I didn't know any of this existed.
The faceless creature lifted its head slightly, as though inhaling her denial, tasting it, rejecting it. He stepped closer. The chamber shook with his weight, pushing dust from the ceiling in tiny clouds. One crumb of dirt fell onto his shoulder, sinking into his form like a drop of water falling into mud. He raised his arm and pointed at the stone coffin beneath her. Mara felt her heart punch against her ribs. "That's not mine." He said nothing, but the earth said it for him. It sank another inch, the soil shifting away from the stone surface until Mara could see faint carvings etched into it. They weren't decorative. They weren't symbols. They were letters, small, shallow, crudely carved by someone who hadn't known how to shape stone properly. But they were unmistakable. Her last name, cracked, faded, but there. "No," Mara gasped, her voice breaking open. "No, that's impossible. My family never lived here. We never had a plot in this place. Nobody in my family." The faceless creature lowered itself into a crouch beside the sinking circle of soil, moving with slow care, not hostility, ritual, reverence. His massive hand hovered inches above her head, and she flinched from the heat radiating off him. He wasn't waiting for her to believe. He was waiting for her to accept. The child's still body lay limply against the far wall, unmoving, small, heartbreakingly quiet. Mara's eyes darted toward it. A jolt of fresh grief shot through her, cutting deeper than any fear. "You said he buried you wrong," she whispered. "You said he used you to calm him. But he wasn't the one meant to go above you." Her gaze slid downward. "I was." Her knees buckled. Tears blurred her vision, spilling down her cheeks and soaking into the dirt beneath her. "But why?" she sobbed. "Why would my family bury me here?"
I wasn't even born.
The faceless creature lifted his hand higher and pointed to the stone coffin's corner. A second carving, barely visible beneath centuries of soil, caught the faint red glow radiating from the chamber walls. A year, a date. Mara's breath stopped. It was the year her family lost a child before her. A child her parents never named. A child they never spoke about. A child they told her had been cremated because the body hadn't formed right. A child they told her she didn't need to remember. A child that would have been born before her. A child they buried here. Her sibling. The earth under her feet rumbled, loosening further as the stone coffin's outline fully emerged from the soil. The lid was cracked but intact enough to hold whatever was inside. The faceless creature rose to his full towering height, staring down at her from above. He lifted his arm again. Slow, ritualistic, the way someone conducting a ceremony might lift a torch. The chamber answered him. The soil holding Mara expanded upward again, pushing her directly atop the coffin lid. She screamed as her feet touched the cold stone, her breath shaking uncontrollably. The stone pulsed beneath her. It felt warm, as though something inside sensed her weight, knew her name. Mara. The voice didn't come from the faceless creature. It came from under her feet, from inside the coffin, her body locked in place. A soundless whimper escaped her throat. Mara. The voice was soft, barely a whisper. Younger than hers. A child's voice. A voice she had never heard but recognized with the painful certainty of shared blood. Her unborn sibling. Her older sibling. The one buried without breath. She felt her heart falter, a sickening drop inside her chest. No, please, don't call me. I don't belong in there." The coffin throbbed beneath her. The faceless creature stepped closer, lowering his massive head until it nearly touched hers. His blank face leaned in until Mara could feel the warm pulse of air emanating from him, like a breath taken too close. He spoke again. Not with a stolen voice, not with the grave's memory, but with the weight of truth he had waited decades to deliver. You were saved. The words hit her harder than his grip ever could. You were saved. He was not. Her knees threatened to give out. Her body trembled violently as she stood atop the coffin meant for a child her family never let go. The faceless creature extended his hand, not to take from her this time, to guide, to show, to finish. She shook uncontrollably. What do you want from me? He lowered his arm slowly to the coffin lid and pressed one finger against the crack running down the middle. The stone split silently beneath his touch. A thin line of air rushed upward, air that carried no rot this time. Instead, it carried warmth, a breath, small, fragile, waiting. The voice from within whispered again, Mara, please, don't leave me down here alone. Her heart cracked open. Her legs gave out, and the earth welcomed her downward as the stone coffin opened beneath her. Mara didn't fall the way a person falls into a pit or a hole, or even into darkness. She fell the way a memory drags someone under, slow at first, then violently, then completely. The stone coffin opened without a sound, its lid splitting in one long, silent exhale that sent warm air rising around her ankles. The warmth shocked her. It shouldn't have been warm. Stone buried this deep should have been freezing. But the heat that drifted upward felt like breath, like lungs trapped beneath stone trying to inhale after years of stillness. The soil beneath her feet gave way as gently as if hands had opened to let her in. Her body dipped, sliding downward, her legs folding, her arms reaching instinctively for anything. Roots, stone, a grip, a miracle. But the earth moved with her descent, smooth and deliberate, guiding her exactly where it wanted her. She felt herself slip past the threshold of the coffin, the edge brushing her jeans, then her thighs, then her ribs as she sank deeper. Her mind screamed to crawl out, to dig backward, to fight with every ounce of breath she still had. But her breath wasn't hers anymore. It belonged to the thing waiting inside. A soft glow flickered below her, warm like firelight, but gentler, pulsing in a rhythm that echoed faintly in her chest. A heartbeat. Not hers. Not the faceless creature's. Something smaller, softer, and heartbreakingly familiar. Mara, the voice whispered again, rising from the darkness below. It wasn't distorted now. It wasn't mimicking. It wasn't the grave pretending. It was a child's voice, a voice that trembled with loneliness so thick it seemed to seep into the stone. It's dark. Please don't leave me here. Tears flooded Mara's eyes instantly, blurring the coffin walls. Her breath trembled with helpless grief. She had never known this voice in life, yet it pierced her with a pain she couldn't defend herself against. Her sibling, a child who never got a breath, never a moment of being held, never a glance from daylight. The ache wrapped its hands around her ribs and squeezed. I'm here, she whispered into the dark, even as terror clawed her lungs raw. I'm here. I hear you. As she descended, the faceless creature leaned over the coffin, his massive form framed by the reddish glow from the chamber walls. He didn't grab her. He didn't force her. He simply watched, oversaw, as though this wasn't punishment or violence, a ritual, a return. Mara shuddered violently. If this is my coffin, why am I alive? Why wasn't I? You were saved, came his whispered answer again, though he no longer moved his blank head. The voice felt like it came from everywhere, from the walls, the roots, the earth. But he was not. Her descent slowed. The stone walls widened slightly, forming a hollow within the coffin. For the first time, Mara saw the bottom, a shallow space lined with soft soil, untouched by air, shaped like a cradle more than a grave. And lying in the center of that cradle was a shape, small, curled, still. Her heart almost stopped. It wasn't a skeleton. It wasn't a corpse. It wasn't even a fully formed body. It was something in between, more than shadow, less than flesh. Like the grave had tried to hold on to the memory of a child rather than a child's body. A form made from what the earth had left to remember it by. She trembled so hard her teeth clacked. That's him. The shape stirred. A small hand lifted, not decayed, not bone, not soil, something new. Something gently glowing from within, like a lantern buried under warm sand. A child's fingers. Mara, the voice whispered, and this time it sounded younger, full of longing, afraid to be rejected. I knew you'd find me. Her breath cracked. Her fingers curled weakly into fists. I didn't know, she choked out. I didn't know you were here. I didn't know any of this. I waited, the shape whispered. I waited so long. Everyone forgot me. Everyone left. She sank fully into the coffin now, her feet touching its warm soil, her body shaking uncontrollably. I didn't leave you, she said through sobs she couldn't stop. I didn't know you existed. The child's shape shifted, sitting up slowly, turning its head toward her. It moved as though learning the motion for the first time. Its face was faint, not fully formed, but its eyes, oh God, its eyes, those soft, bright, newborn eyes were clear enough to see her reflection. You knew me here, the child whispered, tapping its chest lightly. Inside. I'm the empty place you never understood. Mara felt something collapse inside her. She remembered childhood nights waking with a heaviness she could never name. A grief she couldn't explain. Memories of standing in her yard as if waiting for someone who never came. All the empty feelings that made no sense. The child raised its hand toward her. Come down, it whispered. I saved a place for you. Every instinct screamed to retreat, yet her heart, wounded and desperate, reached forward. But just as her hand neared the child's, the faceless creature placed his massive hand against the coffin rim, as though marking his authority over the ritual again. Mara flinched and turned upward. He leaned over the coffin, dark and immense, his blank face inches from hers. His presence filled the space, pressing the air tight. Do not give him your breath, he whispered inside her skull. Not a threat, a warning. The child froze. Mara looked between them, confusion ripping her apart. I thought this is what he wanted. I thought I had to finish the burial. The faceless creature shook his head, slow as a mountain shifting. He is not your grave, the creature whispered. He is your grief. The child's expression twisted suddenly, soft eyes sharpening into something darker, hungrier. Its tiny fingers curled. Morale, it murmured, voice cracking. Huh, I waited for you. A cold wind spiraled around her ankles. Something inside the coffin shifted. The soil under her feet tightened. The child's voice no longer sounded lonely. It sounded starved. The faceless creature's voice reverberated inside her skull. He was not saved. He was not buried. He was not finished. And he wants what was never given to him. Her breath hitched sharply. What does he want? The faceless creature whispered a single word, yours. The child lunged, not lovingly, not hungrily, desperately, a hand reaching to rip the breath from Mara's lungs and keep it for itself. The faceless creature's arm slammed into the coffin, blocking the child's grasp for a single heartbeat, just long enough for Mara to fall backward, scrambling, crawling as the coffin walls trembled violently around her. The child's voice shifted again, shaking, cracking, filled with fury and abandonment all at once. Why, you left me! Mara clawed at the sides of the coffin, breath tearing from her throat. Above her, the faceless creature reached in, soil pouring from his arms, his voice echoing like breaking stone. Es naut, oh you rest. The coffin walls began to crack, the earth shook, and the buried sibling she never knew shrieked with a pain older than its own birth. As the grave tried to claim Mara for itself, the crack that tore through the coffin wall was not thin or splintered. It boomed like a fault line giving way beneath a continent. The stone shuddered violently, sending tremors up Mara's legs hard enough to rattle her teeth. Dust surged around her in a choking cloud. rising from the fissures forming beneath her palms as she struggled to crawl backward. Her unborn sibling, no longer soft, voiced, no longer lonely, no longer tender, let out a sound so sharp and wounded it cut through the air like broken glass dragged across stone. The child's glow flickered wildly, its small frame jerking in spasms, as though pulled by invisible strings. Its hands, one of them still outstretched toward her, twisted with a desperation that no living creature could form. Its soft features blurred, stretching into something raw and anguished, as though the soil holding its shape had lost patience and wanted to scatter. "Mara!" the child screamed, its voice cracking into a howl.
They left me! You left me! I didn't know! She choked.
Scrambling across the coffin floor as cracks spread beneath her knees.
I didn't know you even existed.
The creature's glow intensified in rage.
You were born! I wasn't!
The child shrieked, pounding its small fists against the stone floor.
You got breath! I got earth!
Mara's breath broke apart as she pressed her back against the coffin wall. The faceless creature leaned over the rim again, lowering one enormous arm into the space. His limb disintegrated into streams of dirt and reformed, pouring down like a curtain of shifting earth. He wasn't attacking her. He was shielding her. His arm formed a barrier between Mara and the child as the coffin shook harder. Threatening to collapse entirely, soil from the chamber above fell past his shoulder in thick clumps. The child let out another cry, this one lower, deeper, almost echoing with several voices at once. Its form flickered between a small shape and something stretched and hollow. The glow inside it pulsed frantically in its chest, brighter with every breath it took. Except, it wasn't breathing. It was pulling in air. Pulling it from the coffin. Pulling it from her body. Mara clutched her throat as her lungs tightened, the air draining from her chest in small tugs, like invisible fingers plucking her breath away. She gasped, clawing at nothing, sliding back until her spine slammed into the curved stone of the coffin. The faceless creature's voice echoed inside her skull again. Deeper than before, he wants your breath because it was meant for him. Her heart staggered inside her ribcage. The child's glow flared with agony.
Mayugat, Tualevi!
Mara shook her head violently, breath trembling between sobs.
I didn't choose any of this! I didn't take anything from you!
Yes, you did. The child screamed, its voice breaking in fury and grief.
You took my life! You took my place! You took my name!
Mara felt the words like blows. The child crouched low, preparing to lunge, its glowing chest trembling like a lantern about to burst. Suddenly a deep, thunderous groan rumbled through the chamber. The faceless creature's entire body stiffened. The earth responded. Soil poured upward through the cracks in the coffin, swirling like a gust around her sibling's shape. The child froze, its glow flickering uncertainly as it looked down, watching as dirt coiled around its arms, chest, waist, pulling it downward. No, the child whispered, panic rattling its small form.
No, stop! Still!
The soil refused. The chamber trembled harder. The ground was reclaiming him. Mara realized with a shock that nearly stopped her heart. He wasn't supposed to leave the coffin to begin with. He wasn't supposed to reach for anyone. He wasn't supposed to be awake. The grave had woken him only because she fell inside. He wasn't the rightful heir to breath. He was the rightful inhabitant of the grave.
Mara!
The child screamed as the soil tightened.
Helpy me!
Don't let it take me again. Please, please.
You're my sister!
The words speared through her. The faceless creature shifted, lowering another stream of soil between them to stop the child's reach. But Mara's heart ripped open with a pain so sharp she couldn't ignore it. She crawled forward on shaking limbs, ignoring the faceless creature's massive arm trying to hold her back. I don't want to lose you again, she cried. I don't want you to be alone. The child's face twisted with hope, desperate, wild, clinging.
Then give me your breath!
It begged. Give me what was taken from me. Mara froze mid-crawl. The faceless creature's voice thundered in her mind. If you give him breath, he will rise. And you will never leave. Her sibling stretched its glowing arms toward her as soil pulled harder around its waist, dragging it into the cracked bottom of the coffin.
Mara, it cried.
Voice splintering. Please, I waited my whole life for you, she sobbed. I know. Her hands trembled inches from its reach. The faceless creature pushed more soil between them, straining to hold the boundary. The chamber roared in protest. Stone cracked, roots snapped. The entire underground hollow shook like the bones of the earth were shifting. The child's glowing hands broke through the soil barrier, fingers stretching, reaching for her face.
Don't leave me!
It screamed.
I'm not leaving you!
She cried back.
But I can't give you what will kill me!
The child's glow turned violent, flickering in rapid bursts. Mara, it whispered suddenly, soft again, heartbreakingly small. I don't want to go alone. Something in Mara shattered completely. Her breath broke, her soul fractured. And she whispered the one truth she had never spoken aloud. I don't want to lose you either. The coffin shook at those words. The faceless creature slammed both hands into the coffin walls, trying to hold it together, but the soil surged upward in a violent column, wrapping the child and dragging it downward faster now. The child shrieked, trying to claw its way back toward her. Mara, hail PME. Its voice cut off abruptly as soil engulfed its chest, its head, its glowing small hands, until nothing remained. The stone coffin sealed shut with a thunderous slam that echoed like a final heartbeat. Silence followed, not peaceful, not empty, heavy, crushing. The faceless creature lowered his massive form, leaning into the coffin as though exhausted. Soil poured off his shoulders like sweat. He turned his blank face toward Mara. She collapsed inside the coffin, sobbing so hard her ribs hurt. Her sibling was gone. Again. This time pulled beneath the earth not because she abandoned him, but because she could not take his place. The faceless creature slowly extended a hand toward her, not to harm, not to claim, but as if offering her a way out. But Mara didn't move. She whispered through choking breaths, I shouldn't have been the one who lived. The faceless creature paused. The coffin trembled, as though something below disagreed. The coffins trembled, deepened into a slow, pulsing rhythm, soft at first, like the faint quiver of a heartbeat beneath layers of stone, then harder, shaking the walls around Mara until dust sifted from cracks above her. She pressed her palms to the warm stone beneath her knees, breath sharp, uneven, dragging in and out of her chest as though the air no longer knew how to stay inside her. Tears blurred her vision into streaks of red and brown. The silence after her sibling vanished was worse than the screams, worse than the cracks in the coffin walls, because it felt like the world had paused, unsure whether to bury her or breathe with her. The faceless creature stood over her like a monument of dirt and memory, unmoving except for the rise and fall of his chest. He'd never breathed before, not once. But now something inside him shifted. Soil along his shoulders crumbled. His entire form sagged slightly, as though the ritual he had fought to control had drained something from him too. He reached toward her. Mara flinched violently and pressed herself against the curved coffin wall, nails scraping stone. Don't touch me, she gasped, voice raw and cracked. Please, just let me think. He paused. The soil that dripped from his fingers pattered softly against the coffin floor like rain in slow motion. He wasn't trying to frighten her. He wasn't dragging her down. He was waiting, like he had waited for decades in the earth, for this moment for her. The ground pulsed again beneath her, a deep, rolling swell, as though the grave disagreed with her words, whispered to her through stone, you were meant to live. She shook her head violently, tears smearing down her cheeks. No, I shouldn't have been the one saved. He never even had a chance. And her voice collapsed into a broken sob. The faceless creature lowered himself into a crouch beside the coffin, bringing his blank face closer to her level. Even without eyes, she felt him looking through her into places her grief had lived for years without a name. His voice rose in her mind again. Soft, steady, heavy as packed soil. You were not saved instead of him. Mara froze. You were saved because he could not stay. Her breath caught in her throat. What does that mean? She whispered. The faceless creature lifted a hand and pressed it lightly against the coffin wall, as if to steady it. His touch quieted the trembling for a moment. Dirt shifted over his fingers. He was not meant for breath, the creature whispered into her skull. He was meant for the earth. Mara's stomach twisted. He was a child. He deserved to live. He was a child, the creature agreed. But he was born without breath, without sound, without the warmth that binds a soul to a body. Her chest tightened painfully. My parents said he never formed right, they said. They feared the truth, the creature whispered. He arrived between worlds, neither called by breath nor taken by soil. Your bloodline carried something the ground recognized, something that made him belong below before he ever belonged above. Mara felt the world tilt. Stop, please. I can't handle this. But the creature continued, slow, patient, unrelenting. When your family buried him here, the ground tried to take him, tried to make him rest, but he clung to what little of life touched him. A pause. You. She trembled violently. Me. I wasn't even born yet. You carried the breath he reached for, the creature murmured. The breath he never had. Mara squeezed her eyes shut, shaking. The thought made her sick, made her ache, made her heart twist so tight she felt her ribs strain around it. I didn't want that. I didn't take anything from him. No, the creature said. You gave him hope. A hope that chained him to a grave he was never meant to rise from. Mara's breath hitched, turning sharp and painful. He waited for you, the creature continued. Not because he hated you, because he loved the idea of you, the sibling who would have held him, protected him, named him. Mara doubled forward, shoulders shaking with silent sobs. I would have, she whispered. I would have loved him. I would have. He knows, the creature whispered. That is why he let go. Mara froze. Her breath trembled out of her chest. What? She whispered. He didn't let go. The earth pulled him under. No, the creature said softly. He let go. The soil cannot take one who refuses. He released himself because he heard your words. Mara's throat closed. The last thing she'd said to him before he vanished. I don't want to lose you. And yet, she hadn't given him what he asked for. She hadn't given him her breath. She hadn't joined him. But she had given him something else. Something broken and honest I didn't know you existed. Her sibling had wanted to be remembered. Wanted a name. Wanted to be something other than a silent grief in her blood. She pressed both hands to her face. He died alone. No, the creature murmured. He died heard. The words cracked something inside her that had been sealed shut her entire life. The coffin beneath her suddenly warmed. Not burning. Not chilling. Comforting. As if the small soul buried beneath had curled into the earth with peace for the first time. But before she could breathe again, the chamber above them shook violently. Harder than before. Dust and soil rained into the coffin like a sudden storm. The faceless creature rose sharply to his full towering height, his posture stiffening as though sensing something she couldn't. Mara looked up, heart pounding. What's happening now? He turned his blank face toward the chamber above. The soil around the coffin shifted like something heavy moved through it. Something alive. Something wrong. Mara scrambled backward inside the coffin.
Tell me what's happening!
The faceless creature reached down toward her, his hand open. Gentle. His voice rolled into her skull like a distant thunder. The one you buried was not the only thing the grave kept. The chamber ceiling cracked. A scream, unlike any she'd heard, echoed through the soil above. And the creature whispered the words that froze her heart. He held back more than himself. The coffin trembled violently, as something else began to dig its way up. The scream that tore through the chamber ceiling didn't sound like her sibling, nor like the tall creature who'd chased her through the forest, nor even like the faceless guardian standing over her. It was deeper, older, like a howl dragged across centuries of dirt, a sound shaped by something that had never been human and had never pretended to be. Mara clamped her hands over her ears, but the noise slid through her fingers, the vibration sinking into her bones. Dust rained through the cracks above her head in trembling rhythms, each pulse like a warning from the earth itself. The faceless creature straightened in one rigid movement, towering so tall he nearly touched the ceiling of the chamber. His entire form stiffened, soil tightening across his limbs, as though bracing for a blow. Mara had never seen him afraid. Not during the rising of her sibling, not during the cracking of the coffin, not even when the ritual nearly unraveled. But now she sensed hesitation in him, a recoil, a subtle shift backward.
What is that?
She gasped, scrambling to the far edge of the coffin, her hands slipping across warm stone. What's coming up? He didn't look down at her. He didn't need to. His voice filled her mind, fuller and heavier than before, like the weight of an entire burial ground pressing inward. The thing your sibling held back. Mara's breath snapped short. Held back. He was just a child. He never had a chance to breathe. What could he possibly? The ceiling cracked with a violent, splintering boom, sending a chunk of stone tumbling into the chamber. It smashed against the dirt floor beside the coffin, exploding into jagged shards. Mara flinched and curled inward, arms over her head. Soil swirled upward in a sudden gust, twisting into the chamber like a whirlwind of dust and memory. The faceless creature planted both of his massive hands into the ground, the earth rising around him like a shield. Mara had never seen him defensive, not once. His entire existence had been ritual, movement, inevitability. But now he braced himself like a guardian facing something powerful enough to tear the chamber open. Mara's voice shook uncontrollably. Amadu HD, ID he held Biiki. This time the faceless creature lowered his head, the soil on his shoulders sliding down his arms in small avalanches. The first breath, her pulse stopped. I don't understand. The earth gives breath before it takes, he whispered in her mind. But not every breath is meant for life. The chamber ceiling split wide, a long jagged scar peeling open through layers of stone and root. A rush of freezing air blasted downward, colder than the grave, colder than anything the forest had ever breathed out. Mara clung to the edge of the coffin with white, knuckled desperation. From above came scratching, heavy, deliberate, claws, not hands, raked through the stone, sending sparks and soil falling in sharp showers. The faceless creature angled his body over the coffin as though shielding her. His hands dug deeper into the ground, his elbows locking. But whatever rose from above wasn't stopping. A shape pushed through the crack. A dark, thick limb made of packed earth and bone. It was nothing like the tall creature. Nothing like the child. Nothing like anything close to human. The limb ended in a mass of fingers too long, jointed too many times, dragging grooves in the stone floor as it searched for purchase. Mara's breath hitched. Oh God, is that? The faceless creature thundered into her mind before she could finish. He held this thing down when he was buried. His small body kept it pinned. He stayed above it so it would not rise. Mara felt nausea climb her throat. He was a shield. A child was a shield. He was born wrong, the creature whispered. Born between worlds. His breath was never meant to be taken. It was meant to be used. A second limb tore through the ceiling. Roots snapped like brittle bones. Soil poured downward like a waterfall. A deep, rattling groan filled the chamber, so old and so vast it felt like the sound of the earth breaking its own rules. Mara pressed herself against the inner wall of the coffin.
What is it?
The faceless creature finally looked down at her. It is the breath that was never meant for life. The one your sibling carried inside him without knowing. The earth gave it to him because it had nowhere else to go. She shook her head violently. No, that's impossible. He didn't have breath. He wasn't born alive. That is why he held it, the creature said. A body without breath becomes an anchor, a perfect container. The earth hid this thing within him. The chamber ceiling tore fully open, and something enormous pressed through, a head shaped from soil, stone, and skeletal roots. It wasn't a face. It wasn't even a creature in the usual sense. It was a pressure given form, a presence, a hunger, a wrongness with no body to cage it. It slithered downward, its movement silent. Its shape, changing as it stretched through the chamber's broken ceiling. Every inch of its body, or what resembled a body, shifted like wet soil sliding across itself, scattering stones as if they weighed nothing. Mara whimpered. Why is it down here? Why was it buried at all? The faceless creature turned toward the monster rising into the chamber and slowly straightened, towering, his body trembling with effort as if bracing for a battle he never wanted, because it had a name once. The shape ceased moving. It paused. The entire chamber exhaled. Mara whispered, "What name?" The faceless creature's voice entered her skull like a shockwave. "Your family's name." Her scream stuck in her throat. The creature looming above twisted toward her, as if hearing itself recognized. Its mouth, if the vertical cavity splitting its head was meant to be a mouth, opened wider, 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 until its entire form seemed nothing but a gaping hollow of hunger. It sucked the air from the chamber in one massive pull. Mara choked, gripping the coffin walls. Her breath tore from her throat. The faceless guardian slammed his arms outward, forcing the earth to rise in a wall between them. But the monster's breath was too strong. The soil wall cracked. The chamber screamed, and Mara felt her lungs collapse inward. As the ancient thing her sibling had kept buried finally claimed its right to rise. The breath that tore from Mara's lungs wasn't pulled. It was ripped, seized with a violence that felt like invisible claws had reached directly into her chest and dragged the air upward. Her eyes bulged. Her spine arched backward. Her ribs strained painfully as panic surged through every nerve. She clawed at the coffin walls, fighting uselessly against a force older and stronger than anything she had ever imagined. The ancient thing above her inhaled again, slow, savoring, pulling the chamber's air in one long, greedy gulp, and the air thinned instantly around her. A ringing filled her ears. Her vision flashed white. Her fingertips tingled, then numbed, then burned. The earth felt like it was pulling her downward, even as the monster's breath dragged her upward. Two ancient hungers, one wanting to swallow her, one wanting to drain her, tore at her body in opposite directions. The faceless creature roared, silently, violently, his massive body thrusting forward as he slammed both arms into the air, forcing a wall of soil to rise between Mara and the ancient hunger above. The earth obeyed without hesitation, shooting upward in a thick barrier, roots snapping as they were torn free. The wall shook violently under the monster's pull, but it held long enough for a gasp of oxygen to rush back into Mara's chest. She collapsed against the coffin wall, coughing hard enough to taste blood. Her lungs spasmed, desperate for air. Her ribs felt bruised from the inside. She curled one arm around herself and forced a broken breath into her body. Above her, the ancient thing screeched, a hollow, thunderous cry that vibrated through her bones. It didn't sound alive. It didn't sound dead. It sounded like something forgotten by both. The faceless creature's voice burst into her mind, urgent and strained. "Get out of the coffin." She tried to stand, but her legs shook uncontrollably. I can't move. GTO. The command rattled her skull. She scrambled upward on shaking hands, dragging herself toward the coffin wall. Dirt under her nails, stones scraping her knees, her breath broken into jagged fragments. She hoisted herself halfway up the curved side when the ground convulsed under her. Not trembled, convulsed. Violent, sickening, like something beneath the coffin had awakened too. Her sibling's grave, her sibling's cradle, her sibling's anchor. She froze, gripping the stone edge with both hands. "Please," she whispered, voice cracking. "Please don't let anything else come out of here." But the stone beneath her knees pulsed. A heartbeat, her sibling's heartbeat. Not alive, not human. A resonance. The last trace of the one who had held back the ancient thing. The faceless creature reached down with one massive hand, fingers spread wide, trying to help lift her from the coffin. But before he could grasp her, the ancient monster above drove one grotesque limb into the soil wall the faceless creature had raised. The wall cracked instantly. Roots snapped like brittle threads. Dust exploded into the chamber. The barrier trembled, then split open with a roar that punched the air out of Mara's lungs again. The monster's breath surged downward, an avalanche of suction. Mara screamed silently as her grip tore loose from the stone. The faceless creature lunged, plunging his hand toward her. His fingers brushed hers, and the ancient monster inhaled. The suction yanked Mara upward in a violent, dizzying burst. The faceless creature's fingers slipped from her grasp. She flew out of the coffin like a rag doll hurled upward by the earth itself. The chamber spun around her in a blur of stone and soil and roots. Her vision streaked with color as her body shot toward the ceiling crack where the ancient thing loomed with its gaping, hollow maw. She tried to scream but had no air left. The faceless creature thrust his entire body upward, leaping higher than she thought possible. His arms outstretched, trying to reach her. For a brief second, he nearly caught her. His soil-covered fingers brushed her boot. But the monster's breath was too strong. He dropped back into the coffin. Mara rose toward the waiting void. The creature above unfurled its form as she neared. What she'd first thought was a head now stretched wider, splitting apart into layers of shifting soil and dark tendrils. A pit of blackness opened in its center, spinning, hungry, endless. A shape like a jaw but without teeth. A mouth that didn't eat flesh. A mouth that ate breath. Her bloodline's breath, her sibling's breath. The breath that had belonged to the earth long before anyone in her family was born. Her entire body trembled with terror beyond words.
No, no!
She choked out with what little air she had.
Let me go! POS!
But the thing didn't want her body. It wanted her identity, her lineage, her last name. The one tied to its burial. The one tied to the grave. The one tied to the breath it had been denied. As she rose within inches of the spinning void, a voice filled her head. Not the faceless creatures, not her siblings, not the tall creatures. A new voice. A voice cracked by centuries of being buried wrong. A voice that spoke from the hunger itself. Yo yo go ni mym, Mara screamed. The void surged. And then something slammed into her from the side with bone, shattering force. It wasn't the faceless creature. It wasn't her sibling. It wasn't any creature. It was a rout. A massive, thick root snapped sideways like a whip, striking the ancient monster's maw. The entire chamber shook as the beast reeled backward with a sound like a collapsing mountain. The suction broke instantly. Mara dropped. She plummeted downward, tumbling through the air, slamming hard into the chamber floor. Pain exploded across her shoulder and hip. Dirt filled her mouth. Her vision flickered. Above her, roots tore through the chamber ceiling. Thick, powerful, ancient roots, ripping downward toward the monster, as though the forest itself had declared war. The faceless creature roared silently and lifted her in his arms, pulling her away from the coffin. Mara groaned, her body limp against his. Why did the forest? His voice thundered in her skull, The forestidos, nautientu hat the artiachitas. The ancient monster clawed at the roots, its form shifting wildly, attacking, screaming in rage. The chamber collapsed around it. Soil rained like a storm. Stones fell like hail. Roots constricted around its limbs, dragging it upward, choking the breath it tried to take. And Mara realized. The forest wasn't saving her. It was protecting itself. from whatever her family had buried. The faceless creature carried her out of the collapsing coffin chamber, gripping her tightly even as stone shards rained down onto his back. But just before they disappeared into the shadows of the tunnel, the monster's voice tore through the chamber with earth-shaking power. Wayu wail karawai, noado ahe lefty bihi and d. Mara's heart stopped cold. The faceless creature stiffened. The forest roots shuddered. And somewhere deep in her ribs, something inside her moved. The pain didn't hit all at once. It started as a small flutter beneath Mara's ribs, so faint she almost mistook it for her lungs, resetting after the ancient monster's breath nearly tore them empty. A twitch, a quiver, a pulse like a second heart learning how to beat inside her. Her eyes widened, breath stalling halfway in her throat. She pressed a palm to her sternum, fingers trembling uncontrollably, expecting the flutter to vanish. But instead, it returned, sharper this time, like a finger dragging gently across the inside of her ribs. A wrongness that didn't hurt yet, but promised it would. The faceless creature felt her jolt. His grip tightened around her as he carried her through the collapsing tunnel, stone and soil crashing behind them in violent bursts. The air filled with thick dust that swirled around his heavy steps. He shielded her with his massive body, taking every blow, every falling shard, every root snapping overhead. But his silence, his normally steady, a grounding silence, shifted. It wasn't calm now. It wasn't neutral. It was shaken. A tremble ran through the soil of his shoulders and arms. Something like dread moving inside him. What's happening to me? Mara gasped, clutching her ribs as another small wriggle traced along her chest. Tell me what that thing meant.
What did it put inside me?
The faceless creature didn't answer. The tunnel around them groaned like a dying animal, closing in as roots thrashed and stone crumbled, sealing the chamber behind them. The ancient monster bellowed somewhere far below, its echo muffled by the earth, trying desperately to contain it. The faceless creature trudged forward faster, stepping over rocks and fractured remains of tree roots. Mara shouted, her voice cracking in terror.
Tell me!
At last, the faceless creature's voice entered her mind. Heavy, reluctant, weighted with something close to sorrow. It is not inside you. Mara froze. Her breathing stopped. Her heart slammed. But I feel it, she whispered. Voice shrinking. I feel something moving. He carried her into a wider part of the tunnel where the ceiling hadn't yet collapsed. He lowered her carefully to the ground, his enormous hands slipping away from her body like he feared touching her again. The tunnel shuddered. Dust drifted down like dying snow. The forest roots clung to the walls, braiding themselves into a barrier further down the passage, as though trapping the ancient thing behind them. The faceless creature kneeled in front of her, and for the first time since she'd met him, he bowed his head. A gesture of grief, a gesture of apology. Mara's pulse hammered with panic. Tell me, please, what is it? His voice filled her skull, softer than ever before, each word landing like a stone. You are not carrying it. You are becoming what was used to hold it. Her stomach dropped, her mouth dried. A cold sweat broke across her back. Become, she whispered. Become what? He lifted his head slowly, the blank hollow of his face inches from hers. The darkness in his eye sockets churned. You feel movement because you feel your sibling's breath, he said. The last thing he held. The last thing he protected. The breath that was never meant for a living child. Her jaw trembled. But he's gone. No. The word echoed like a funeral bell. No, he repeated. He left it with you. Mara's skin prickled with terror. Her fingers went numb. The flutter beneath her ribs grew stronger. 2 pulses now instead of 1, slipping between each of her heartbeats. Her voice cracked. Why would he do that? Why would he leave something so dangerous in me? The faceless creature tilted his head. He didn't choose it. The air thinned around her. The moment you said you didn't want to lose him, the creature whispered. The part of him that had never been allowed to rest answered you. It attached itself to you. Not out of hunger, a pause. But out of love. Mara's stomach twisted violently.
Love shouldn't feel like this.
It feels wrong.
It feels like something crawling under my ribs.
It is not love. The creature corrected gently. It is longing. The kind that binds the living to the dead. The kind your bloodline never learned how to let go. She shook her head wildly. No. No. Get it out. Take it out.
Whatever he left, I don't want it inside me.
You cannot remove longing, the creature said. It roots itself where pain once lived. Mara's throat closed. She dug her nails into her chest, desperate, terrified, ready to tear into her own skin if she had to. The movement inside her fluttered again, soft, circling, as though exploring its new space. Her breath choked. What does it want? The creature lowered his head again. To rest, he said. Mara's heart thundered.
Then how do I give it rest?
You cannot, he answered. Not here. Not in this ground. Mara's voice rose in a frantic whisper.
Why not?
His head turned toward the direction of the collapsed chamber where the ancient monster had torn free. Because this earth remembers wrong, he said. It remembers the burial that betrayed it. It remembers the name carved into stone that was not honored. Your family buried the child here to hide him, not to give him peace. Tears spilled down Mara's cheeks. Her lungs stung. My parents, they never told me any of this. They were afraid, he said gently. The ground beneath your blood is older than their fear. Another jolt ran through her ribs, sharp enough to force a gasp. She grabbed her chest, doubled over. The movement inside her pulsed faster now, mimicking her breath. She whispered, I can't hold this, it's too much. The faceless creature extended one hand toward her, not to take something from her, but to steady her shaking body. His voice softened inside her skull. Mara, you are not dying. She swallowed hard. Then what's happening to me? He paused. Long enough that dread crept slowly up her spine, that long enough for the flutter inside her chest to become a slow, circular swirl. That breath, he said, the one your sibling carried, it has chosen you now. Her voice cracked. Chosen me for what? The creature drew closer, his hollow face inches from hers, earth dripping from his chin like thick tears. To finish what your family began. Mara's blood turned to ice. No, she whispered. No, you're not saying. His final words were almost mournful. The breath inside you is forming a new vessel. Her pulse stopped. A vessel, she whispered. A vessel for what? The creature's silent response shook the tunnel. For the name your family abandoned. Suddenly, the thing inside her kicked. Not a flutter, not a ripple, a full, sharp kick. Her scream echoed through the tunnel, and the faceless creature whispered the words that broke her. Mara, your sibling, is being reborn. Mara didn't move. Couldn't move. Her scream died halfway out of her throat, dissolving into a hoarse, shaking gasp as the reality of what was happening crashed through her like a tidal wave of ice. Her hands clutched her ribs, fingers digging through her shirt as though she could peel away her skin and force out whatever now stirred beneath it. Her eyes bulged with panic, tears leaking down her cheeks in hot streaks. The kicking sensation returned. Subtle this time, more like a roll under the surface of her chest, almost curious, circling along her ribs before settling again near her sternum. Her breath stuttered. No, God, no, get it out. Jeed itiodo of mem. The faceless creature lowered his massive form, soil cascading from his shoulders like sand falling from a collapsing cliff. He reached toward her but stopped inches from her trembling hand, as though terrified his touch might make everything worse. It is not growing like a child, he whispered inside her skull. It is forming from what was denied to him. The breath he carried, the longing he clung to, the bond you gave voice to. No, she cried, shaking her head. I didn't agree to anything. I didn't ask for him to. Her voice fell apart. You answered him, the creature said, voice soft, heavy. And the breath inside him, lost, wandering, heard its chance to anchor itself. Her stomach lurched with nausea so violent she nearly retched. She staggered backward until her spine hit the tunnel wall, dirt crumbling around her shoulders. Anchor itself. That's not an anchor.
That's a parasite growing in me. I don't want this.
I want it, OT. Her words snapped into a sharp cry. The thing inside her twisted, not like an animal, not like a child, more like a coil of wind and memory tightening, binding itself deeper into her chest. As though wrapping around her heart, her pulse doubled, two rhythms echoing in her ribcage, one hers, one not. She sobbed into her hands. Make it stop. Please just make it stop. I can't carry him. I can't be the one who takes this thing. He is not a thing, the faceless creature whispered. Not gentle, not stern, simply true. Mara froze, her fingers twitching against her ribs. He is your sibling, the creature said. The one buried before you were born. The one whose breath never reached the world above. The one your bloodline forgot. No, Mara whispered. No, he's not my sibling. Not anymore. Not like this. The creature tilted his blank face toward her. He did not choose this shape.
What shape?
She cried. There is no shape, just movement, pain, wrongness. The creature placed a heavy hand against the tunnel floor. The earth shifted, responding to him like a loyal animal. He is becoming what he should have been, had breath reached him the day he was buried. Her breath stopped cold in her throat. A baby. No, the creature whispered. Not flesh, not bone. Something between. A vessel made from longing and breath. A form that will grow faster than life. A form that will seek what it was denied. Mara shook uncontrollably. What is it seeking? He leaned closer. You. Her body stiffened as another sharp jab hit her ribs. She gasped, folding inward. Stop, please. Just stop. The breath inside you is bonding. The creature said. It knows you are alive. It knows your heartbeat. It knows you are the one who spoke to it with sorrow instead of fear. And so it grows where your grief lies. Her throat burned with every inhale.
You're telling me I caused this?
That because I didn't want him to die alone? He crawled inside me. The creature hesitated. It was enough of an answer. Mara let out a sound she didn't recognize, somewhere between a sob and a howl of exhaustion.
T-ice and a fire,
she screamed, slamming her fist into the dirt wall. Earth crumbled under her knuckles, pain flaring through her hand.
I didn't bury him.
I didn't leave him.
Why am I being punished?
It is not punishment, the creature whispered.
Ta-tais IT!
Fulfillment, he answered. Mara stared at him as though he'd stabbed her. He continued, his voice heavy with a grief that did not belong to a monster or a guardian, but something older, something wary. The breath that entered you belonged to the one your family abandoned. It has no home, no voice, no body left to hold it. You gave it what it needed most, connection, someone to hear it, someone to speak its name.
I never said his name,
she cried, trembling.
I don't even know it.
That, the creature whispered, is why it is forming inside you. It wants to complete itself. Her skin crawled violently. Complete itself how? He lowered his head. Soil dripped from his jawline in slow, thick rivulets. It will take shape, he said. A shape that resembles what it should have been. A shape tied to you. A shape that breath can fill. Mara gagged. No. No, you're saying it's forming a body. Not a body, the creature whispered. A carrier. A form of breath made flesh. Her vision blurred with terror. And when it is formed, he said, it will ask for your voice. Her heart dropped into her stomach. Why my voice? To hear its name.
I don't know its name!
The creature leaned even closer, his voice echoing in a way that felt carved into her bones. That is exactly why it demands one. The movement inside Mara surged again. Stronger, more defined, as though her panic fed its growth. She screamed and curled into herself, gripping her ribs so hard her fingers went numb. Mara, the creature said urgently, placing a massive hand on her back to steady her. You must stay calm.
Ho!
She screamed. How I style galamai sam tagalama jaro by gayami. You are not dying, he whispered. You are being tied. tied to Dohite. The creature hesitated, and then the ground beneath them trembled. Deep, distant, but unmistakable. The ancient monster was digging again. The forest roots above strained against whatever force pulled them deeper. Mara's breath caught as she felt the thing inside her react to the tremor. It curled sharply, pushing against her ribs like it wanted out. She shrieked. The faceless creature grabbed her shoulders. Listen to me. Listen. Your sibling is not reborn to hurt you. He wants release. He wants peace.
Tiri Hamo!
She screamed. The creature paused. His silence terrified her more than anything. Finally, he whispered there is only one way to release him. Her voice cracked. Tell me. Tell me now. You must finish the burial your parents never completed. She stared, trembling. How? His voice turned solemn, heavy. Final, you must take him to the place where bloodline began, and give him a name. The movement inside her suddenly stopped. The silence in her chest felt worse than the kicking. The faceless creature leaned close, his hollow face inches from hers. You must bury him yourself. Mara's pulse thrashed. Her voice broke apart. But first, his voice lowered. You must survive what he becomes in you. A sharp, violent wrench tore through her chest, and Mara screamed as something inside her started to rise. The scream that ripped out of Mara's throat didn't sound human. Not because it was monstrous, but because it held too much at once: fear, grief, confusion, and the unbearable shock of something moving inside her, as if trying to press a new existence against the inside of her ribs. She clawed at the dirt beneath her knees, fingers trembling violently as the pressure in her chest expanded. It wasn't sharp like a knife wound, not blunt like a punch. It was stretching, pushing, forming. Her breath hitched in frantic little gasps. The tunnel blurred into streaks of red and black as she doubled over, forehead pressing into the cold earth. The faceless creature lunged forward and steadied her shoulders with both hands. His touch was surprisingly warm. Earth warm, life warm, and for a moment, it held her together long enough for her to find a single breath between the waves of pain. But the thing inside her kept moving, curling, uncurling, pressing outward against her ribs like a hand, testing the walls of a room too small for it. Mara gagged on her own panic. It's coming out. It's going to break through me. Please, I can't do this. No, the creature whispered in her mind, his voice firm but layered with something she had never heard in him before: urgency. It cannot break you. It is not flesh. It is breath made shape. It is forming a vessel, not tearing one open.
It feels like it's Tiragi.
She cried, nails digging into her shirt, as if trying to tear out the movement underneath. A sudden twist inside her made her entire spine snap straight. Her eyes flew open. Her scream lodged in her throat, swallowed by shock. She hunched over, trembling uncontrollably. The creature pulled her close, keeping her upright as the tunnel floor shook with low tremors. He shielded her body with his own as loose stones tumbled from the ceiling. Mara, he murmured into her skull, listen to me. You must breathe slowly. If you panic, he will panic. If you tighten, he will push harder.
He's not a baby!
She sobbed.
He's not even alive!
No, he said softly, but he is becoming. The pain rolled through her again, this time higher, pressing into her sternum, as if something inside her was lifting its head. Mara's back arched involuntarily, a sharp cry bursting from her lips.
Yes, I say become angry.
She yelled, tears spilling down her face as her voice cracked in terror. The faceless creature lowered her gently to the ground, propping her back against a mound of compacted earth. Roots tangled above her like trembling fingers, straining as the tremors beneath the soil grew stronger. You must hear this, he said slowly, even if you fear it. She couldn't respond. Another wave hit her, knocking the words out of her mouth before they formed. Her breath came in tiny shudders. The creature leaned close. He is becoming a vessel of your grief, he whispered, and your blood. Her blood turned cold. Her heart stuttered painfully. What do you mean? My blood. She gasped, horror tightening her throat. I thought he was breath. I thought he was only breath. He was breath, the creature said. But breath alone cannot bind itself to the world again. It needs something to hold it. Something to give it shape, something it cannot take by force. Mara froze. No, she whispered. No, 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 no. Her veins pulsed beneath her skin. Her heart hammered. The movement inside her throbbed in rhythm with her heartbeat. Oh God, she gasped, wrapping her arms around herself. He's using me. He's taking my blood to build himself. Yes, the creature said. Not cruel, not cold. Resigned. Your blood gave him a path. Your sorrow gave him form. Your lineage gave him a claim. Mara wanted to scream again, but her breath wouldn't come. A sudden jolt inside her knocked her sideways, making her grunt. She dug her fingers into the dirt, trying to ground herself, trying to stay upright. This isn't happening, she whispered. This isn't real. I can't carry something like this. I can't survive something like this. The faceless creature steadied her again. You can. Because he is not here to kill you. He's not, she choked. No, the creature whispered. He is here to finish what your family denied him. To become home. She shook her head frantically. I don't want him inside me. I don't want to be part of this.
Make it stop! PLE's in Mac IT stoop!
You cannot stop it, he said gently. But you can guide it. Her breath hitched. Guide it! Oh. He placed a massive hand over hers, pressing her palm gently against her own chest. Speak to him, the creature said. He chose you. He listens to you. Speak. I can't. You must. Her ribs tightened again, a coil inside her winding with uncomfortable pressure, growing stronger with every breath she took. Her body shook with strain. She sobbed helplessly. Talk to him, the creature urged. Even if you fear him. Even if you hate what he is becoming. Your voice is the only thing that can calm him. Mara squeezed her eyes shut, choking on terror, on grief, on the crushing reality of what was unfolding. She felt another push inside her, a nudge against her sternum, too deliberate to ignore. She swallowed hard. Her voice came out small, raw. Trembling, stop. Please stop, you're hurting me. The movement paused. Just for a moment, her breath hitched. She whispered again. Please, please don't hurt me, I'm trying. I'm trying to understand. Her chest rose shakily. The movement softened. It curled inward instead of pushing outward. Her tears fell in silent, unending lines. The faceless creature nodded. Good. He hears you. A tremor rippled under them. A distant groan shook the tunnel walls. The ancient monster was forcing its way upward again. Mara clutched the creature's arm. If he's becoming something inside me, what will happen when that thing comes back up? The faceless creature didn't answer. Mortal vessels break, he finally whispered. Her blood ran ice cold. That thing wants its breath back, he said. It wants what your sibling held. It wants what you now carry. Mara felt the breath inside her pulse beneath her ribs. Growing, strengthening, taking shape from her blood, taking memory from her grief, taking identity from her lineage. What happens, she whispered, if it reaches me? The tunnel trembled violently. The faceless creature grabbed her and lifted her to her feet. His answer rattled her bones. If it reaches you, it will tear the vessel open to reclaim what it believes is its own. Her heart lurched in terror. And Mara, he added softly, it will not stop at the breath. Her knees buckled. Her voice cracked. What else will it take? The creature steadied her, palms warm against her shaking arms. And he finally told her everything your sibling is using to form himself. Mara froze. Her blood turned to stone. Her breath shattered. You mean? She whispered. It will take me. The creature bowed his head, and the thing inside her kicked again. The next scream never made it out of Mara's throat. It got trapped somewhere under her ribs, right where the new pulse throbbed, echoing inside her chest instead of the air. She staggered backward until her shoulders slammed the tunnel wall, her fingers clawing at nothing, as though trying to peel herself out of her own skin. The faceless creature reached for her, but she jerked away instinctively, terror overriding logic. Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
Don't till you itch me!
She gasped, eyes wide and glassy. The creature paused, hands suspended in the air, as though aware that another inch of closeness might break what little of her sanity was left. Soil dripped from his fingertips in thin streams, disappearing as they hit the dirt floor. The pulsing beneath her chest didn't stop. It didn't fade. It grew. Slowly at first, then stronger, like a heartbeat building confidence inside territory it now believed was its own. Mara pressed her hands hard against her sternum, nails digging into her shirt fabric. It's getting bigger, she whispered, voice trembling. I can feel it. Not just moving, it's expanding. The faceless creature nodded once. He wasn't surprised. He wasn't confused. He was resigned, which terrified her more than the pain. Tell me the truth, she whispered, throat dry as dust. How long do I have before it becomes whatever it's becoming? The creature's head tilted, listening. Not to her, but to something inside her chest. The pulse, the breath, the forming vessel. He lowered his hands slowly. Not long, he answered. It grows with every breath you take. Mara's stomach lurched. Then I'll stop breathing. I'll hold my breath. You cannot, he whispered. Your breath feeds it, but your fear feeds it faster. Fear, and she was drowning in it. Another pulse throbbed through her chest. Stronger this time, a rolling push that made her ribs ache. She winced and doubled over, teeth gritted hard enough to make her jaw pop. Stiop, she gasped. Stop, please. Please stop. The movement paused. Not fully, but enough. Enough for her to breathe again. She pressed her palms tightly over her heart, tears streaking down her cheeks. It listens to me. It listens, but it doesn't know what it's doing. It knows what it wants, the creature murmured, but it does not know how to want gently. A shiver ran up her spine. That was worse than cruelty, mindless longing, blind need. Then teach me, she said shakily. Teach me how to control it. If it listens, then I can keep it calm. I can keep it from hurting me. You cannot control him, the creature said. Only guide him, and even that will not last. Why? She demanded. Why won't it last? The creature leaned closer, towering, his hollow face inches from her. His voice entered her mind with crushing weight, because soon he will want out. Mara's knees buckled. She slid down the wall until she crouched on the dirt floor, arms wrapped around herself. No, he can't. He can't come out through me. He'll kill me. You said he's not flesh. He's breath and blood. He'll rip through me like. She couldn't finish, because she knew exactly what it meant. He wasn't a child inside her. He wasn't a baby. He wasn't developing a body. He was developing a shape strong enough to hold breath, a shape that required more and more of her. And once it was finished, he'd have no reason to stay inside her. A tremor rolled through the tunnel, dust drifting from the ceiling like ash. Mara glanced upward and flinched as cracks spread through the earth overhead. The thing below, she whispered. It's still coming. Yes, the creature said, and it knows the breath is inside you. Mara's mouth went dry, and it wants it back. It will not stop, he said. Not until it tears you open. The pulse throbbed again, 2 quick, sharp hits, like a warning. Like her sibling inside her understood he was being hunted. Tears burned her eyes. Then tell me how to protect myself. The faceless creature did not hesitate. You must leave this place, he said. Leave the grave. Leave the forest. Leave everything. She blinked. What? You cannot bury him here, he said. The ground rejects him. It always has. That is why he was restless even in death. That is why he clung to your breath the moment you gave it meaning. Mara shook her head. If I leave, if I walk out there like this, that thing will follow me. Won't it? Yes, he said simply. But if you stay, there is no chance at all. Her breath fractured. So what? You want me to run? I want you to survive, he whispered. Her voice rose in panic.
Where am I supposed to go?
Where do I take him? You said he needs a burial. A real one. But where? The creature's voice grew soft, almost mournful. You must take him to the place where your blood began, the first ground your family ever claimed, the first place the earth marked you.
I don't know that place!
She cried.
I don't know anything about my family! They never told me anything about where they came from!
You will remember, he said.
I won't?
You already have, he whispered. Mara froze.
What does that mean?
The house, he said. The one that called you here. Her breath stalled. You think it called you randomly, he continued. But it did not. You came because the ground wanted you, because it is tied to your name. Mara's skin crawled. The house is where this started. No, he whispered. The house is where this returned. The pulse in her chest quickened, rapid, urgent, scared. Mara clutched her ribs. If I go back there, it'll find me. No, he said. It will follow you regardless. But the house holds the only path to the ground that can accept him. She trembled violently. I don't know how to find that ground. You will, he said. He will show you. Her entire body froze. The pulse inside her slowed, as though listening, as though acknowledging, as though ready. The creature rose to his full towering height, filling the tunnel with his massive frame. Get up, Mara. She couldn't. Her legs shook so hard she thought her bones might break. He extended a hand, not grabbing, not forcing, simply offering. You must go before the Ancient One reaches us. If he finds you here, it will end. Mara stared at his hand. Every instinct screamed to run. Every instinct screamed to collapse. Every instinct screamed that she was not meant to survive this. But the pulse inside her, it wasn't hurting her now. It was guiding her, waiting. She placed her trembling hand into the creature's palm. He lifted her with startling gentleness, as though holding something precious the earth itself feared to break. Then, a rumble echoed through the tunnel behind them. Deep, closer, hungry. The ancient monster was rising again. The creature turned sharply toward the sound. Mara, he said urgently, you must run. I don't know where. Rarn. The earth beneath her feet shifted, forming a path leading toward the forest's lowest roots. The creature stepped between her and the oncoming horror, arms spread wide, body hardening into something like a barrier. The pulse inside her chest throbbed again, but this time it felt like a voice, a direction, a plea. Mara gasped, I know where to go. The creature nodded once. Then go, he whispered, and do not stop. Mara turned, and she ran into the dark. Mara didn't run so much as she bolted, desperation driving her legs faster than her mind could keep up. The tunnel ahead narrowed and widened in uneven pulses, the dirt floor shifting beneath her boots, as though the earth itself wanted to push her forward. Roots snaked along the ceiling, thick, trembling, alive, and brushed her shoulders as she passed under them. They weren't trying to stop her. They were guiding her, urging her towards some unseen exit with an urgency that set her nerves on fire. Behind her, the old guardian, her silent protector, stood between her and the oncoming horror. She didn't dare look back, but she felt it, the tremor in the ground, the low groan of stone giving way, the distant roar of the ancient thing rising from the grave her sibling had once pinned shut. Whatever form it had now, it was crawling upward with all the strength of something denied its claim for too long. The pulse in Mara's chest throbbed faster, sensing with her steps. Each beat felt sharper, more defined, less like a flutter and more like a push. She pressed one hand against her ribs as she ran, breath ragged. Please, she whispered, voice trembling. Please don't grow right now. I need to move. We need to move. The pulse slowed slightly. Her panic eased just enough for her lungs to catch a full breath. She didn't know if that meant the being inside her was obeying her, or simply responding to her survival. But it listened. That was enough. The tunnel took a hard turn left, then rose in a steep incline. Mara gripped exposed roots for balance, her boots slipping on loose soil. Her arms shook under her own weight. She stumbled once, catching herself before she slid back down. The echo behind her grew louder, heavy, dragging, scraping, as though the ancient creature was pulling itself through the earth like a swollen corpse forcing its way out of a too small coffin. Her pulse spiked. The one inside her did too. She grunted through clenched teeth, climbing faster. I hear it coming. Please, please let me reach the surface. A root above her split in half, showering her with dirt. A deep groan shook the entire tunnel. She froze, bracing herself as soil drifted around her in small clouds. Something enormous struck the ground far behind, sending a tremor up the incline. It was getting closer, too close. She scrambled the last few feet of the slope and burst into a larger chamber. A hollowed-out area where roots twisted and thick, curtained like spirals. The air was damp, cold, filled with the scent of soil broken open for the first time in ages. A faint shaft of moonlight filtered through a narrow crack above, barely bright enough to see by, but enough to spark something in the pulse inside her. It throbbed again, harder, faster. Mara staggered to her knees, clutching her chest. Stop. No, not now. Please. Not now. But the being inside her wasn't harming her. It was trying to show her something. She lifted her gaze to the narrow slit above, her breath trembling. Moonlight, fresh air, an exit. But the opening was too small, nothing more than a jagged seam in the earth. Not wide enough for her to climb through, not even wide enough to slide her shoulders through. No, she whispered. No, no, no. This isn't enough. How am I supposed to get out? The pulse inside her kicked. Not in pain, in direction. Her eyes snapped upward. The roots around the seam were already straining, pulling back, slowly, as though reacting to her sibling's presence inside her. They curled away from the crack, stretching like fingers pulling apart a stuck door. Her breath caught. You're helping me, she whispered. The roots shuddered, tightening and tugging again. The crack widened, just enough for her to shove her arm through. She reached higher. Another pulse. The roots peeled further apart. And then, a deafening crash shook the chamber behind her. Mara whipped around just in time to see the tunnel collapse inward. A violent surge of dirt and broken stone pouring down the incline like a roaring landslide. And within the cloud of falling earth, a shape. Twisted. Enormous. Clawing its way toward her. Mara screamed and scrambled to her feet. The ancient creature roared, a sound that seemed to peel the walls apart. Its limbs slammed into the chamber floor, and the ground cracked beneath the impact.
Movie,
She shouted at herself, shoving upward toward the widened crack. She gripped the edges of the seam, ignoring the roots slicing her palms. She heaved upward with everything she had, legs kicking at the air. The being inside her pulsed again, strong, insistent, as though urging her to push harder. She squeezed herself upward through the narrow gap. The rock scraped her back, her hips, her ribs, tearing fabric, ripping skin, but she didn't stop. She forced herself upward inch by inch, lungs burning, heart pounding against the forming vessel inside her. Below, the creature clawed at the roots, ripping them from the tunnel walls in violent bursts. It screamed, a hollow, furious, grieving sound that echoed through stone. Mara's head broke the surface. Cold air, real, fresh, forest air, filled her lungs. She hauled her torso out, arms shaking uncontrollably as she pulled her legs through the gap. For a moment, her boot got caught on an exposed root. The creature below roared again, close, too close. Mara wrenched, her foot free, and rolled onto the forest floor, just as something massive slammed into the ground beneath her, sending a shockwave through the soil. The crack sealed behind her, roots twisting violently to hide the opening, as though the forest itself feared what chased her. Mara lay there gasping, chest rising and falling with sharp, desperate breaths. The night sky stretched above her, dark, starless, heavy, but it was sky. Real sky. She had made it out. The pulse inside her slowed. Not calm, just steady, waiting. She pressed her hand to her ribs. "We're out," she whispered. We're out. But the relief didn't last. Because the forest around her, quiet just moments ago, began to stir. Branches shifted. Leaves trembled. Soil churned beneath her like something pacing below the roots. Her siblings' forming vessel pulsed again in her chest. Hard, instinctive, like it felt the forest's reaction. Mara staggered to her knees, and then she heard it, the ancient monster's muffled roar from deep underground, followed by a series of rapid, scraping movements. It wasn't stuck. It wasn't sealed away. It was tracking her. She pushed herself to her feet, heart pounding. "I have to get back to the house," she whispered. "You said you'd show me the way, so show me." The thing inside her pulsed again, once, hard, and her vision swiveled east, toward the path she had run from on her first night, toward the shadowed slope between the trees. Toward home. Mara staggered forward, sucking in cold night air. The forest bent with her movement. Listening, watching, following. She took one step, and the ground beneath her trembled. Faint but unmistakable. It was coming. She broke into a sprint. The forest opened for her, and the ancient thing beneath the earth clawed closer with every breath she took. The forest did not simply surround Mara as she ran. It reacted to her. Every root she stepped on drew back. Every branch leaning low lifted itself, just enough for her to duck beneath without slowing. The leaves shivered as she passed, not in the wind, but as though whispering among themselves, warning each other that something old, something the ground itself feared, was rising behind her. Her chest pounded as she sprinted, every breath slicing at her lungs. The thing inside her, her siblings' forming vessel, beat in rhythm with her steps, a second pulse shaking her ribcage. Sometimes it pushed outward, sometimes it curled tight as if bracing for impact. Once, she felt a strange tug, almost like it wanted her to veer off the path. But she forced herself to stay focused, eyes locked on the faint outline of her house through the trees. The house, the one she once thought she chose, the one she now knew had chosen her. The ground thudded beneath her feet, once, twice, then a long, dragging scrape. The ancient monster was drawing closer. She didn't dare look back. She feared she'd see its twisting limbs clawing through the soil, dragging itself forward with the hunger of something denied its claim for far too long. The pulse inside her throbbed again, hard, quick, anxious. "I know," she gasped between breaths. "I know. It's getting closer. I'm trying." A deep rumble shook the forest floor. Birds exploded from the treetops in panicked waves. Small animals darted across her path, fleeing into burrows, desperate to escape whatever rose behind her. The forest itself seemed to retreat. Trees leaned away from her path, bending outward in a slow, unnatural sway. The soil grew softer under her feet, as if cushioning her steps. For the first time since entering this nightmare, the forest wasn't just watching. It was helping. But even with the forest's guidance, the monster's approach felt inevitable. The tremors grew louder, closer, like massive hands dragging themselves across stone. Mara stumbled over a jutting root, falling hard to one knee. Pain shot up her leg, but she forced herself up, limping forward. Just ahead, her house appeared between the trees. Dark, silent, waiting. The pulse inside her steadied, not calm, focused. She slowed only long enough to catch a ragged breath. "This is it?" she whispered. "This is where I'm supposed to go." The pulse throbbed once. Yes. Mara sprinted the final stretch across the yard, her boots slapping against damp earth. The porch came into view. The front door, once cracked and weathered, now stood slightly open, as though expecting her. The ground shook violently. A roar echoed through the forest, long, furious, bone deep. Mara whipped around just in time to see the soil near the tree line bulge upward, bursting in a shower of dirt and roots. The ancient monster's limb broke through the earth. Huge. Twisted. Jointed too many times. It clawed at the ground, hauling its massive form upward. Inch by inch, Mara screamed and ran inside the house, slamming the door behind her. The walls trembled as the forest shook from the monster's emergence. She backed away from the door, chest heaving, eyes wide. The house was dark, completely dark, but not empty. Its silence felt aware, heavy, brimming with something she had never sensed before. Not danger, expectation. She moved deeper inside, clutching the wall for support. The pulse inside her slowed to a steady, guiding rhythm. She followed it through the hallway, past the sagging staircase, past the cracked window panes that rattled under the pressure of the night wind. Another tremor shook the ground. A picture frame fell from the wall and shattered. "Where?" Mara whispered. "Where am I supposed to go?" The pulse answered, this time with direction. "Down." Her heart skipped a beat. "Down. No. No, I'm not going back underground." I barely made it out, but the pulse was insistent. Another sharp throb, like a finger tapping from the inside. Down. Down again. Down deeper. "Why?" she whispered desperately. "Why go back under? What's down there?" A whisper brushed the back of her mind, not a voice, not words, but a feeling. A forgotten path. Her breath caught. "You mean, something under this house connects to where I'm supposed to bury you?" The pulse quickened. The answer was yes. A massive crash shook the forest outside. The house groaned in protest as the ancient monster dragged itself into the yard, snapping branches and uprooting trees with its enormous limbs. The ground split in several places, dirt lifting in violent bursts. Mara flinched as the entire house shook on its foundation. She didn't have time to think. She ran toward the basement door. And as she reached for it, she froze, because the door was already open. A cold draft rose from below, brushing her face with air that smelled of old dirt and something else. Memory. As though her bloodline had swollen through generations to whisper from beneath the floorboards. The pulse inside her beat rapidly, as she stepped into the dark. The staircase groaned under her weight, each step creaking like an old bone. The basement smelled the same, wet earth, rotting wood, but it felt different now. Bigger, as though something had changed beneath the house. She reached the bottom step, and stopped. A hole had ripped open in the basement floor, not a small hole. A tunnel, wide, deep, fresh. The house hadn't simply cracked. The ground had opened itself for her. The pulse inside her urged her forward, gentle, steady, drawing her toward the tunnel's dark mouth. She took one step closer, then another. But before she could enter, the entire house shuddered violently. The ancient monster slammed into the side of the structure. Wood splintered. Glass shattered. The roof groaned under the weight of something enormous. Mara screamed as dust rained down from the ceiling. The monster was here. It knew where she was, and it wanted the breath forming inside her. The ground in the basement rippled like water disturbed by a stone. The pulse inside her spiked, hard, frightened. She stumbled backward, gripping the wall. The basement door slammed shut upstairs. Something huge scraped across the porch. The floor above her bowed inward from its weight. Mara stared into the tunnel yawning before her. She had no choice. Either she went down, or the monster reached her. The pulse inside her throbbed urgently. Her breathing quickened, and with no time left, she stepped into the tunnel. The instant Mara stepped into the tunnel, the earth seemed to inhale around her. The air thickened, warmer than the basement above, warmer than night should ever be. The soil walls curved tightly, smooth in some places, clawed open in others, as though different hands had shaped it across different years. Her boots sank into the soft ground with each step, leaving shallow prints that filled slowly behind her, as if the tunnel refused to keep her presence visible. The pulse inside her steadied the moment she entered. Not slow, not calm, focused. Like whatever grew in her chest recognized this path, like it had known all along she would return to it. Behind her, the house shook again. Wood cracking, foundation groaning. Something enormous dragged across the outer walls, scraping layer after layer with a sound like stone grinding bone. The ancient monster was searching, listening, tracking her from above. Mara picked up her pace, one hand clutching the tunnel wall for balance as it sloped gradually downward. Her breath trembled in the stale air, but she forced it steady. Each inhale fed the thing inside her, each exhale fed her panic. She didn't have room left in her mind to decide which frightened her more. "What do you want me to find?" She whispered into the dark. "What are you leading me toward?" The pulse answered softly, one throb slow, almost comforting. "This way, down, forward." She swallowed hard and continued. The tunnel narrowed until she had to turn her shoulders sideways to fit through. Her fingertips brushed rough stone and wet soil. The scent of damp earth filled her lungs, mingled with something faintly sweet. Tree roots. Mold. Old breath that had never found the surface. Her sibling's breath. Her chest tightened at the thought. The pulse inside her responded, sad, soft. A faint ripple beneath her ribs. "I'm sorry," she whispered shakily. "I didn't know. I didn't know any of this. I didn't know you existed." The pulse fluttered gently. Forgiveness, but not peace. She kept walking. Behind her, thunderous thuds vibrated through the soil as the ancient monster moved across the basement floor above. Dust trickled from the tunnel ceiling, drifting into her hair, sticking to her damp skin. She imagined the creature's huge limbs, twisting, searching, sensing, its gaping maw widening as it hunted the breath she carried inside her. Her steps quickened. The tunnel widened again, opening into a low cavern lit by faint, natural light filtering through seams of the earth. Thin cracks in the ceiling let narrow beams of moonlight drip downward in silver lines. Roots dangled from above, some pulsing faintly, reacting to her presence. The cavern felt old, older than the house, older than the graves, older than any name her family ever carried, as if her bloodline didn't begin with people, but with the ground. Her throat tightened. What happened here? The pulse in her chest grew heavier, slower, like grief given weight. She stepped deeper into the cavern. Along the far wall, faint markings stretched across the stone, scratched crudely, unevenly, symbols or letters or desperate attempts at both. She moved closer, heart pounding. Dust coated the carvings, but the grooves were deep, cut with force, with meaning. When she touched one, the pulse inside her lurched in her chest. She jerked her hand back, breath catching, eyes wide. "What is this?" she whispered. "Why does this feel like home?" The realization chilled her to the bone. This is part of my family's land," she whispered, "not the house, not the forest. Here, underground." The pulse throbbed, yes. A distant roar tore through the house above, shaking dust loose. Mara stumbled, grabbing the cavern wall to steady herself. The monster had found the basement opening. It was coming down. She whipped around and spotted a narrow opening on the far side of the cavern, another tunnel. The pulse inside her urged her forward urgently. "Go. Now." She ran. The new tunnel sloped downward more sharply, forcing her to lean back as she descended. The air grew colder, the walls smoother, almost polished. Her footsteps echoed, too loudly. She slowed, heart hammering, afraid her noise would carry to the thing behind her. But it wasn't her echoes. They were coming from below. Something else was moving. No, multiple things. Light flickered ahead, faint but warm, like candlelight. She approached slowly, each step sending tremors of anxiety through her trembling legs. The tunnel widened into another chamber, but unlike the natural cavern before, this one was shaped, crafted. Someone had built it, and at the center, Mara froze. Rows of stones formed a circle on the chamber floor, arranged with care, each one carved with symbols matching the ones she'd seen earlier. In the very center lay a mound of dark, rich soil, smooth, untouched, perfectly formed. A burial mound, small, sized for a child. Her breath caught. "No," she whispered. "No, this can't be," but it was. The pulse inside her surged. Grief, longing, recognition. She staggered toward the mound, falling to her knees at its edge. Her fingers shook violently as she touched the soil. It felt warm, soft, like something had rested inside it recently. Her sibling. This was where he was supposed to be buried. Not in the forest. Not above the old creature. Not in the wrong ground. Here. In the family's true burial place. Oh my God, Mara whispered, a sob catching in her throat. You were supposed to be here. You were supposed to rest here. The pulse inside her beat so strongly she doubled over, pressing her forehead to the soil as tears spilled down her face. But before she could speak another word, a violent tremor shook the chamber. Soil rained from the ceiling. Stone cracked. Roots snapped in sharp bursts. Then, a massive limb tore into the tunnel behind her. Mara spun around, heart stopping. The ancient monster dragged itself into the chamber, its form enormous, twisting, its joints bending wrong. Its hollow maw widening as it sensed the breath inside her. The ground trembled beneath its weight. Its voice tore through the chamber like a storm. T'tiam bra yes mian. Mara screamed. The pulse inside her exploded into frantic motion, and the burial mound beneath her woke, soil rising like breath. The ground wanted her sibling back. The monster wanted the breath, and Mara was caught between them both. The mound of soil beneath Mara's palms rose with a slow, deliberate inhale, an inhale that didn't come from lungs, but from memory carved into the ground itself. The earth swelled gently, as though calling to the breath inside Mara's chest, asking, pleading, to be filled again. The soil recognized her sibling. It recognized the fragment of him forming inside her ribs. But so did the monster. The ancient creature dragged its massive body fully into the chamber, joints cracking, limbs bending backward and sideways in ways Mara's mind refused to accept. Its skin, or what passed for it, looked like stone smeared with old heartbeat. Its torso split in 4 directions as it pulled itself closer, every motion accompanied by a sickening scrape of bone, like structures grinding against the cavern floor. Mara's breath froze in her throat. Its jaw, if the gaping void at its center could even be called that, expanded wider, stretching impossibly far. Not to bite, not to swallow, to pull, to inhale the breath inside her. She scrambled backward on her hands, her spine slamming against the burial mound. Panic surged so viciously she nearly fainted. Her sibling's pulse inside her twisted sharply, pushing upward as if trying to escape, trying to leap toward the soil that had waited decades for him. The monster reared higher. A deep, guttural sound rumbled from the void where its face should have been. Tishat vesel bilungis. To me, Mara shook her head violently, choking on her own breath.
No, no, he's not yours!
He never was. He doesn't want you. He wants to rest. He wants to. The monster inhaled. A violent suction slammed into her body, so hard she nearly flipped forward onto her face. Her breath ripped from her chest, pulled toward that yawning void. She clutched her sternum desperately as a sickening, stretching pressure built under her ribs, like the being inside her was being tugged out cell by cell. Her scream cracked into silence. The burial mound beneath her trembled. The soil stirred, rising in a protective arc between her and the monster, as if the ground itself was trying to shield its rightful child. But the monster pushed harder. Its suction deepened. Roots snapped overhead. Stones skittered across the chamber toward its maw. The walls groaned violently as entire slabs of earth tore free, hurtling through the air. Mara was next. Her feet slid across the floor. Dust tore at her eyes. Her nails scraped uselessly against the soil mound. The pulse inside her thrashed in wild panic, curling inward, contracting violently, bracing itself against the pull. A scream tore through her, raw and high and broken. The suction dragged her forward another foot, and then the creature behind her returned. The faceless guardian burst into the chamber with a roar that wasn't sound but force. Soil exploded around him in a shockwave. His massive arm swung upward, slamming into the monster's side with such force the cavern shook like thunder. The monster staggered, suction breaking for half a second. Mara collapsed backward, clutching her chest, gasping desperately as oxygen flooded her aching lungs. The faceless guardian planted himself between Mara and the ancient thing, arms wide, body expanding with layers of hardened earth that formed an armor thicker than stone. His voice filled Mara's skull. Hard, commanding duo now ili guo offheim. Mara pressed both hands to her sternum.
I'm trying.
He's slipping. I can feel him slipping. The pulse inside her jerked violently, curling deeper under her ribs. It felt like a frightened animal trying to hide inside her heart. The monster surged forward, smashing the guardian into the cavern wall. The impact cracked stone, sending shards raining across the floor. The guardian staggered but didn't fall. Layers of earth slid off him, revealing new layers forming beneath, like the ground was rebuilding him in real time. He roared silently again, slamming both fists into the monster's torso. The creature's limbs snapped outward, bending in jagged angles. Bracing itself like a spider anchoring to survive a storm, it lunged. The guardian blocked. They collided with the force of earthquakes, their struggle echoing like ancient battles fought long before humans ever carved names into stone. Mara stayed crouched against the burial mound, shaking uncontrollably. She couldn't move. She couldn't think. Every beat of her heart felt like a countdown. The being inside her pulsed weakly. Exhausted by the monster's pull, she pressed a trembling hand gently against her chest. "Please," she whispered through tears. "Stay with me, just a little longer. Please don't leave me yet. If you leave now, he'll take you. He'll tear you apart again. Please, stay." The pulse fluttered weakly, listening, trying. A massive limb from the monster lashed sideways, striking the guardian hard enough to crack his shoulder. Soil poured from the wound in rivers. He staggered, but didn't fall. Instead, he slammed his good arm into the cavern floor. The ground obeyed. The burial mound surged upward, rising like a small hill behind Mara, curving around her protectively. Roots burst from the soil, wrapping her arms lightly, not to restrain, but to keep her from being dragged forward again. The monster screeched, a horrible sound that rattled the cave walls and sent stones dropping from above. Its void like maw widened again, and the suction returned. But this time, it didn't pull at Mara, it pulled at the mound. The burial soil ripped upward in chunks, swirling toward the monster's gaping void. The roots stretched, snapping one by one as they fought to keep their shape. The guardian threw himself forward, arms wide, trying to block the pull, but the monster detonated another burst of suction, tearing at both earth and body. The mound shrank behind her. The soil was being emptied. Mara's breath broke.
No, stop! This is where he belongs! Stoop!
Her voice cracked so hard her throat burned. The pulse inside her suddenly expanded. One violent surge that forced her back against the wall of soil behind her. Her chest glowed with heat. Her lungs tightened. Her siblings' forming vessel pushed upward again, not in pain, not in fear, in answer. And the mound beneath her responded instantly. Soil rushed up around her, shielding her in a dome that blocked the monster's suction entirely. The burial mound rose higher, larger, stronger, fed by her siblings' breath, fueled by his desire to reach the earth that had waited for him. The monster's furious suction blasted against the dome. The soil trembled but held. The guardian braced himself beside it, arms buried deep in the ground, anchoring the structure with every ounce of power left in him. The monster slammed its limbs against the dome again and again, cracking the earth, sending fractures running across the soil. Mara screamed as the dome shook around her. The pulse in her chest throbbed in reply. Then the soil beneath her cracked open, softly, gently, like a mouth opening to receive what it had been denied for too many years. Mara looked down. Her sibling, the forming vessel inside her, was responding. He wanted to go home. "No," she whispered, tears streaming. "Not now. Not like this. Please, please wait. I'm not ready." Another crack split the soil. Another pulse responded inside her. Then, the guardian's voice filled her skull with a force that nearly knocked her unconscious. "Myre. Leldi hem go." Her heart shattered. No, I can't lose him again." The guardian's voice thundered, "I fidos non I Ave o unado, he weddle die inaside you. Her entire body went cold. The dome shuddered violently as the monster outside slammed into it again, cracking the soil wide enough for a sliver of its hollow maw to force through. The suction started again, directly at her. The pulse inside her convulsed in terror. Mara sobbed, clutching her chest one last time. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't want this. I never wanted you to suffer. Please forgive me. The burial mound opened fully beneath her. Warm soil cradled her hips, her ribs, her back. Her siblings' forming vessel rose in her chest, lifting toward her throat. Her breath caught. Light, soft, gray, like morning fog, filled her mouth. And then, her sibling began to leave her. Mara felt her sibling rising through her chest the way a scream rises. Slow at first, trembling, frightened. Then gathering strength until the body can't contain it. The light that pushed up her throat wasn't warm or gentle. It was cold, ancient, and heavy with longing. Her jaw trembled under its pressure. Her tongue felt numb. Her lungs fluttered helplessly underneath the shifting mass that crawled upward from behind her ribs. She clutched the soil beneath her fingers, trying to anchor herself as the mound drew her downward, while her sibling drew upward, splitting her center between two forces older than her existence. For a brief second, she felt like she was unraveling from the inside, like her bones had turned to wet rope, like her spine no longer knew which direction she belonged. Her breath hitched sharply. The guardian outside the dome roared, slamming his entire body into the monster's maw as it forced its way through the cracked soil barrier. The sound was thunder in the chamber, the sound of earth fighting earth, hunger fighting grief, age fighting age. The dome trembled violently. Soil scattered downward in small avalanches. Roots snapped one after another, each break sending a jolt of pain up Mara's spine, as though her body were tied into the walls themselves. The monster's suction blasted through the cracks a second time. The burial mound held, but barely. Mara's eyes rolled back as another pulse from her sibling surged upward. Her mouth opened involuntarily. A thin stream of pale vapor leaked past her teeth, cold enough to sting her tongue. She gagged, tears streaming down her cheeks as she tried to swallow it back, tried to force him to stay, tried to hold on just a little longer. But he wasn't listening. Not anymore. He was following the ground. Following the place that should have been his from the beginning. Her palms lifted from the soil without her meaning to. Her arms rose, elbows shaking. Her jaw stretched wide, muscles straining painfully. No. No. Wait, please. She gasped, fighting the instinct to shut her mouth. To trap him inside where she could still feel him, where he couldn't be taken. The guardian's voice slammed into her mind. If he stays, te sucto while attached ofou. Mara screamed. Not because of the pain, though the pain was horrible, pulsing up from her chest like claws raking her insides, but because she knew the guardian was right. If the monster pulled her sibling out while he still clung to her, he would rip out everything he had rooted in her body, her breath, her blood, her life. She would die, and he would die again inside her. Mara sobbed as the light pushed against the inside of her teeth. I'm sorry, she choked. I'm sorry. I love you. I love you. I didn't know. I didn't know any of this. The pulse inside her answered, once. A soft, trembling throb. A goodbye. And then the breath tore free of her. A plume of gray, shimmering like smoke, poured through her open mouth, winding upward in a twisting thread. Her body jerked violently. Her back arched. She clawed at the soil beneath her, as her throat stretched with the pressure of the escaping mass. It wasn't simply air. It wasn't simply memory. It had weight. It had form. It had will. She felt every inch of it slide past her ribs, pushing upward with desperate need. Not to harm her, but to escape her, to reach the soil that called him home. Her entire chest convulsed. Her eyes rolled white. And then, he left her. The breath, the vessel, the being her sibling, shot upward into the dome, illuminating it in bright, cold streaks. The mound beneath her shifted at the same time, opening like a warm cradle receiving a swaddled infant. The burial ground accepted him. Finally, after decades. The soil above her lit from within as the breath sank into the mound, folding into the dirt like fog sinking into a valley. Mara collapsed backward, gasping and choking as the last tendril of light tore out of her throat. Her chest felt empty, cavernous, bruised. The absence was immediate, crushing. She curled inward, clutching her ribs, feeling nothing but pounding emptiness where a second pulse had lived moments before. She wasn't relieved. She wasn't freed. She was hollow. A grief so sharp it felt like a knife sank into her stomach. "Please," she whispered through shaking lips, "don't leave me alone again." The mound before her glowed faintly. Soft rhythm, slower than a heartbeat, gentler than breath. He wasn't gone. He had simply gone home. But the moment lasted only a breath before the dome exploded. The monster tore through the soil barrier with a roar so violent the chamber shook like a dying animal. Chunks of earth blasted inward. Roots ripped apart. The guardian stumbled backward, half his form torn away by the monster's suction. Mara screamed as the monster's maw widened, pulling the burial light toward it in roaring spirals. But this time, it wasn't the breath inside her it wanted. It wanted the mound. It wanted the home the ground had reclaimed. It wanted the vessel reborn. It wanted her siblings still. The soil of the mound began to lift in thin streams. Mara threw herself over the glowing earth, arms spread wide, pressing her entire body into the soil as if she could anchor it with her own skin. "No!" she screamed. "No! The monster inhaled harder. Her hair whipped backward. Soil lifted under her arms. Her body started sliding forward. She dug her nails deep into the mound, clawing into the warm soil like she could fuse herself to it. Tears streamed down her face. "Please, please."
Please don't let him take you.
The suction doubled. Her body lifted an inch, and then something shifted beneath her. The burial mound rose sharply, forming a ridge that pinned her hips into the soil, stopping her slide. Something from below held her in place, supporting her, shielding her, her sibling, still fighting, still choosing her, still refusing the monster's claim. The guardian surged forward one last time, his entire body morphing into a wall of earth as he crashed into the monster's maw. The collision shook the cavern with explosive force. The suction broke. The monster recoiled, its limbs scrambling for grip across the floor. For a moment, just a moment, it lost its hold. The light in the mound sank deeper, retreating into the soil to escape the pull. Mara collapsed atop the mound, chest heaving, nails broken, throat burning. But she wasn't safe. The monster straightened again. Its limbs spread. Its maw expanded wider, its voice rattling the stone walls. "Hey, yasina yours." Mara screamed back, voice shredded and eviar bila you. The monster lunged. The guardian leapt, and the burial mound beneath her moved, not trembling, not shaking, moving with purpose. The soil curved upward behind her like a wave, lifting her to her feet, pulling her backward toward a narrow, dark opening behind the mound. One she hadn't noticed before. A passage. A hidden path. One her sibling had known. One he had waited for. The earth pushed her toward it. The guardian slammed into the monster again, buying a few seconds. Mara stumbled into the narrow passage as the mound sealed behind her, closing the chamber off from her view. She could still hear them fighting. She could still hear the monster screaming. She could still hear stone collapsing. But the tunnel ahead was silent. The air was still. Too still. Mara pressed a hand to her raw chest, trembling violently. He was gone from her. But he wasn't gone. He was ahead. In the ground that had waited. In the place of her bloodline's beginning. Mara stepped forward. Into the dark passage that her sibling had opened for her with his final strength. She had no idea where it led, only that she could still feel a faint warmth in the soil beneath her feet. A trail, his trail. And she followed it. Alone. as the cavern behind her erupted in the sound of the monster's rage. Say next when you're ready for part 29. The passage swallowed Mara whole, not literally, but in every way that mattered. The moment she stepped past the sealed mound behind her, the world changed. The air no longer trembled with snarls or suction. The soil no longer quaked from the battle she left behind. Everything became painfully, unnervingly still. The quiet pressed in on her like a second skin, muffling her heartbeat until she could barely tell if she still had one. Her chest ached, an ache so deep it felt stitched into her bones. Without the second pulse inside her, the space beneath her ribs felt too wide, too hollow, too empty. Like someone had scooped out a part of her and taken the heat with them. Every breath scraped her throat raw from where he'd left. Every inhale rattled slightly, not from fear, but from the absence of something she had begun to rely on without realizing it. Her steps were slow at first, uneven. Her legs felt weak, trembling the way a newborn deer's might when it tries to stand for the first time. Grief weighed her down heavier than the soil had. Her palms still held dirt, warm dirt, from the mound that cradled her sibling, and she lifted them to her face as if hoping the warmth might still be alive. It wasn't. Not really. But it also wasn't cold. It pulsed faintly, as though the soil itself remembered him. She wiped her face with trembling fingers and forced herself to keep walking. The tunnel walls on either side were smooth, too smooth. They didn't look dug or carved. They looked grown, as if the earth had parted for her sibling's return, forming a path meant only for her. Every so often, her fingertips brushed faint grooves along the walls, patterns, spirals, crude markings she couldn't decipher but felt. The warmth under her boots guided her more clearly than any map could. It wasn't heat, exactly. It felt more like recognition, as though the soil greeted the soles of her feet with familiarity, whispering to itself, "She belongs to our blood. Let her pass." Mara swallowed hard. "Where are you taking me?" she whispered, her voice hoarse. There was no answer. But the warmth ahead grew stronger. She pressed on, with every turn. The tunnel narrowed until the walls nearly brushed her shoulders. The ceiling dipped so low she had to bow her head. Her hair dragged through soil, coating her scalp with fine dust. She pushed forward anyway, even when the passage felt too tight, even when it felt like the ground was swallowing her. But she didn't panic, not the way she had earlier. The emptiness in her chest made panic feel pointless. Still, as she went deeper, she felt something else, a faint pressure just beneath the surface of her grief. Not a pulse, not a tug, more like a presence hiding behind the soil, watching her, waiting. The tunnel opened suddenly into a wider alcove. Mara nearly stumbled into the space, unprepared for the room to balloon out in such a strange organic shape. It wasn't symmetrical. It wasn't carved. It looked like a place the earth had formed around something before it left. The air here felt warmer, damp, heavy with the scent of old things. Mara froze. The glow from the burial mound was gone, but here the soil still radiated soft warmth. It felt like she had stepped into the aftermath of her sibling's heartbeat. Her palms tingled against her sides. She wasn't alone. Something in the room shifted, softly, like a sigh. Mara spun around, heart diving into her stomach. Her breath puffed into the air more quickly. Her hands clenched, nails digging into her palms. But there was nothing. The alcove was empty, just earth, just stone. Just, her eyes caught it, something small half, buried in the far corner where the wall dipped inward. She hesitated, but something pulled her toward it. She crouched slowly, brushing away a thin layer of soil. It was fabric. Old, discolored fabric, stiff with age. A scrap of cloth barely bigger than her hand. Its edges were frayed, eaten away by years beneath the ground. Faded stitching curled along one side, uneven, clumsy, like someone had sewn it with small fingers. A child's burial wrap. Her throat tightened suddenly. Oh God. She lifted it gently. Soil cascaded off the edges in thin streams. The faded thread caught the dim light and glinted faintly. Her vision blurred with tears as she traced the uneven lines with her thumb, imagining small hands pulling the needle, weaving loose shapes into fabric. Her sibling, he had been wrapped in this. Here, buried here, once. Before her family moved him. Before they shifted the ground. Before they placed him somewhere wrong. Mara's gut twisted. Why did they take you away? Why didn't they leave you here? Her voice shook with the question. It hung in the air unanswered, but something inside her, a sadness that didn't belong to her, pressed faintly up her chest. A memory not hers, grief not hers. A longing that belted her ribs tight for a heartbeat. She sucked in breath sharply. You're here, she whispered. Part of you is still here. The warmth under her shakes grew stronger in that moment, as if confirming it. She closed her fists around the fabric, holding it to her chest like a lifeline. The ground beneath her hummed faintly. The air shifted. She heard a faint whisper of movement further within the tunnel network. A subtle rumble, a breath, a stirring. But not the monster. Not yet. This was something else. Something quieter. Something with purpose. The tunnel ahead narrowed again, mouth yawning like a throat leading deeper into the earth. Fear crawled up her spine, but she didn't turn back. She couldn't. She pressed the burial cloth to her ribs and stepped forward. The fabric's warmth, faint, fragile, helped steady her breath. The tunnel swallowed her again. A tremor passed under her feet. She froze. But this wasn't the violent shake of the monster clawing its way through stone. This was different. This tremor came from deeper, far beneath her. A rhythm, slow, hollow. A knock, the earth knocking. 3 slow thuds. Her heart slammed against her ribs. She pressed herself against the tunnel wall, gripping the burial cloth, so tightly she thought it might tear. Her voice shook. What is that? What are you trying to show me? The ground gave a faint shiver in reply. Another knock. Then silence. Mara's pulse raced. Her chest tightened, not from the sibling she no longer held, but from something else entirely. Curiosity, fear, recognition. The warmth in the soil moved again, beckoning her forward. She swallowed and pushed deeper into the darkness. After several more turns, the tunnel widened once more. The air grew colder. Her breath fogged slightly. She stepped into a narrow chamber, nothing like the others. This one had walls that curved inward, forming shapes like ribs arching over her. Her breath caught. At the center of the chamber lay what looked like a shallow pit. Old stones circled it, cracked and shifted by time. The pit was filled not with soil, but with layers of dried roots. Roots curled around each other like skeletal fingers. Something inside the pit glittered faintly. Mara stepped closer. Her foot hit something soft. She looked down and saw another strip of fabric, a matching color, matching stitching. Her heartbeat stumbled. She crouched slowly, lifting the root bundles apart with trembling hands. Something was buried beneath them, something small, something wrapped. A second burial cloth, much older, more decayed, with the exact same stitching pattern. The same hands had sewn both. Her stomach dropped violently, nausea twisting her insides. No, she whispered. This isn't just him. She dug her fingers deeper into the roots, heart hammering. More cloth, more stitching, more fragments. 4, 5, 6. Small, child-sized. A horrible realization crawled up her throat. This wasn't a burial pit for one child. This was a burial pit for many. What? Her voice broke. What did my family do? The ground at her feet shuddered softly, not with malice, with mourning. Threads of old breath trapped in the soil. Generations of breath. Children no one had spoken of. Children whose cloth she now held. The tunnel behind her rumbled suddenly. Loud, violent, different. Not grief. Hunger. The monster was closer. It had broken through the guardian. Mara turned toward the dark passage. Her chest heaved. Her sibling was safe in the mound. Yes. But this chamber held secrets her family had buried far deeper than graves. And now the creature who wanted all their breath wanted hers next. She clutched the burial cloths, stood trembling, and ran deeper into the chamber as the tunnel behind her began to collapse. Mara didn't run the way a person flees danger. She ran the way someone flees truth. Breathless, blind, with her own heartbeat pounding louder than the crashing stone behind her. She clutched the scraps of burial cloth so tightly that the threads dug into her skin, anchoring her even as terror pulled her forward. The tunnel floor shifted under her boots, the earth trembling like something ancient was stirring beneath its surface. She stumbled into another narrow corridor as the previous chamber collapsed behind her, sealing itself from the monster, or sealing her from the truth she wasn't meant to survive. Her lungs burned, her throat ached, her chest felt carved out by grief and hollowed by the absence of her sibling's pulse. But she didn't stop. Not even when the roots brushing her shoulders twitched like startled fingers. Not even when the air thinned enough to make her vision blur. Not even when she heard the monster roar somewhere far behind. The sound vibrating through the walls like the earth itself cursed her name. She ran until the tunnel spit her out into a chamber so wide she froze mid-step. This room was wrong. Not because of the size, not because of the silence, but because the walls weren't made of soil, they were made of stone. Smooth stone, stacked stone, cut stone, human stone. People had built this. A room hidden beneath the place her family once lived, a secret beneath a secret. Her stomach dropped so hard, she thought she might vomit. No, she whispered, barely able to breathe. How far does this go? How long has this been here? The burial cloths in her hands hummed faintly. Yes, almost like they recognized the room. Like their memories were waking up. Like the children they once covered remembered this place with a dread that wrapped itself around Mara's ribs and squeezed. The chamber walls were lined with symbols, scratched, carved, some smeared as though someone had dragged their fingers through wet dirt and stone the moment before they died. Not symbols like the burial room before. These weren't markings of ritual or culture. They were tallies, hundreds, maybe thousands. Mara's mouth dried to dust. She raised a shaking hand, running trembling fingers over the first set of tallies carved into the wall. 4 straight lines. A 5th line slashed diagonally across them. Then another set, and another, and another. The entire wall, rows upon rows, not a list, a count. A count of what? Her throat closed. An answer formed so quickly she nearly dropped the cloths in her hands. Her family had been burying children down here for centuries. She staggered backward, nearly tripping over a large stone slab in the center of the room. She steadied herself, breath ragged, and brushed her hand across the slab's surface. It was an altar. She slammed her hand away from it, stumbling backward until her spine hit the far wall. "No," she whispered, voice breaking in half. "No, my family wasn't like this. They couldn't have been. They wouldn't." And then she made the mistake of looking directly above the altar. The ceiling, carved deeply in jagged, desperate strokes. A name she couldn't quite read, letters warped by time, half erased by soil and water and purpose. But she didn't need to read it to know it meant something. It was her family name, buried above the altar of every child they'd forced into the earth. Her voice cracked as horror pressed against her ribs. What did you do? What were you all doing down here?" The ground hummed beneath her feet. Not warm, not cold. Regret. She pressed her palm to the wall, needing something to hold onto as her chest tightened. The burial cloths in her hands, 6 of them now, hung limply from her fingers, stained with the dust of lives stolen long before she was born. The air shifted behind her, softly. Not a monster, not the guardian, something else. A presence, small, gentle, childlike. Mara froze. She didn't turn. She didn't breathe. But she felt it, standing behind her in the middle of the chamber. Light, weightless, like a memory lingering after the body is gone. She squeezed her eyes shut as tears spilled silently down her cheeks. "Please," she whispered, barely audible. I'm not one of them. I didn't know. I swear I didn't know. The presence didn't move. Instead, the air around her warmed slightly, just enough for the burial cloths in her hands to quiver. She opened her eyes slowly, staring at the closest cloth. The faded stitching rippled. Something was trying to speak. She held the cloth to her chest and turned, trembling so violently she thought her bones might crack. There were figures in the room. Not flesh, not complete, not physical. Children, 6 of them, standing in a loose circle around the altar. Their forms looked like outlines made from dust and dim light. Empty spaces where breath should have been. Their eyes weren't eyes, just hollows of memory, shaped by longing and fear. Mara staggered backward. Breath ripped from her lungs as the children stared silently. Her throat constricted until she felt she might choke. They weren't hostile. They weren't vengeful. They were waiting. Waiting for someone to see them. Waiting for someone to acknowledge what was stolen. Waiting for someone with their blood to understand. A choke escaped her. I didn't know they existed. I didn't know any of you existed. The smallest figure, little more than a silhouette, tilted its head. The cloths in her hands pulsed, almost like heartbeats. A soft, hollow voice whispered, not in her ears, but in her mind, now you do. Her knees buckled. She sank to the floor, dropping the cloths in front of her. The children didn't blink, didn't step back, didn't speak again. They only watched. She pressed her palms to her eyes. I'm sorry. God, I'm so sorry. I don't know what my family did. I don't know why. I don't know how this happened. The children didn't move. But the ground did. It shifted upward beneath her feet, slow, deliberate. A warning. The monster. It was closer. Mara shot up, heart twisting painfully. The children watched her rise. Their expressions didn't change, but the ground rippled beneath them like water touched by a falling leaf. They were showing her something. The floor beneath the altar began to crack. Not violently, gently. The stone split along ancient seams. Soil billowed upward, carrying a faint glow. Her siblings' breath. It had reached this chamber. It sought answers too. Mara stepped closer to the altar, swallowing hard. Are you showing me where to go? Where I need to take him? The children nodded, movements barely visible. Little more than a shift of light. The ground beneath the altar opened fully, revealing a narrow shaft descending further into the darkness. The glow drifted downward like a falling feather. Her sibling, her heart clenched. This wasn't the end. This wasn't closure. This was a path he knew, a path the others had taken, a path she was now meant to follow. The children stepped aside, clearing a line toward the opening. But as Mara approached, the entire chamber vibrated violently. A roar tore down the tunnel behind her, closer than before. The monster had reached the stone corridor. The children dissolved into dust instantly, their forms scattering across the room like ash in a gust of wind. The burial cloths trembled on the floor. Mara lunged forward and scooped them up. She clutched them to her chest and sprinted toward the shaft under the altar. The ground shook violently. Stone split. Roots tore. Air shoved through the tunnel like a hurricane. The monster was coming fast. Too fast. Mara slid into the shaft feet first, grabbing the edges to slow her fall. Her boots scraped stone, her palms burned, but she forced herself downward, gritting her teeth. A shriek tore through the chamber above her, deep, hollow, hungry. Then the tunnel behind her split wide. The monster lunged. Mara dropped into the darkness as its maw snapped inches above her boots. She fell, faster, deeper, into a place her bloodline had never wanted her to reach, but where every buried child had waited for hundreds of years. And for the first time, she wasn't running away. She was running toward something. Mara didn't fall the way a person drops through air. She fell the way a body sinks through memory. Slow at first, then faster, as if gravity had recognized her blood and claimed her with both hands. The shaft narrowed, then widened, then twisted as though shaped by many small hands clawing downward over generations. Stones scraped her palms, roots tore at her sleeves. Dust filled her mouth and nose until every breath tasted like grave soil. She felt the burial cloths pressed tight against her chest, the fabric warm and trembling, as if they were breathing. She wasn't alone in this descent. She felt eyes behind her lids every time she blinked. Eyes belonging to children who had never reached the surface, never found rest, never been counted except with marks on a wall. She slammed against a slope of damp earth before she could scream, rolling down a long incline that spilled her into a deeper cavern. The burial cloths cushioned the worst of the impact, but pain still jolted through her ribs, empty ribs, ribs no longer holding the vessel that had once filled them. She lay on her back, staring up at absolute darkness, absolute silence, and then a faint glow flickered along the cavern floor, weaving forward like a trail of firefly dust. Her sibling. He was ahead. Her breath hitched, but instead of relief, a pang of grief wrung her chest so hard she curled inward, the emptiness where he had been pulsed like a bruise. "I'm here," she whispered into the dark. "I'm coming, I promise." The glow drifted deeper into the cavern, pausing briefly as though listening. Then it continued. Mara pushed herself up on shaking elbows. Her muscles burned, her throat stung with raw grief, but she moved anyway, crawling first, then kneeling and finally staggering onto her feet. The ground felt softer here, not loose soil, not stone. It felt like layered fabric, burial cloths. Hundreds, maybe thousands. Each step sank into the weight of forgotten children. She froze, breath trembling. How many of you were there? The glow ahead dimmed, as if morning. Mara tightened her grip on the cloths in her arms and forced herself forward. She didn't know how deep she had come. She didn't know how close the monster was. She didn't know if the guardian was still alive, or if the dome had collapsed entirely. But she knew one thing: there was no going back. Not now. Not after what she'd seen. Not after what her bloodline had stolen. The cavern narrowed until she had to crouch. The glow pulsed faintly in front of her, marking the path, roots twisted like ribs overhead. The air thinned but warmed, smelling faintly of stone dust and old tears. After several tense minutes, she reached a drop-off, a ledge. The glow floated down, spiraling gracefully into a bottomless dark. Mara knelt at the edge, peering into the void. She couldn't see the bottom. She couldn't even hear a drop of water or a distant echo. Just endless black. Her sibling's glow hovered mid-air, as though expecting her to follow. Her voice shook. "I can't jump. I don't know what's down there. I don't even know if there is a bottom." The glow pulsed sharply. Impatient, insistent. Suddenly, the ground behind her trembled violently. A deep scrape echoed through the tunnel she'd fallen from. Then a roar, distant but unmistakable, rolled through the cavern like thunder. The monster had found the shaft. It was following. Mara's pulse spiked. No. If it gets down here, there'll be nothing left. Nothing will stop it.
You have to show me what to do!
The glow drifted closer, brushing the edge of her sleeve. A faint warmth seeped into her arm. Trust, she swallowed hard, chest tightening until she could barely breathe. Another tremor shook the ledge. Dirt pattered down around her like dry rain. She imagined the monster's limbs pulling its body downward, twisting through the shaft like a grotesque centipede. She had seconds, maybe less. She tightened her grip on the burial cloths. She closed her eyes. She inhaled once, and she stepped off the ledge. The air swallowed her scream instantly. The darkness claimed her in a single breath. But she didn't fall fast. She floated, suspended by something soft, soil that acted like water. It wrapped around her limbs, swirling her downward like a slow current guiding her toward a place where gravity wasn't a rule, only a suggestion. She drifted deeper into the dark, burial cloths flapping like wings around her. Her feet touched ground, not soil, not stone, something smoother. Mara opened her eyes. and her breath caught in her throat. She stood in a massive subterranean hall, a place so wide and ancient that the very air felt older than language. Pillars of twisted roots rose from the ground to the ceiling, forming arches that looked disturbingly like cathedral bones. The glow from her sibling hovered near the center of the hall, brighter now, almost hopeful. She stepped forward. The room echoed with each breath she took. Her boots scuffed against the floor, revealing not soil, but smooth, carved stone. The entire hall was lined with murals, etched deeply into the walls. Her eyes narrowed. Children, dozens of them, holding stones, carrying breath, walking into the earth. Her voice cracked. What is this place? She stepped closer to the wall. The carvings showed children of all sizes, some holding hands, some carrying cloths, some staring upward with hollow faces. Then she saw it. A tall figure carved into the stone, towering over the children. Her guardian, his faceless shape unmistakable. He was depicted standing between them and something enormous, something with a gaping void for a face, reaching through the earth with twisted limbs. The monster, her stomach dropped. This wasn't a grave. This was a history her family had erased. She moved along the wall, fingers brushing the carvings. Each row showed something worse, her ancestors offering the children. Her ancestors turning away, her ancestors sealing the ground. And finally, her ancestors being warned, teach bili wheel sika its nam, tiki niam yarl spi bar th, t bert wheel sikes biloda. Her entire body went cold. The glow drifted to the center of the hall. The ground there shimmered, soft soil atop carved stone. It pulsed faintly, in rhythm with her siblings' glow. A burial site, the final one. But before she could step toward it, the hall shook violently. Dust rained down. Roots snapped overhead. A roar echoed through the tunnels above. Closer than ever. The monster had entered the hall. Her blood froze. She whipped around as a massive limb tore through the far wall, dragging a twisted body behind it. The monster's maw expanded, pulling the air from the entire chamber. It saw her. It saw her siblings glow. It saw the burial ground. And it screamed Al Tsuurs Ismini. Mara's skin crawled. Her bones vibrated. Her throat tightened. Her siblings' glow shot upward like a flare, streaking into the air above the hall. Light erupted. Soil churned. Roots writhed. The chamber awoke. Mara stumbled backward, blinded by the sudden brilliance. And then she heard it. A whisper. Soft, small, familiar. Sister. Her heart shattered. She turned and saw a figure forming from the glow. Not a baby, not a monster. A child, her sibling, his outline forming from breath and memory and grief. But he wasn't stable. His form flickered, warping as the monster's suction tore at him. Mara reached out, sobbing. No. Sta doayun plas, you were almost tiahar. He tried. He tried so hard. But the monster lunged, maw widening, and the hall erupted in light as the final burial began. Light exploded through the hall in a violent rush. White, gray, and something older than color, ripping across the stone murals, splashing against the pillars of twisted roots, and swallowing the monster's hollow face in a blinding wave. Mara lifted her arm to shield her eyes, but even through her trembling fingers, she saw the way the light bent around her sibling's forming outline. He flickered, body jerking, shape warping, breath splitting like smoke caught in a storm. One moment he looked human, the next he blurred into a twisting column of grief and warmth and memory. His tiny chest rose and fell without lungs. His fingers curled without bones. His head tilted toward her without a neck to support it. Mara's heart clenched. You're here. You're here. You're here? Just stay. Please stay. Her voice broke into jagged pieces as the light around him sputtered and dimmed, sucked backward by the monster's pull. The creature dragged itself fully into the hall now, its limbs scraping against carved stone, cracking murals that had survived centuries. The monster's maw widened, stretching outward like a gaping funnel of hunger. It wasn't breathing. It was taking everything. Taking the light, taking the warmth, taking her sibling. Mara lunged forward instinctively, stupidly, but the suction caught her hair, pulling her head back with vicious force. Her boots lost traction on the smooth stone. She slammed onto her knees, her fingernails skidding across the floor until they caught a carved groove. Pain shot up her arms. She held on anyway. The monster inhaled again, and her sibling's body thinned like mist. "No!" she screamed, dragging herself forward on scraped palms. "Now ajayin, da yo you tae atamajayin." He turned toward her, or rather, the light inside him did. His shape flickered between human outline and shifting breath. His head bowed, small shoulders trembling. "I don't want to go," the whisper said, soft as a dying candle flame. Mara sobbed, reaching toward him. Her fingers passed through his arm, cold, tingling, painful. "You don't have to. Please, you don't have to. Just stay right here with me." The stone beneath them trembled violently as the monster's suction deepened. Entire sections of Merle tore off the wall, spiraling into the air before being swallowed whole. Roots snapped. Dust poured from the ceiling. Her sibling's form bent toward the monster.
No statement!
She screamed. Her throat tore with the effort, voice shredding into raw sound.
PLES, PLS. Don't leave me,
He tried. She saw him fight. His tiny hands clenched. His flickering legs braced. The glow around him swelled. But the monster's hunger was older than any grief and deeper than any bond. It pulled at him, warping his shape further, stretching him like a desperate memory being ripped from a dreamer's grasp. The suction jerked his form sharply. He cried out, a sound so small and terrified that Mara nearly lost her grip on the floor to reach him. Something inside her shifted. Not physically, emotionally. A sudden rush of strength burned through her veins. Rage and love twisted into something sharp, something feral. She pushed herself up on shaking legs, breath bursting out of her in ragged gasps.
"You can't have him!"
she screamed.
"He has now to your worse!"
The monster's maw expanded, shaking the hall. Its limbs clattered across the floor as it surged forward, the force of its pull lifting loose stones and scraps of cloth into the air. Mara staggered, nearly losing her balance. And then the ground beneath her feet warmed. The burial cloths in her hands pulsed. Every burial cloth in the cavern pulsed. A windless current swept through the hall, swirling from the murals, from the stone floor, from the layers of forgotten cloth beneath the soil. A hum rose from the earth, low at first, then rising like the breath of hundreds of unseen voices. Mara stiffened. The children, the ones buried here long before her, the ones whose tallies covered the walls, the ones her bloodline abandoned. Their breath warmed the air. Their presence surged around her in a circle she couldn't see, but felt with every trembling nerve. Mara stepped forward, no longer crawling but walking, legs steadying with each step the children's breath guided. She reached her sibling, just as the suction tore another layer of his glow away. She grabbed him. Her hands sunk through him like cold water, but she held anyway. Her voice cracked. "Listen to me. You were never meant to be alone down here. You don't belong to him. You belong to the ground that loved you, to the earth that waited. To me." His flickering shape stilled. The suction intensified. Her entire body lurched toward the monster.
"Don't let go!"
She screamed, gripping tighter, pulling him against her chest even though her fingers passed straight through his body. He didn't answer, but the earth did. The stone beneath Mara's feet split apart in a perfect line. Soil surged upward, weaving itself into a shape, a platform, a cradle, a final resting place shaped from warmth and memory. Her sibling's glow flickered toward it. The monster roared, pulling harder, the sound shaking Mara's bones. She felt him slipping. She felt her fingers losing contact with his outline. She felt the suction burning her skin. "No, please, please, no." And then, the children appeared. Not physically, not completely. But the air shimmered with their shapes, soft silhouettes, glowing faintly in the darkness. The six she'd seen before, more behind them. so many more. They stood between the monster and the cradle, their small forms flickering but unbroken. The monster roared in fury as its suction hit them like a hurricane, but they didn't move. Not an inch. Mara stared, tears blurring her vision. She pressed her sibling's flickering form into the cradle. The soil closed around him gently, forming a soft bowl of warmth that pulsed in rhythm with his dimming light. He whispered again, voice thin as a fading breeze, "Thank you, sister." Her breath broke into sobs. The cradle glowed. The children glowed. The ground glowed. The monster lunged, and the burial itself completed, with a sound like the earth taking its first breath in centuries. Light erupted across the hall, bursting from the cradle, shooting up through the stone pillars, rushing outward like a tidal wave of warmth. The monster screamed as the light wrapped around it, smothering the suction, crushing the hunger, sealing its limbs in hardened earth. It thrashed, twisted, clawed, but it was drowning in the one thing it could never consume: peace. Mara collapsed to her knees, body shaking violently, tears dripping through her fingers. She had done it. She had buried him, properly. Finally, the hall trembled, and then fell silent. Her siblings' glow faded gently into the soil. Mara bowed her head over the cradle, chest heaving. Then, a soft hand touched her shoulder, small, warm, familiar. She turned. It was a child, one of the many. He looked at her with a face made of breath and memory. "You're the first," he whispered. Mara swallowed hard. "The first what?" "The first of your blood," he said, "to come here without running away." Her breath caught. Then the children spoke together, voices blending into one soft sound, "And the first who did not abandon us." Mara burst into tears. But before she could speak, the ground cracked. A shadow fell across the cradle. Something else was waking, something the burial had not silenced. And Mara realized the monster wasn't the only thing her family had left behind. The crack in the ground didn't sound like stone breaking. It sounded like breath catching in a throat that had been silent for centuries. Thin at first, sharp, then widening into a low groan that shook the hall from its roots to its pillars. Mara stiffened, wiping her tears with the back of her trembling hand as the children around her turned their hollow gazes toward the cradle. They weren't startled. They weren't confused. They were waiting. The soil inside the cradle pulsed again. One last slow beat, where her sibling had slipped into the earth. But this beat was different. He was gone. She felt that loss deep in her chest like a hollow space widening. This new pulse wasn't him. It was something beneath him. Mara backed away on shaking knees. What did we wake up? I thought this was it. I thought the burial was the end. The children didn't move. They simply watched the cradle with an eerie stillness, their forms flickering softly. One tilted her head, braids made of dust swaying. Another reached out a hand as though gauging the air's temperature. Finally, one spoke, a small boy with a voice like leaves brushing stone. He was the last breath. Mara's heart stumbled. What does that mean? The last breath of who? The cracked ground answered for them. The soil inside the cradle collapsed inward, sinking fast. Not gradually, but as if something massive below yanked it down. Roots snapped with sharp, wet cracks. A gust of cold air burst from the new opening, carrying a stench of old stone and older memory. Mara staggered back as the air rolled across her skin, raising every hair along her arms. Something deep down exhaled, and it was not a child. The children stepped back in cautious synchrony, their forms shimmering. Mara's pulse surged painfully. What's under there? What did my family bury beneath all of you? A taller child, older than the others but still small, looked at her with hollow eyes. Not buried, he whispered. Trapped. A chill tore up Mara's spine. The hall trembled again, and the crack widened. The edges curled back, pieces of stone lifting like petals. The light from the burial flickered as though frightened. Even the murals seemed to blur, shifting under her gaze, depicting scenes she couldn't fully grasp. Adult figures holding children at the altar, carving tallies into the walls, chanting around a pit with hands stained in soil and guilt. Mara's breath stuttered. What were they doing? Why were so many children? Why were you all down here? The smallest girl answered this time, her voice barely audible. We were offerings. Mara pressed her fist against her mouth, choking on a broken gasp. Offerings for what? The hall answered before the child could. A sound rose from the bottom of the pit, deep, harsh, scraping, like stone dragged over bone, like claws pulling themselves free of a long, tormented rest. The children retreated further, grouping close together as the fissure expanded. Mara backed against a pillar, heartbeat ragged. No, please tell me this isn't another one of those creatures. I can't. Her throat tightened. I can't fight something else. The boy shook his head. Not another. He pointed toward the widening pit. The first. Mara froze. The air grew colder, heavy, thick with the weight of something whose existence had been pressed into the soil for so long it had become part of the ground's memory. She remembered the murals, adults surrounding the pit, chanting, burying children, sealing the earth. Her bloodline was not innocent. They weren't victims. They were the ones who had tried to bind something far worse than the monster she fled. Her legs weakened. She sank to her knees. My family trapped whatever this is. With children. With all of you. A sad nod rippled through the group of flickering forms. Mara felt sick. The pit roared. A violent gust of air blasted upward, flinging dust and soil across the hall. Mara shielded her face, coughing as her eyes watered. The children blurred into streaks of dim light as the wind swept through them, distorting their forms, but not dispersing them. A groan rumbled up from the depths, long, drawn out, echoing with centuries of hatred. Then a voice, raspy, layered, ancient, rose from the pit. Blaubao Leonard Ridares. Mara's heart stopped. Her fingers dug into the stone floor. Now, she whispered, trembling. No. Don't say that. Don't call me that. I didn't choose any of this. The voice rumbled through the hall again, deeper now, scraping at her bones. The oni who farid the last brh cold swept through her body. The children stepped in front of her, forming a small, flickering shield. Their outlines brightened faintly, their presence warming the air as if trying to protect her from the thing below. But they were small, and whatever stirred beneath them was not. A huge shape pressed upward against the soil at the bottom of the pit. The ground bulged, cracked, then split as something pushed through. Mara scrambled backward on her hands. The thing rising wasn't like the other monster. No twisted joints, no stone, flesh, no hollow maw. This one had shape. A towering, humanoid silhouette made of roots, soil, and stone, woven together in a form tall enough to brush the hall's ceiling. Its face was carved stone, ancient and cracked, with hollow pits for eyes and long streaks across its cheeks like the remnants of old burial markings. But the worst part, the part that made Mara's stomach drop, was the chains. Dozens of thick, rusted chains were wrapped around its torso, arms, and neck, each tethered into the stone pillars and floor. Her ancestors hadn't killed this thing. They sealed it. And the burial she completed had loosened its binds. Mara backed into the far wall, hands shaking violently. What are you? The creature's stone jaw shifted, grinding horribly as it tilted its head toward her. I am T first T Nami you are B all oudest tool. Mara's breath caught. Her sibling's burial, her act of compassion, the release of his breath, it had freed him too. The creature leaned closer, chains groaning under its weight. Ayandino while as its voice hardened. Aliwile raleamoamuas teken. The children surged forward in front of her. But the creature lifted one massive hand, and the entire hall shook. Mara felt the shockwave hit her chest before she heard it. She screamed, collapsing as the children's forms flickered violently, scattered by the force. The creature took one step forward, chains snapping. Then another, stone shattered beneath its feet. Mara crawled backward, but the wall sealed behind her. She was trapped. The creature towered over her now, its empty eyes staring deep into her chest, as though searching for the breath she no longer carried. Confusion flickered across its cracked features, then anger. Daro hieferis the last barh. Mara could barely speak. Her lips trembled. Tears streamed down her face. He's gone, she whispered. He finally has a grave. He's at peace. The creature roared, a sound so violent the murals cracked. He mas min. Mara shook her head. No, he never was. None of them were. The creature lunged, but something stopped it. A hand. Not hers. Not one of the ghost children. A massive, soil-covered hand gripping the creature's arm with crushing force. Mara's eyes widened. The guardian. Half crushed, cracked. Missing an entire chunk of his shoulder, but alive. He forced the ancient creature back one staggering step. His silent voice thundered through Mara's skull, "Run." But there was nowhere to run. The hall sealed. The pit blocked. The guardian weakened. And the first creature was awakening fully. Mara's breath hitched as both giants clashed, shaking the entire underground world. And deep beneath the chaos, the cradle glowed again. The glow from the cradle flickered again, soft at first, like the last ember of a dying fire, then brighter, rising through the cracks of soil, as if something beneath it inhaled for the first time. Mara felt the air shift, warm currents moving along her arms, threading around her legs, curling up her spine. It didn't feel like her siblings' return. It felt older than that, gentler, but impossibly heavy, as though the ground itself was gathering its strength for something she couldn't understand yet. She didn't have the time to wonder. The hall thundered violently as the two giants collided again. The guardian, barely holding form, swung his massive arm and slammed the first creature into a stone pillar. The impact cracked the pillar from top to bottom, sending huge slabs of stone cascading to the floor. The sound was deafening. A collision that felt strong enough to shake the trees above the ground, the roots beneath, and every buried secret her bloodline ever hid. The first creature roared, lunging forward with an arm wrapped in chains. The roots and stone that formed its body moved with a heaviness that implied centuries of containment. Like the weight of its prison still clung to it, even as it fought. It grabbed the guardian by the torso, fingers digging deep into his soil-formed ribs. The guardian buckled under the pressure, collapsing to one knee, his form shedding clumps of dirt that fell to the floor like dying stars. Mara pushed herself away from the wall and staggered toward the cradle, her legs trembling so violently she nearly fell. The burial cloths in her hands pulsed, reminding her she wasn't alone, even if every muscle, every memory, every ounce of grief in her chest felt like she was. The children flickered back into view, their forms struggling against the shockwaves thrown across the hall. They appeared in fragments, faces without bodies, hands without arms, silhouettes blinking in and out as though the world tried to erase them every few seconds. Their hollow gazes locked on her, urgent, pleading. She looked back at the cradle. "What do I do? Tell me what I'm supposed to do. Please, please, I can't lose everything again." The smallest girl stepped forward, her outline faint, but steady enough for Mara to see the shape of her hair, the curve of her cheek. She raised her hand, not pointing, not warning, just touching the air above the cradle. A word whispered through the hall, soft as breath, "Finish." Mara felt her ribs tighten. Finish what? But the girl had already vanished with a flicker. The cradle answered instead. The soil inside it rose upward in a slow spiral, glowing brighter, forming a column of light that twined with the air. Mara shielded her face as warmth brushed her skin. Gentle, familiar, but stronger than her siblings' breath had ever been. This wasn't a single child's return. This was all of them. Every small life taken, every buried voice, every stolen breath. A low hum, built from the soil beneath the cradle, spreading through the hall. It rattled the murals on the walls, shook dust loose from the ceiling. and traveled up Mara's legs with a faint tingle of recognition. The first creature paused mid-strike. Its head turned toward the cradle. Its hollow eyes widened. It feared the light. A predator never fears its prey. Not unless the roles change. Mara swallowed hard, her heart racing. She stepped closer to the cradle. Is this what you wanted? Is this why he led me here? Her sibling's warmth flickered in answer, just enough for her to feel it settle against her chest like a soft hand. Not inside her. Not possessing her. Just reassuring her. The guardian roared silently as the first creature dragged him across the floor. Chunks of his body crumbled away, leaving streaks of soil behind. The ancient creature slammed him into the far wall. The guardian's form cracked down the center. He steadied himself with one arm, though his entire body shook, fighting to hold together. He projected a voice into Mara's mind, quiet but forceful. The Karadieli. Dionodolem Riechati. Her blood turned to ice. The first creature turned its full focus toward the cradle, releasing the guardian as if he'd become nothing more than loose dirt. It stepped forward, chains dragging loudly behind it, each step sending tremors through the ground. Mara positioned herself in front of the cradle, her small, broken body a laughably fragile barrier against a towering ancient horror. But she didn't move aside. She didn't back away. She felt the burial cloths in her hands pulse again with warmth and weight. You are not alone. She spoke, though her voice cracked in the middle. You're not taking them. Not again. The first creature's stone jaw shifted. The beer ate off the first T bilanages tu me. Mara's nails dug into her palms. Then you shouldn't have buried him alive. The creature froze, shuddering as though the truth itself wounded it. A sound rose from the cradle, low and steady, growing stronger with each beat. The ground beneath Mara glowed, lines of light spreading outward like the roots of a tree growing in reverse. The burial. The forgotten children. Her siblings' return. Her bloodline's crimes. They were all feeding into something rising beneath the cradle. The first creature lunged. Mara screamed. But before it reached her, the hall exploded with light, not blinding, not violent, pure, steady, unyielding. The light shot upward, wrapping the creature's limb in a shimmering spiral that burned through the roots and stone of its arm. The creature howled, jerking back, ripping chunks of its own body off as it fought against the light. The burial cloths in Mara's hands pulled away from her grip, floating into the air, unraveling slowly into glowing threads. The threads descended into the cradle, merging with the rising light. Mara stared, breath trembling. You're reclaiming yourselves. The children appeared around the cradle again, hundreds now. Dim outlines, ghost-like, filled with old pain, but standing tall. The first creature staggered backward, the chains rattling violently. The guardian rose weakly and planted himself between the creature and the cradle once more, his failing body cracking with each movement. Still, he stood. Mara stepped forward until she felt the cradle's light warming her shins. She reached out with shaking fingers. Show me what to do. The earth answered. The ground throbbed beneath her palm. Images flooded her mind, children singing in a language she didn't know, hands carrying breath to the earth, stone altars stained with tears and guilt, her family sealing something they could not control. The cradle waiting for her. Mara lifted her hand above the cradle. The children whispered together, their voices weaving into one soft command: finish the burial. She closed her eyes and lowered her hand. The glow erupted in a pillar so bright the hall turned white. The first creature roared. The guardian held the line. The children rose, gathering in a circle of light. And deep beneath them all, something ancient and grieving and powerful finally answered the burial it had been denied.